A very good morning to you. Welcome to Edgbaston for the second day of this LV Championship match between Warwickshire and Lancashire. State of play, we had a full first innings yesterday. Warwickshire bowled out for 292. 130 to Sam Hain, who was last batter out. I'm Clive Eakin, here from Scott Reed and Grace Ballinger and Phil Britt during the course of the day. And I'm delighted to say today we're joined by Central Sparks captain, fresh from leading her team to the final of the Shard Ebbers Cup, Eve Jones. Morning, Eve.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. Good to be here.
Nice day for it.
Yeah, it looks like the sun's just popping out from behind the clouds.
Well, hoping for an enjoyable day's cricket, because you produced some exciting cricket the last time you were on BBC Online Commentary. New Road, didn't you? Ben Stokes started hitting the ball to all parts.
Yeah, it was my first taste of commentary, so yeah, it was a really exciting day to be behind the mic.
And Warwickshire then defended this total of 292. Warwickshire, I think, felt disappointed with that. It's a score, it's something for them to bowl at, but they would have liked more, especially after winning the toss. Pitch does seem to have a little bit of life in it, but relied heavily on Sam Hain, who was 130. He got some support from Michael Burgess, who made 41. Next highest score was Dom Sibley's 28. As far as the bowling was concerned, George Balls at 3 for 68, Danny Lamb 3 for 43. We had the delights of Lamb dismissing Lamb as Danny got Matt out. And to mention for Will Williams, got 2 for 42, and I thought he bowled well. The New Zealander, who's just been signed for 2 matches as cover for Lancashire. Yeah, good news for Warwickshire is that they have Liam Norwell back for this game. But it's going to be Ollie Hannon-Dalby who's going to open the bowling from the Birmingham end. And he'll be bowling first to Luke Wells, with Keaton Jennings at the non-strikers end. 3 slips in the gully. The sun's shining, and Warwickshire will have to bowl well. They've struggled to bowl teams out a little bit this season. But, I've got 292 to play with. Ollie Hannon-Dalby at the end of his run-up to come into bowl to Luke Wells. Bowling right arm over, and that's a well wide left. A loosener, you might say.
Yeah, give himself a couple of balls to get into it, I reckon.
Something's crashed downstairs. A big bang and a few oohs and ahs. Somebody's dropped something or something. None without loss. I'll be doing an update in a few minutes' time for local radio. BBC CWR and BBC Radio WM. Hannon-Dalby to bowl to Wells, who gets behind that, and there is he plays it back down the pitch and there's no run. So as a bowling side, you're protecting 292, not too much margin for error. They're going to have to be on their mettle, I think.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking to start well here, Warwickshire. I think if they can pick up a couple of early wickets, then they'll be really up and about. Need
to hold their catches. I think Lancashire just put down 1. There was quite a sharp slip chance early doors, which they put down. It's the only one I can remember them putting down. Hannon-Dalby comes into bowl to Wells, who plays that into the gully area, just open the face of the bat, runs it along the ground. And there's no run. So still nothing on the board for Lancashire.
Yeah, I was watching the slip fielders warm up this morning. They look very sharp. Sam Hain especially.
Yes, Rob Yates at slip, Sam Hain second slip, and Will Rhodes at third slip, and then there's Dom Sibley in the gully. And that one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run. So tight over so far from Ollie Hannon-Dalby. in Hannon-Dalby, Warwickshire have got a bowler they can really rely on. He can come in and bowl over after over and doesn't give much away.
Yeah, he's Mr. Reliable, isn't he? After that first ball, he's looked to hit the deck hard and get the ball in the right area, so...
He'll turn again to bowl the 5th ball of the over. And he goes around Wells again, opens the face for the bat, doesn't get it past the gully area though. Dom Sibley is quickly on to field to that. So it's another dot ball. Little bit of a breeze blowing. And got the Warwickshire and Lancashire flags on the flagpoles by the scoreboard. They're blowing pretty keenly in the breeze. Fielders generally wearing short sleeve sweaters, so it's obviously not sweltering out there, but not too cold either. I'm going to do my update in a few seconds time, so I'll hear a slight change of gear. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we're underway for the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire. Warwickshire probably a little disappointed to have been bowled out for 292 yesterday after they won the toss. They relied heavily on Sam Hain, who continued his excellent form last out for 130. So they're going to have to bowl well today. There is something in there, I think, for the bowlers, and they have Liam Norwell back in their attack. 1 over bowl so far this morning, a maiden by Ollie Hannon-Dalby, so Lancashire are none for none. Decent enough first over from Ollie Hannon-Dalby, apart from the first ball, perhaps?
Yeah, gone for no runs, so it's a positive for him, and I think he's got the ball in the right area, and the slip and gully fielders are ready to pounce if he does find that outside edge.
So here he is, Liam Norwell, back after that horrible head injury he got while batted against Essex. He was replaced as a concussion replacement in that game, and this is his first match since. He hasn't been involved in the T20 either, so it's his first game back. He got through his innings, which I think would have been a little bit of a test for him after that knock. He scored 10 with the batting at number 10. He comes in now to bowl to Keaton Jennings around the wicket, and Jennings just wants to tip and run there, but I don't think there was a run there. Alex Davis is quickly onto it. And still nothing on the board. Luke Wells has gone down the pitch to say to Keaton, calm down, mate.
Yeah, I think he was just keen to get the scoreboard ticking, wasn't he? But definitely not a run there.
And Norwell tosses the ball from one hand to the other. Comes in to bowl round the wickets. Oh, that's... he did play that, Jennings. What do you think? Was he keeping his bat inside the line? Or did he play at it?
Oh, I think he just left it out there, but I think he was pretty comfortable with letting that go past without pushing on it too much.
Still nothing on the board. For Lancashire, who were put into the field yesterday, produced a decent bowling performance. Bowled Warwickshire out just before the close. Norwell bowls. That's a Yorker length delivery dug out by Jennings. Back to Norwell. No run. Warwickshire resting Craig Miles for this game. Henry Brooks comes into the side, and there's no Nathan McAndrew, their overseas player, as he has been called up by Australia A. He's expected to be available for the next championship match at Northampton. Norwell from the pavilion end to bowl, and that's this time. Jennings definitely keeps his bat inside the line. A few oohs and ahs, but Jennings comfortable not playing at it.
Can't quite tell from this angle if the ball is doing too much out there at the moment. They're putting the ball in the right areas, Warwickshire, so that's all they can do at the moment.
Well, given nothing away so far. Short boundary on one side, so that Keaton Jennings, a left-hander, on his offside as the bowling comes from the pavilion end, and the first runs are scored by Jennings as he clips that to mid-wicket. I say runs, I thought they were going to get 2, they didn't. They just got 1, so it's a run. Slight hesitation when they thought about going for the second. It was Henry Brooks who fielded that. But they're underway, Lancashire. Keaton Jennings off the mark, 1 without loss. Norwell, the end of his mark, has to wait because Luke Wells, who's facing from this end for the first time, is just marking his guard. Now does a bit of gardening. So the sun shines on Edgbaston, and Norwell bowls Yorker length delivery again, and it's played on the onside by Wells as no run, 1 without loss. Looking to pitch it up, Luke. Was Liam Norwell not over?
Yeah, he got a couple of Yorkers out there, didn't he? So on the money, and Luke Wells played it quite comfortably in the end.
Should we get the chat about the Shire Edwards Cup out of the way first? I mean, a good competition for those that host the T20 competition, the regional competition. He's captain of Central Sparks. It was a decent competition. You got to the final.
Yeah, it's our it's only the second year that the competition's been going ahead. So yeah, our aim at the start of the season was to make finals day. So 3 teams go through to the finals day, which were at Northants on Saturday. And yeah, we somehow managed to make hard work of the semi-final, but we scraped through to the final to play against the Southern Vipers, who proved just a little bit too strong for us on the day.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be there for finals day. Hannon-Dalby comes into bowl to Jennings, right arm over, and that's again Jennings plays inside the line. I should thank you for making the semi-final interesting, because it looked like it was, you were cruising about 59 for 1, chasing 105 I think it was, and we thought, well, this is a little bit dull, but you made it interesting by losing a few wickets.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, we got off to an absolute flyer. Had a really good power play, but then yeah, we lost a couple of wickets, and yeah, just put the pressure on ourselves really, and made it quite hard work in the end. But we had good partnership between Sarah Glenn and Emily Arlott at the end to get us over the line.
In comes Hannon-Dalby to bowl, and again Jennings, never quite know with him. He plays forward to that. It was a decent delivery, and Burgess moved to his right to take it, the Warwickshire wicket-keeper. Remains 1 without loss. I think did you play 1 game here during the competition?
We played 2 games here actually. Yeah. Okay. We played 1 game after the Bears.
Yes.
Which ended up in being a bit of a rain-affected game.
Hannon-Dalby comes into bowl, and that's left. You don't seem to get a lot of luck actually, because I seem to remember was it last year or maybe the year before there was a game due to be played here, and again it got sort of rained off. So you don't get too much luck for weather when you play here.
I know, yeah. Yeah, we ended up messing that game up as well. In the rain-affected game, we were cruising in that, and then the rain sort of came and halted our momentum a little bit. So yeah, we've got some areas to work on going forward. But
Hannon-Dalby comes into bowl once again, and Jennings this time leaves his bat in the air and lets it go past his pads. No run. And it's been a couple of years now that you've had the regional system. Central Sparks takes in Warwickshire, Herefordshire, Worcestershire, and a few others.
Shropshire.
Oh, I should mention Shropshire, shouldn't I? Because that's where you're from. But do you think that's worked?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a great step for women's cricket. It's produced some players that have gone on to play for England, and I think it was brought in to sort of bridge the gap between county cricket and international cricket.
As Hannon-Dalby bowls, and he's played at that, Jennings, and he's edged it, and Hannon-Dalby strikes. Keaton Jennings goes for 1, and Lancashire are 1 for 1. Burgess takes the catch.
Yeah, he's got his reward there, hasn't he? He's been putting the ball in the right area for the last couple of overs, and he manages to find the outside edge of Keaton Jennings. big wicket for Warwickshire.
Absolutely so. Keaton Jennings goes. I suppose you have to call him the former England batter at the moment. No doubt he'll have ambitions to get back, but that won't help his scores. Been out for 1 for 1 in the third over then on Warwickshire strike. So a good start for them, and they need that. So do you think that ball did a bit?
I think a couple of the last few balls have looked like they've just done a little bit. As I said, I can't really quite see from this angle. We're just a little bit to the side of the wicket, not quite behind the bowler's arm or right behind the keeper. So
we're at long leg, really, aren't we? Or third, depending on which end the ball is coming from. So next in is Josh Bohannon. I'm going to look it up now, but I seem to remember he scored runs against Warwickshire last season at Old Trafford. I'll look it up in a bit. But he did hold Warwickshire up in that quite big game towards the end of last season at Old Trafford, where Warwickshire eventually prevailed and went on to win the title.
Yeah, he made 231 against Gloucestershire earlier this season, so more than capable with the bat.
We've got some decent emerging players of Lancashire who wear a red stripe down the side of their shirts. And Bohannon taking guard.
Yeah, we have got the left-hand, right-hand combination now, so Hannon-Dalby's going to have to just adjust his line slightly here, but we've got 3 slips and a gully still in play.
And he comes in, Hannon-Dalby, last ball of the over. He comes into bowl to Bohannon, who leaves it, but it is a wicket maiden volley. Hannon-Dalby, who's 1 for none in his first 2 overs, and after 3 overs, Lancashire are 1 for 1. So Charlotte Edwards Cup out of the way. Now it's the longer game, the 50-over game, the Rachel Hay O'Flint Trophy.
Yeah, we'll be looking to go one step further this year as well. We made the eliminator last year, but unfortunately lost to the Northern Diamonds. So yeah, we've got a couple of new recruits and a few young players coming through the ranks. So I'm really excited to see how they go. We've had some really good performances throughout the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Liam Norwell bowls round the wicket, and that's almost squeezes that through. It's pushed to the onside. There's no run. I'll bring Scott in a moment. Just grab one more ball, and then Scott can jump in. 1 for 1 are Lancashire. 170 scored against Warwickshire last season. Bohannon, thank you, Scott. I knew he'd impressed. Norwell round the wicket, comes into bowl, and that's driven to the offside. There's no run. Do you want to hop straight in? After a word from Eve Jones, as they say, it will be Scott Reed.
Yeah, excellent start here by Warwickshire. Keep putting the ball in the right areas, and they've got their reward with the wicket of Keaton Jennings.
Good morning, Eve.
Hi, Scott.
That's a good start for the Bears, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an excellent start by the Bears.
Wicket of Keaton Jennings early on, so 1 for 1. Here's Norwell around the wicket bowls. Wells turns the ball away into the onside, and Lamb comes up from mid-on to field. And there is no run. I think it just nipped away a little bit, didn't it, the delivery?
Yeah, I can't quite see from this angle, but it looks like it's doing a little bit. He's putting the ball in the right areas, and yeah, he's got his reward.
Well, I suppose you're going to get the odd good ball as an opening batter, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Par for the course, occupational hazard and all that. It looked like a good ball. There's Norwell to Wells. And he's on the front foot and driving very handsomely for 4. Just to the left of Davis, who's at mid-off and down towards the boundary. And Wells is up and running. And Lancashire move on to 5 for 1. It's a good-looking shot.
Yeah, lovely looking shot. Straight down the ground, past the bowler, past mid-off, who's in a little bit tighter. a little bit squarer.
He is. He's not kind of regulation mid-off, that is it, for Davis. He's almost trying to cover two positions. In between mid-off and extra cover.
Extra cover, yeah.
He's creeping a little bit nearer in as Norwell balls to Luke Wells. Get onto that front foot. He's a tall man, he's Luke Wells, and he's trying to smother the ball away into the offside. Davis comes up again from that position we're just describing. And there is no run. Good start for Warwickshire. Wicket early on.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what they would have wanted at the start of the day. Obviously, probably didn't quite get as many as they would have hoped yesterday, so they'll be looking to take early wickets today.
Just fell short of that batting bonus point. I mean, it feels better, doesn't it, having 300 on the board rather than 292. I know it's only 8 runs, but it just feels a bit better, I guess. Norwell balls to Wells, who defends, and there's no run. But
yeah, I think it's a mental thing, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
If you can get over 300, then, yeah, it's a lot more comfortable. Just puts a bit more pressure on the opposite side then, isn't it?
That's the end of that over, actually. So we had 4 this morning of the Lancashire first innings, 5 for 1. He looked pretty distraught last night, Sam Hain, when he got out. It took him an age to walk off.
Yeah, he had a great day, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
So I think he'd have known about that batting point, and he would have been quite disappointed not to get the team to that 300 score.
I think pretty much every Lancashire player went up to him and shook his hand and said, "Well battered." But blimey, yeah, he did looked a bit gutted to have got out late on the day. Here's Hannon-Dalby to Josh Bohannon. Just turns it off the pads down to long leg, and he is through for a single, and he gets his first run as well. Josh Bohannon. And Lancashire move on to 6 for 1. We've had about 20 minutes of play this morning, and we've seen the wicket of Keaton Jennings early on. A dismissal of the bowling of Oliver Hannon-Dalby, who's bowling from the Birmingham end. Another bright day. It's a little cloudy, but we've got some blue sky. We've got some sunshine. I had a walk in this morning from the city centre, from the hotel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How long did that take?
About 45 minutes. Brisk walk downhill. It's a little bit steeper going back tonight, I think. It's a bit more uphill tonight. Here's Hannon-Dalby into Wells. It's defended away into the offside, and there is no run.
You'll have to get a scooter back, I think.
I've seen a few of those knocking around, yeah. There's a couple, I presume you can just hire them.
Yeah, you just get on your phone and download the app and scan it, and off you go.
Absolutely tremendous. That sounds like great fun.
Pick up some good speed as well.
Do you need to have safety gear on or something to do this? In a helmet or something?
Well, I went on one the other day from New Street Station to here, and there was no helmets available, so you sort of just have to crack on and go steady.
Fair enough. Hannon-Dalby balls, and Wells leaves a ball that is angled across him and taken by Burgess, the keeper, and there's no run. So you picked one up from the train station and then just nipped your way through along the streets to here?
Yeah, just navigate your way through the streets of Birmingham, and here we are.
I'm quite tempted by this. Plus, up to the hotel where I'm staying at, the top of Broad Street, up that big dual carriageway, it's quite steep going up there. So yeah, I might. I mean, do I need to sign a health and safety form for the BBC to be able to use a scooter? I don't know. 3 slips of the gully waiting. And Dalby in, and that's driven through the offside. It's a big boundary. Davis is scampering after it. Those little legs of his going absolutely hurtling after it. He gets to it as well. Alex, they've run 3 in the middle of all that, but well picked up by Davis to catch up with that. And the score moves on to 9 for 1, and Wells moves on to 7.
Yeah, he's been in the action this morning, Alex Davis. He's had quite a bit to do, hasn't he?
Well, he'll want to be busy, won't he? I mean, I appreciate that the deal is that Burgess is keeping wicket in the red ball game, so he'll want to be nice and busy, I guess. If you're a keeper, you want to be involved, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's pulling up his sleeves in that position again. That's kind of wide, mid-off, extra cover. You've got Bohannon on strike. Here's Hannon-Dalby. Balls to Josh Bohannon. That's nudged away to mid-wicket, where Lamb fields, and there is no run. So did you go on the pavement with these, or do you? Or okay, we'll skirt around this subject, shall we?
I think legally you're not meant to go on the pavement.
Right.
So I'll say no more.
Okay, that's fine. We'll gloss over that point. I'll read the instructions on the app. There must be something.
You have to take a little test, actually. It asks you a few questions to check that you've read all the small proof.
Right.
They're pretty easy, though, so...
Like multiple choice.
I think it could be.
Hannon-Dalby to Hannon. That's a lovely shot. That's flicked away through mid-on for 4. It's a gloriously timed shot by Josh Bohannon, who takes his total on to 5, and Lancashire move on to 13 for 1. We've had 5 overs this morning.
Yeah, it's a great looking shot. I think Lancashire will be looking to just build this partnership now and try and get that scoreboard ticking a little bit more. Now they've lost that early wicket of Keaton Jennings. These two will look to settle in and get Lancashire going.
He's had quite a quirky season, Bohannon. He had such a great year last year for Lancashire, but this year he's coming into this match from the 7 innings, scoring 322 runs. But of those 300 runs, 200 came in one match. He had a double century in a game and has not really had too much score in and around that, as Wells looks to drive, but with little timing, and Norwell builds off his own bowling and there's no run.
Yeah, he's looked quite good this morning, hasn't he, Bohannon? So, yeah, absolutely. I think he'll be looking to build on that. Obviously, he had a great knock against Gloucestershire in Manchester back in April.
Yep. He did have a pretty stellar year for last year, Josh Bohannon, in first-class cricket. Norwell right arm around the wicket balls, and Wells plays forward. That just deflects back down the pitch, and there is no run. What did he get last year? Here we go. 853 runs at an average of 53. 2 centuries and 5 50s, and that was enough to secure him a trip on the Lions squad to Australia. So he was away with England Lions in the winter. Didn't get his chance. He was kind of hoping that he might be able to force his way into the test team, perhaps. Forward as well, smothering the ball away into the offside, and he's through for 1. Moves on to 8. The score moves on to 14 for 1.
I think another one that'll be looking to force their way into the test side will be Sam Hain. He's averaging 443 since May, so he's doing pretty well as well.
Absolutely crazy figures, aren't they? Yeah, he's having a terrific year. We were chatting about this yesterday. He's basically doing absolutely all he can to try and see if he can force his way into the squad. I think he'd do much more. We're in a great summer.
Yeah, I think he's just got to keep going now, keep scoring as many runs as he can, and keep putting Warwickshire in a dominant position and winning games for them. There's not too much more you can do apart from that, is there?
Alex Davis is having a little chat to Liam Norwell. And what's the outcome of that? Well, mid-wicket comes a little squarer, I think. Is that it? I think that's about it. Moved maybe 2 or 3 paces to his left. There's a short leg in place as well. Norwell to Bohannon. It's a full ball, which is clipped away into the onside. Sibley in that short mid-wicket position fields, and there's no run. Very precise fielding positions, that, wasn't it, from Liam Norwell? He wanted Sibley to just move maybe, can't have been more than 3 or 4 paces to his left, but...
Yeah, he's just on the left shoulder of that short leg fielder. So they've got a plan here.
There's a long leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on. So there's plenty on the leg side. 3 slips as well. It's a full ball and off stump by Norwell. And Bohannon brings his bat down on that and defends back along the ground. And there is no run. 14 for 1. A lot of room through extra cover. They've clearly got a plan set up for Josh Bohannon.
Yeah, I think they want to just keep tempting him to try and drive and hit through that extra cover to bring in those slip fielders.
Which there's 3 of them waiting. Norwell to Bohannon. Oh, he's asking, that's an LBW. It's a big appeal from Norwell. And slips backed him up as well. Little shake of the head from, I think it's Peter Hartley at this end. And it's the end of the 6th over. 14 for 1. Hannon has 5 and Wells unbeaten on 8. But
yeah, pretty confident appeal there
was.
from Warwickshire.
I thought he hit it.
I'm not sure.
I know we're a long way. We are. But I thought I heard a little sound, and it could have obviously been pad first, but it was a big shout from
Potentially height involved, maybe.
Enough doubt to say not out for the umpire. Good probing stuff this though from Warwickshire. Good first half an hour. As Hannon-Dalby starts a fresh over into Wells, who I think plays inside the line. Taken by Burgess, and there's no run.
That's the area, isn't it? That's how he got Jennings out. I think the last over he just probably went a little bit full, but that hard length looks really dangerous from this position.
And that's the type of length that he will just bowl consistently, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, I think with his extra height as well, that's quite a dangerous length to bowl to Luke Wells.
Wells on 8, Hannon-Dalby brings him onto the front foot, and that's defended away into the offside. It's gathered by Alex Davis, and there's no run. Is that one of the biggest challenges as a batter, Eve, that when you're bowling consistently good length as to whether you go forward or go back? Is that the kind of the biggest challenge?
Yeah, I think.
Or one of the biggest challenges?
Yeah, I think especially like we've obviously come from the T20 format, so I think that is probably the hardest thing. Obviously, when you're trying to go hard at the ball, it's trying to get that judgment whether you are going forward or back, or if somebody is bowling a really good length that you're struggling against, it's whether you can then go deep in your crease or use your feet and come out the crease a little bit.
And then Dalby to Wells. There's a little flirt with that, and just pushing forward. The ball snakes past the edge of the bat into the gloves of Burgess, and there's no run. 14 for 1. I don't think Lancashire would have arrived this morning thinking that this would be easy, and you look at the quality of the bowlers that Warwickshire have got, and I think they're expecting a tough morning session. It's been a good first half an hour for the home side. Halfway into the 7th over, still 3 slips and a gully. Hannon-Dalby to Wells, who goes onto the back foot, just dabs the ball away into the offside. Up comes, I think that's Brooks at point, and there is no run. Hannon-Dalby wanders back to his mark. I think Wells has a little walk towards square leg, twirl the bat from Wells. Dalby will come tearing his way back in again into his 4th over, 1 for 8, the dismissal of Keaton Jennings. The wicket to fall so far. And Wells waits, get onto the front foot and driven. Davis will chase after it, Norwell in pursuit as well. And they will probably come back for a 3rd. They do. Wells, nice shot, pushed off the front foot. And the score moves on to 17 for 1, and Wells moves on to 11.
Yeah, good little phase here for Lancashire. They're starting to form this partnership, and both Wells and Hannon are looking good today. I think obviously they've had their outside edge beaten a couple of times, but that's down to the good bowling of the Warwickshire, the openers.
Final ball of the 7th over, and it's Hannon on strike. Left hand, right hand combination. One's tall, one's short. There's lots to deal with, I guess, as a bowler when you've got such a contrast at either end. And Dalby's into Hannon. Again, he's appealing for an LBW. Gets a little bit of support from behind. The ball deflects away into the offside. Not out, says the umpire. End of the 7th, 17 for 1. Wells has 11 and Hannon on 5. I need to nip next door to do an update. So a few thoughts on that, perhaps that appeal, and then I think either Phil or Grace will come and join you.
Yeah, another confident looking appeal from Warwickshire. Turned down, so the score is still 17 for 1, with Wells on 11 and Hannon on 5. They're asking the questions this morning, Warwickshire. They've had a couple of appeals turned down. In comes Norwell, and it's left alone and goes through to the keeper. And we've got Phil joining us now.
Morning, you.
Morning,
Morning,
Phil.
everybody. Good start for the Bears.
Yeah, they've bowled well.
Norwell has had a couple of loud appeals. Hannon-Dalby thought I'll join in as well and had a shout against Hannon, but neither of them managed to persuade our two umpires, Peter Hartley and Neil Mallender, that it was out. Disappointing, I think Warwickshire yesterday would have expected a bit more than they ended up with. Were you here for the watch yesterday? They were. This next one, Norwell, Ian bowls, and it's just pushed down by Wells in front of him and up to mid on there's no run. Yeah, they got partnerships going, but never really developed the partnership on to make a substantial one, which was going to give them the sort of 350, which I think would have been the minimum that they were looking for.
Yeah, I think a couple of batters had starts, didn't they?
Oh, yeah.
Just got a start.
Yeah.
Sibley got a start, so if you can just extend those.
Yeah. This one clipped away through mid-wicket. It's going to be a long chase. As they get back for 2 and turn for a very comfortable third run. So 3 there to Wells. The total goes on to 17, of which, sorry, 20. I've never taken the scoreboard. That's unusual. Usually that scoreboard, you look at it and you say 3 to go on it, and you put 3 on, but it was just a touch behind us this time. 20 for 1 this time. So Wells goes to 14, and Hannon is 5. The crowd this morning is a bit thin. It wasn't huge yesterday, but I think it's less at the moment. It filled up a little bit during the morning session, but not significantly. It's Norwell Ian bowls. This is clipped away. That's a lovely shot. Played away, just a bit full and half volleyed off the leg stump and played away crisply by Hannon and away through mid-wicket down to the fence, and it was just fall in and go and collect it. There was absolutely no way the fielders were going to be able to get to stop that.
Yeah, it's a shorter boundary this side towards the Holly stand, and he's just timed that to perfection.
And if you're trying to get poor old Scott, you're trying to finish him off on his scooter. I'm a bit worried about Scott. What we should have said is you walk back. He's taken the downhill route from the city centre. Let's get him walking. It'll be far better for him. If he thinks he can 45 minutes, this next one is pushed out into the offside, and Davis does a sliding stop off the final ball of Norwell's over. So he's 4 overs apiece. The 1 wicket fall going to Oliver Hannon-Dalby, who got Keaton Jennings out for 1, just nicking through to Michael Burgess behind the stumps. But these two have just steadied things and taken the visitors, Lancashire, on to 24 for 1. I think we should say that all the bites, the way those bites, they just abandon them, don't they?
Yeah.
You know, I come down Russell Road to come to the ground, and they're just dropped.
Just
obviously.
scattered all over.
People think, oh, that's me done, and just leave it. Do they self-charge or something? Because I don't know how they keep them going.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I've only ever been on one once, so. In comes Hannon-Dalby and prodded away into the offside for no run.
I haven't, funnily enough, been on one.
I feel you should, just to experience it.
We haven't got them in the Cotswolds where I live. There's not the average age of most of the people in our village would be about 75. I reckon it's the only place they'd be going would be straight to the local hospital, or even perhaps worse than that.
It'd be entertaining to watch, though.
God, yeah, they're bad enough with the mobile scooters and things.
In comes Hannon-Dalby again, and good length delivery, and it's just defended into the offside to Alex Davis, who collects the ball.
I first came across them in the States, and you took your life in your hands on some of the plazas out there. They came at you like bullets.
They can get up to some good speeds, to be fair.
Yeah, well, it worries me when you say they're on the pavement, because in all honesty, you don't know they're coming. There's no sort of sound with them, and it can be a bit dangerous for the slower foot.
In comes Hannon-Dalby again, and same result really, defended into the offside, and Alex Davis collects the ball again.
Do they still do the bicycles in Birmingham? Because they had bikes for a long time, didn't they?
I think they might do.
Yeah, that's better for Scott. He's in that age. He's in that funny age between. Let's get him on something which is a bit easier for him.
I think Clive got a bike down here this morning from the station. Or he was going to get a bike, but then he drove in the end. But
oh right.
Yeah. In comes Hannon-Dalby. He's really hitting his length this morning, isn't he?
Yeah. To be honest, Hannon-Dalby is the model of consistency. He's bowled like this all through the summer. He's had and reaped the reward for it. He really has been far and away Warwickshire's best bowler.
Yeah, he's Mr. Reliable, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is, and he comes in game after game and does it. It was unfortunate last season he had injury which kept him out for quite a long part of the season, but this year come back fully fit.
And he comes again, testing Luke Wells here, and plays a defensive shot again into the offside for no run.
Yeah, if you're a batsman, you constantly know that Hannon-Dalby is going to make you. You're not going to get many balls which you can get after, or free balls. He really does. He's just the length, just bringing you forward, and he gets a lot of wickets with that slip cord, and where he gets them driving or just edging through.
Yeah, he gets some good extra bounce, doesn't he, with his height?
Yeah.
Here he comes again, and onto the front foot here, and he's driven it through towards the cover boundary. Don't think it's going to get there, and they're going to run through for 3 runs.
Yeah, Henry Brooks there, not able to quite cut it off. He's a big tall guy and covers a lot of ground when he throws himself, but wasn't able to cut that one off. And just
yeah, he's fielding on.
Is that Matt Lamb who fetched the ball?
Sibley,
no, it's
isn't
not,
it?
It's Dom Sibley. He's stretching. It's as if he tweaked a sort of hamstring there or something. When he came, he's always rubbing it now. It's his right leg, the back of his right leg, in that sort of hamstring area. Just seemed to pull up as he went to get the ball. He got it. So whether he'll decide he might just need to go and have a bit of a rub down. He's staying on the field at the moment anyway, going over towards mid-wicket, but he's walking a bit gingerly as he walks across. We have our first bowling change of the morning, and Liam Norwell is out of the attack, and Henry Brooks replaces him here at the pavilion end. He's in and very full outside the off stump. He's loosener with his first delivery. It was didn't tempt Wells to try and get and put it away, and Sibley is still stretching that hamstring.
Yeah, he's had to chase that to the long boundary there, hasn't he? So he might have just tweaked something.
Well, they're doing a switch now. They're taking him and putting him to backward point, where he may not have to go. When you've got an injury like that, you watch this ball will follow him round like this. It leaves this next one Wells outside the off stump, and it goes through to Burgess. Simply continues to stretch and jog to try and. I don't think it's a bad one, but it's just enough to make him concerned out there at backward point that there's something amiss. 27 for 1 as Wells waits is on 17. Hannon on 9. Henry Brooks in bowls, and this one is rising as it goes past Wells, who offers no shot to it. And it goes through to the keeper.
I think that's the Warwickshire physio just walking around the edge of the boundary there, so not sure who he's actually going to see, whether it is walking around to see Sibley or is that Ollie Hannon-Dalby on the boundary at fine leg there.
He's going the long way around, isn't he, if he's going to? I suppose he wouldn't want to walk behind the bowler's arm as Brooks in, and this is played solidly and sort of push defensive shot, but it came nicely out in the middle of the bat, and in the end it skated away down to mid-off, but good tumbling stop prevented the runs, so it's another dot ball. Clive's going to have to do an update in a few minutes, so and we'll do a double change. I've only come in just because Scott came off. There's Brooks in bowls, and it's fielded by Brooks, so we'll get Grace in and we'll get Clive in and give you a break. You're not just yet, you're okay at the moment, but we'll do it in a second. Do the two.
Too keen.
Oh, and actually, no, I've got the time wrong here. No, we're okay for them. We're all right for a minute. Brooks rather get the right man in a minute. He has to stop because there's something going on behind him. Some unsettlement. Have you been on since the start of play?
I have indeed.
Ah, right. Well, we will make we'll make a switch at the end of and bring Grace in and give Grace a go on. This one is beautifully played away. That's a magnificent shot from Luke Wells. It was a ball just a bit short outside the off stump, and Wells was onto it at an absolute flourish, just bent at the knee and hit through the ball down to the cover boundary. Takes Lancashire on to 31 for 1, and Wells looking pretty good on 21. I'll click you off. There we go. Thanks to Eve, she'll be back with us throughout the day, and we'll get Grace in. Grace Ballard will join us.
Morning, Phil.
Good morning, Grace. Good start for Lancashire here, 31 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, Warwickshire got off to a good start, didn't they? Obviously getting Jennings there, but it seems like these two are just starting to rebuild, and as you just said, Wells looking very nice. That was a good shot there, wasn't it?
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
And it's Hannon-Dalby to come in from the Birmingham end. 3 slips, no gully anymore, and slightly down leg, attempted flick by Hannon, but missed, and goes through to Michael Burgess for a dot.
Bit of a rarity there for Hannon-Dalby, not actually making the batsman really have to play that one, just losing his line a little as it drifted down and through to Burgess. So 31 for 1. Wells, I think, looked looking pretty good. Warwick should be, I was saying to Eve that Warwick should be pretty disappointed, I think, with their final score yesterday, losing quite a lot of those wickets with the new ball.
Hannon-Dalby in again, and a bit straighter this time, just defended into the point region where Dom Sibley collects that. Hamstring looks a bit better there. He was straight into that one.
Yeah, it's just a bit concerning the way he sort of was rubbing the back of his leg after pulling up, having chased that ball. But he, as you say, he looks like he's okay.
He stretched out a bit, didn't he? So
yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah. If there'd been a problem, he'd have gone off, wouldn't he? And got a rub down and a bit of treatment. They don't sort of hang around the field with an injury.
Hannon-Dalby in again, full and straight, and defended slightly into the leg side by Hannon, is collected by mid-on. Yeah, as you say, I think maybe around 50 under par.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was just looking last night. They lost 3 wickets with the second new ball last night. They lost one at the end of the 88th over, the 94th over and the 95th. So they lost those last 3 wickets really for not the addition of too much. They just managed to get another, after the new ball was taken, another 44 runs.
Hannon-Dalby very full and straight this time, and driven nicely by Hannon, but will not be any runs straight to mid-on again. Yeah, and we were talking about yesterday, weren't we, that they've got such strength and depth in the Warwickshire lineup, and as you say, it was a shame to see the tail not really contribute too much yesterday.
I think they would be disappointed as well that they hadn't managed to eke out those extra 8 runs last and get that at least that third batting point. Hagen going right at the end there, I think they had to virtually wheel him off the pitch at the end. He was so disappointed he'd actually gone at the end, last man out there. Magnificent innings from him, for 130, but
Hannon-Dalby goes shorter outside off this time and left alone by Hannon, and carried through quite nicely to Burgess, that one. I mean, don't think of Hannon-Dalby as the quickest of bowlers, certainly not, but that one came through nicely.
He does get good, mind you, from that height. What is he, 6'8", I suppose? You know, if he's not going to get some carry at that height, he's never going to, is he? You don't realise till you stand by him.
He's not that tall, is he?
He is, yeah. He's when you stand by the side of him, he's a massive guy. Well, he is to me, anyway.
Final ball of his over again. Another good ball, good heavy length, and defended into the offside, and that'll be a maiden for Hannon-Dalby.
Right, I'm going to let Clive back in here to join you, Grace, and I'll talk to you later on.
And Lancashire are now 31 for 1 off their 11 overs. Warwickshire in the first day ending up being, I think it was 292, so slightly under par, but wickets in the first session and they could be in for a good game here, and will be Henry Brooks to continue, and Clive just joining me now. Morning, Clive.
Morning, Grace. With, Henry Brooks comes into bowl to Wells, who leaves it. So Lancashire settle things down a bit after losing that early wicket to Keaton Jennings. Lovely sunny day here at Edgbaston.
It's a little bit warmer than yesterday, doesn't it? Definitely a bit less windy as well. That flag not as...
Most of the fielders have still got short sleeve sweaters on. Brooks running away from us. There's 3 slips in place, no gully. Comes in the bowl of Wells, who leaves that one, bounces a bit.
Coming in from a wide angle here, isn't he, Brooks? I mean, we're right behind the this side here at the pavilion end, so we can see. And does he normally bowl from that wide angle?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think he does.
Seems to be working for him nonetheless.
Yeah.
Getting it through nicely. Looks like he's getting a bit of movement.
He's coming from an angle, comes into ball, right arm. It's just on leg stump. It's turned around to mid-wicket by Wells, but cut off by Matt Lamb, so no run. 31 for 1. That's nicely poised at the moment. As Brooks trudges back his second over. But major injury problems over the last couple of seasons. It's good to see him back. Played in a few of the T20 games, but with Ollie Stoneback's lost his place. He comes into bowl now, and that and short is steered to point where it is well stopped by Dom Sibley, and so Wells doesn't get a run there.
Yeah, he's done well to get down to that, Dom Sibley. I mean, it was hit pretty hard, and that short boundary towards the Eric Ollies, if that would have gone through, that would have been 4 runs. Looks like he'll be coming round the wicket here, Henry Brooks, to the left-hander.
Yeah, to Wells. So a straighter run up coming round the wicket, and that's left, angled in, but Wells confident enough to leave it. The test match, if it was a 1 innings match, would be quite a thriller now, because England are 527 for 8, which means they trail by 26 runs. Ben Foakes just been run out for 56. Thing comes Brooks to bowl, and that's pushed out to the onside. There's no run. Joe Root made 176. So 5-2-7 for 8, reply to New Zealand's 5-5-3. Here at the end of 12 overs, Lancashire 31 for 1.
A couple of tight overs here by Hannon-Dalby and Brooks. Don't think there's been, well, not a run in the last 2 overs, I don't think, so good to get them under the pump. I mean, Warwickshire need to take wickets here, don't they? And they've got off to a good start, so it'd be good for them to break this partnership as well as it started to go nicely.
Sorry, well in charge at Taunton, 119 for 1, having bowled Somerset out for 180.
And it'll be Hannon-Dalby to continue from the Birmingham end. 3 slips for Hannon as he bowls. Good on the stumps, ball slightly fuller than he has been bowling, and just patted back. He throws it back to Will Rhodes in the slips.
7th over of his spells, real asset for Warwickshire. Hannon-Dalby coming in bowl lots of overs, longish spells. Yorkshire 381 for 6 against Hampshire at Southampton. They won't get the maximum batting points because they've only got 1 over to score 19 runs, so I suppose they might, but unlikely. But they're in a strong position at Southampton. 2nd Division Gloucestershire piling the runs on. They have got maximum batting points at Canterbury, 429 for 9 against Kent.
Hannon-Dalby, and again slightly shorter outside off, just pushed away on the back foot by Hannon and straight to extra cover, and will just be a dot. There's a big gap there, obviously the 3 slips and on the offside, and big gap through the cover region, so if he does manage to get anything on that, should race away. But Hannon-Dalby just bowling good line at the moment, not giving him too much width to be able to get it through the cover gap.
Durham got maximum batting points against Worcester, 414 for 4. Derbyshire going quite well at Chesterfield, 81 for 1, having bowled Middlesex out for 251. And Sussex are 300 for 8 at Cardiff against Glamorgan.
Hannon-Dalby in again, and was that an attempted leave by Hannon?
It was, yeah.
Hits the bottom of his bat nonetheless and just races through to first slip, but no running. Quite a handy stop there by Rob Yates in first slip.
Leicestershire 396 for 9 against Nottinghamshire at Grace Road to complete the scores.
Fourth ball of Hannon-Dalby's over. Lots of dots in the last couple of overs, as we say, and good ball again defended by Hannon. Just seems to be getting a little bit caught here, but I mean, Brooks and Hannon-Dalby bowling well and can't seem to get him away at the moment.
Yeah, there seems to be a little bit of inside edge onto the leg side from Bohannon.
Well, they do say dot balls build pressure, don't they? And it's normally that pressure that ends up taking wickets. So they'll be happy with this, Warwickshire. Will Rhodes be happy with his bowlers at the moment, I think. Hannon-Dalby in again. Comes in and short outside off, but hit nicely by Hannon, but again can't get it through that big offside gap, and cleaned up by Dom Sibley for a dot.
Well, so he got away with that one a little bit, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Playing it straight to Sibley.
He's been busy in there, Dom Sibley, in that point region. I think he got moved there, almost to be a bit hidden with his little hamstring niggle, but he's been in the game. Hannon-Dalby at the end of his mark, ready to bowl the final ball of his 7th over. Looks like there could be a field change here, but he decides against it as he stands at the end of his mark. Hannon-Dalby in. Again, another good ball on the stumps, and Hannon does nothing with it to end Hannon-Dalby's 7th over. That's the 3rd maiden in a row here for Warwickshire, and Lancashire still 31 for 3. 31 for 1, wishful thinking, 31 for 3.
Yeah, they were going along quite nicely, weren't they? But Warwickshire have reined them back in. It's what Lancashire did well yesterday, wasn't it? That they, every time you thought there was a bit of a partnership building, they got wickets. The 2 partnerships got into the 60s, but nothing more than that. And they just kept getting wickets fairly frequently. Got to 3 in the morning session. couple in the afternoon session, and then they wrapped it up in the evening session. So Henry Brooks to continue. Again, he's coming round the wicket to the left-handed Luke Wells, who drives at that, but can't get it past Liam Norwell, who stops it well. And the pressure continues. Wells on 21.
He's just slowed down slightly here, hasn't he? I mean, he got off to a good start. He's played some really nice shots through the offside, but just slowed down a little bit.
Yeah. And Brooks comes in to bowl to him, and that's in the block hole. He digs it out. Wells plays it back to the bowler. He's a naturally attacking player, Luke Wells, isn't he? So he might just doesn't need to feel under pressure, but he may do. Looks like Will Rhodes is preparing to bring himself on, possibly to replace Hannon-Dalby. Has bowled uninterrupted for 7 overs now from the Birmingham end. Brooks around the wicket again, bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside. Again, it's a dot ball. Alex Davis quickly onto it. Throws it to his fellow wicketkeeper, Michael Burgess. And it remains 31 for 1. Well, apparently it's Amy Jones's birthday today. Warwickshire just tweeted happy birthday to her. In comes Brooks to bowl, and that's played down to fine leg for a single. So at least they get the run that takes ends the run of dot balls, and 32 for 1 is the score. So how many dot balls was that in a row? Let's have a look.
I reckon it was about 15 maybe. Henry Brooks bowled 5 before, he got hit for 4 on the last ball of his first over. I think that was the last run that was scored.
Yeah. Yeah. 21 in a row as Brooks bowls. That's just left a little belatedly by Hannon. Gets his bat out of the way. Remains 32 for 1. Lancashire applied to Warwickshire's 292. Scored yesterday. So this match moving along, despite this little period of relative stalemate. And last ball of the over from Brooks coming back over the wicket to the right-handed Hannon, who plays that onto the leg side for no run. End of the over, 1 run off it. Lancashire 32 for 1 off 14.
Yeah, just the 1 run off that over, and Henry Brooks starting well. I mean, he takes a new ball, doesn't he, sometimes, but he's coming and bowled first change here, and he's looked good, getting good carry, bowling good lines, and yeah, it looks like could be a bowling change, as you say, Clive, at the other end, and will be the skipper Will Rhodes to come on and bowl his medium pace. I don't think he'd mind me calling it that, medium pace.
Well, I've told the story before. I remember he was slightly put out when towards the end of a day's play, when it was getting quite dark, and Jitan Patel went up to the umpires and says, well, don't worry, I'll bowl one end, I'll put Will Rhodes on at the other end.
Keeper standing back nonetheless, though.
But he gets wickets, Will Rhodes. Has been Warwickshire's issue this season, is bowling teams out. They have struggled to do that for the most part. Did it to Essex, bowled them out twice to win the match here, but other than that they've struggled at times to prize teams out.
Rhodes in, first ball of the day for him, and not a loosener maybe, a bit of a full ball down the leg side, but Wells doesn't manage to get anything on it, and you forget, don't you, when you've been watching so much white ball cricket, that
it's not a wide,
it's
yeah,
not a wide,
I know. Yeah.
Definitely a bit of a loosener from Will Rhodes there. 2 slips and a gully in place for the left-handed Wells. be Rose in again. Right arm, right arm round, sorry, and full ball and played straight to mid-on will be a dot.
Do an update in a moment. Warwickshire will need to keep getting wickets throughout the day to stay in this game. They got an early one.
Do you want a couple more before lunch, wouldn't they?
Be nice, yeah. Yeah.
Rhodes in for the third ball of his over, and better delivery there, and just catches the inside edge of Wells and just flicks it round to find leg, and will be a single. But promising signs for Will Rhodes. Good ball there, and just caught Wells a bit off guard there.
Yeah, inside edge down to find leg. One more run onto the total. I'll just prepare to jump in for my update, which is in 15 seconds time on BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. All by ball commentary, of course, on all county championship matches on the BBC website. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Lancashire are 33 for 1 on the second day of the county championship match against Warwickshire, replying to the home side's 292 all out. Early breakthrough for the Bears when Ollie Hannon-Dalby had Keaton Jennings caught behind for 1. That was 1 for 1. Lancashire settled down. They were scoring quite rapidly at one point, but Warwickshire have reined them in over the last few overs. Luke Wells on 23, Josh Bohannon on 9. Lancashire 33 for 1 in the 15th over.
Another dot ball there for Will Rhodes, and it's off to a good start here. He's going nicely. Similar field for Bohannon as he comes in. 2 slips in the gully, and good length outside off, left alone, and no run will be taken straight through to Michael Burgess. Crowd is quite thin today, isn't it? I suppose this is Monday morning, but looks definitely a bit warmer. Slightly more pleasant conditions than yesterday, I think.
Yeah, so that bit of a breeze blowing, isn't that? Cloud cover just beginning to come over.
Final ball of Will Rhodes is over. Is driven. Full ball in, a diving stop by mid-off. I think that might be... I'm not sure who that is out there. We'll know in a second, but will be a dot ball, and Will Rhodes' first over goes for just 1.
That was Ollie Hannon-Dalby with the stop. Yeah, fine stop from Ollie. I shall. So I brought these. I'll bring in Scott to join you, Grace.
Lancashire 33 for 1 off 15 overs, trailing by 259. And Henry Brooks stands at the end of his mark at the Birmingham end, whilst there's, not at the pavilion end, sorry, some sort of conversation going on between the umpires here. Not sure what words are being said there, Scott?
Good afternoon. Are we, it could be the time to have a look at the ball, couldn't it, to see if it's gone out of shape. I don't know whether they've got out that little magic device that they put the ball through.
Metal thing.
Yeah, the metal thing, yeah. Metal handcuffs. But clearly it has not passed the test, because we're going to need another box of balls here, and the umpire is going to select a different ball. There's been a lot of talk about balls at the start of this season, going out of shape, too easy. How have you found it when you've been playing? Have they been...
well,
how's the white balls been?
The white balls have been fine.
Been
I mean,
okay, yeah.
I've only played 20 overs at the moment, so yeah, they've been all good. Don't think we've been hit for that much tap that they've gone that out of shape. It's been
fair enough.
It's been okay. It's been okay. I mean, yeah. I mean, they don't swing for too long, do they?
No.
The white balls, not as long as obviously the red ones, but.
What are you looking at? Like maybe a couple of overs of swing with a white ball. That's about it. Or a bit more.
Depends who's bowling, doesn't
Fair
it?
enough.
No, yeah, normally through the power play you can get some decent swing. Obviously, depends on the conditions, and then normally after the power play spinners come on anyway, but first few overs.
Well, the ball has been changed, so it's it obviously failed the test. There must be a proper technical name for that metal thing that they put the ball through. Can't just be called a metal thing. It's got to have some technical name.
Everything has a technical name.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah,
it?
exactly. I don't know what it is, but someone listening will know, I'm sure. So Brooks has got a different ball in his hand. Is it me or you?
It's you.
Okay. Wells is on strike. Here's Brooks around the wicket. Oh, that's fizzed in down the leg side, and a spectacular take from Burgess, the keeper. Blimey, he went leaping away to his right to get a glove on that. What a catch.
Yeah, very athletic, wasn't it? Did he manage to stay on his feet as well, or did he just get straight back up?
I think he just got straight back up.
Very good. I would have been rinsing it. I would have been down, going like this to the bowler, hands up, come on, what are you doing? It wasn't actually too bad of a ball, but just seemed to carry through and ended up really quite wide down the leg side by the time it got to Burgess.
It was an impressive piece of work from the Bears keeper. Wells turns his next delivery, which is a slightly straighter ball, off his pads out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 33 for 1. I was saying this in the game at Emirates Old Trafford in the reverse fixture. Because Burgess wears his black wicket-keeping gloves, they look absolutely enormous.
Yeah, I saw what you're saying now that you've said it. Yeah, they do, don't they? I think the Lancs keeper had some white ones on, didn't they? Kind of blended in.
They did. They blended in. But because they're black, they just look like he's got 2 dustbin lids on his hand. They're absolutely massive. Brooks to Wells, who plays forward in defence, fielded by Brooks off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Do you like a classical black keeping glove?
Don't mind them at all,
Yeah. I don't like the coloured ones, really.
No?
Same with like coloured spikes. I mean, obviously you wouldn't wear them in red ball cricket, but I don't like them. I don't like them at all.
Why are you not a fan?
I don't know. Just, I don't know. I think you've got to be good to wear them.
True,
You've got to be good to wear them.
If you've got some kind of vivid, bold colour on there, you've got to be able to back it up, haven't you? Brooks to Wells. Ooh, that just snaps a little bit on Wells. He takes his bottom hand off the bat and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. It's tricky, isn't it? It's not easy to bat in this first hour and 10 minutes.
No, and I think the Warwickshire seamers have come in and hit a good length. They've bowled well, and we were talking about how good the wickets are these days, weren't we, yesterday? And I think there might be just a little bit more in it for the bowlers in this wicket that they've prepared today at Edgbaston. Yeah,
that seemed to be reflected through the first day, and it's been good bowling, and it's been difficult batting here. And that wraps the pad of Wells. Ball balloons down towards the gully. The bowler spins round, arms outstretched. The slips are up as well, but Peter Hartley says not out. But a good spell this from Brooks.
Yeah, he's coming in. He's bowled really well. Maybe just going down legs like that one, or a little bit high, but yeah, it looked like a good ball. Looks like he's getting some late movement here, Brooks, and probably looks the most threatening of the bowlers so far, in my opinion.
Yeah, he's bowling round the wicket to Wells, who again looked like he was shaping to play it to leg, so maybe that suggestion that it maybe was a little bit leg side comes into it. Final ball of the over, 33 for 1, and Wells just goes back a fraction and defends away into the offside, and there's no run. But they're testing over that, and Lancashire having to work really hard for runs, but it feels a little bit more just kind of survival at the moment for Lancashire. Wells has 23, but Hannon has 9.
Runs have certainly been stagnant, haven't they? I mean, I think it's maybe two runs in the last 5 overs or so since I've come on, but yeah, I mean, they're bowling well, and you wouldn't be surprised if you saw a wicket fall here, would you, with the pressure? And I think you said before, Wells is a relatively attacking player and might just be getting a bit bogged down in his own head here, but testament to the Warwickshire bowlers, they've gone well. Be Will Rhodes to come on for his second over at the Birmingham end.
Yeah, that was a maiden from Brooks. The previous over went for just 1. The over before that.
Rhodes in, good ball, outside off and left alone by Hannon, carries through to Burgess.
That went for just 1. Over before that was a maiden. Yeah, there's a... and the one before that was a maiden, so it's been pretty hard going.
Expect maybe the Warwickshire fielders get a little bit chirpier, you reckon?
Yeah, I think they might be.
Balls?
Yeah, I think they might be.
Rhodes in again to Hannon, and short outside off and flashed away. Looked like it hit it a little bit harder than he did through the covers, and Ollie Hannon-Dalby goes and collects it on the boundary, and will just be 2 runs, but good shot nonetheless, and probably good to get the scoreboard ticking for the Lancashire batters here.
The last boundary came off the final ball of the 10th, and at the end of that over, Lancashire were 33 for 1 after 10, and we're now starting the 17th over and the 35 for 1.
Rhodes in again, and slightly straighter line this time, just on 4th stump and left alone. No run taken.
So we'll kind of back up what it feels like up here in the commentary box. It's good bowling, and it's quite difficult at the minute for Lancashire. Just about getting through this period. It's good intensity from both ends. Started well, Warwickshire. Lancashire having to work hard here.
Rhodes in again, and straighter, and has to be played, and played well by Hannon, but collected by mid-on, and will be a dot. Yeah, as we say, testament to the Warwickshire bowlers, but I also think the Lancashire batters have shown some good patience here. They're not playing any rash shots, which I think we saw a couple of times from the Warwickshire top order. A couple of rash shots. I mean, Alex Davis losing his wicket in arguably quite an attacking way, and yeah, they've showed a lot of patience. They just need to stick around, don't they?
Yep. Yep, they want to bat all day. They want to be batting into tomorrow, Lancashire, so there's no particular urgency.
Rhodes in and straight, and flicked round nicely by Hannon, and should run round for 4 unless Brooks can pick it up, and he does well to get there, and will just be 2. Just a bit too straight there, Will Rhodes. Manages to take it out to the square leg boundary, but as we say, so far out there, will only be 2 as opposed to 4.
Did you see in the test match, Grace, this morning, Joe Root, second ball he faced, reverse scooped it for 6?
Didn't see it. I saw it on BBC Sport actually, and that's not that Joe Root-esque, is it really?
No.
You'd expect it maybe from Joss Butler
You
or
would.
someone, but
It's outrageous, isn't
he's
it?
just that good. He does what he wants, doesn't he, Joe Root?
Out for 176 eventually, Root.
Final ball of Rhodes' second over, and slight inside edge. Flicked around to Henry Brooks at fine leg. Will Rhodes holds his head in vain, and another good over. A few more runs from it for the Lancashire team, and Lancashire at 38 for 1 now off 17 overs.
I mentioned this because England have been bowled out, and they are all out for 539. So just the 14 runs between England and New Zealand. It's a great effort with the bat by England. So 539 all out in reply to New Zealand's 553. And Joe Root eventually out for 176. But as Grace mentioned, if you didn't see it, you can see highlights of that and video clips on the BBC Sport website and app. Joe Root reverse scooping the second ball of the day he faced for 6. As Brooks bowls to Hannon, and it's left and through to the keeper, and there's no run. I mean, it's outrageous, isn't it? How can you reverse scooping the second ball you face in a test match for 6?
Yeah, especially Joe Root. You wouldn't expect that, would you?
Goodness. So yeah, so you can catch highlights, little in-play video clips. It's right on there now on the BBC Sport website and app. And that will be, I'm sure, a well-viewed clip of the Joe Root scoop for 6. Reverse scoop. Bohannon on 14. Forward goes Josh Bohannon as Brooks bowls, and it's defended away into the onside, and Lamb at mid-wicket fields, and there is no run. Eve back alongside me. This is good from Warwickshire, isn't it? This is really intense cricket.
Yeah, so it seems. I think keep plugging away here, trying to get that second wicket. Obviously, Lancashire's starting to build a bit of a partnership here, so yeah, Warwickshire will be keen to break that as soon as possible.
Runs have dried up. The pressure, sense of pressure perhaps, trying to be created here. Brooks over the wicket, bowls a ball that's full but wide of off stump, and it's left by Bohannon. Just swings away as well into the gloves of the keeper, and there's no run. Michael Burgess, the keeper, he took a pretty spectacular catch a few minutes ago. I don't know if you saw it or not, but it was a ball that was down the leg side, and he went hurtling away to his right, one-handed take, kind of cartwheeled across the ground. It was all very energetic. He's got 3 slips that he could have a little natter to now, and they're all into position as Brooks bowls to Bohannon. Deflects away into the onside, but for no run. The partnership is 37 off, well, 88 deliveries, but I guess it's 37 is a good response. Obviously, Lancashire losing that early wicket, keeping Jennings out with the score just on 1. Jennings caught by Burgess off Hannon-Dalby. Bohannon's faced 37 deliveries for his 14 runs.
Square leg goes back to the boundary.
Ball's pushed forward but wide and left, and good carry and pace through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, they had this field set with a short leg, didn't they, to begin with, to Bohannon.
Yeah, they just seem to push the square leg back to the boundary now, whether they're trying to set him up with the short ball, I'm not sure. I think whether they're playing their bluff and
It's Brooks to Bohannon, and it's left. A good bounce through to the keeper, who's taken it about shoulder height. Burgess. It's the end of the over. 38 for 1. Wells has 23, and Josh Bohannon is unbeaten on 14. And I think that was another maiden over. It was.
yeah, Warwickshire looking sharp here, aren't they? They're not giving them anything. Lancashire just got to be patient here to try and get through this little tricky phase.
It looks from here, doesn't it, across what we've seen so far on the game, like a really good cricket pitch. Bit of something in it for the bowlers. Rhodes to Wells. He's off the back foot and slapping the ball away through extra cover, and gets himself 4 runs. That's the first boundary since the final ball of the 10th over. 42 for 1.
Yeah, just a bit too much width offered there for Luke Wells, and he's taken it on and played a lovely shot through the covers for 4 runs.
He didn't need much invitation, did he, to open up his arms and have a go at that. Takes him on to 27. Rhodes in to Wells. That's turned up to mid-on this time, and there's no run. Still got the 2 slips in the gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. In front of the Hollies stand. One or 2 people dotted around, watching the game in the sunshine. Rhodes from the Birmingham end bowls, and forward goes Wells, defends away into the offside. Brooks comes up from point to field, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think there's a few more people entered the ground since my last stint, so I think the sun's brought a few more extra bodies.
Yeah, it always helps. Temperatures are good this week. It's quite kind of early 20s, I think, isn't it? The temperatures, which is quite handy.
Yeah, I think it's going to get to late 20s by the end of the week. So
balmy conditions.
Yeah.
This is Wells just defending again off the front foot. Played down into the point region for no run. See Norwell, who's at mid-off, doing a few stretches and warming up, limbering up, so maybe a return. He had a pretty short spell, didn't he, to begin with this morning? Yeah, just the 4 overs. 4 overs for 13, but obviously good to see Liam Norwell back in the team for Warwickshire. Left by Wells, through to the keeper. Again, there's no run. with that concussion injury which he suffered. I noticed in the game, Somerset against Surrey, there's been 2 concussion replacements in the same teams. So
Wow.
twice it's happened. To I think it's Somerset that have had 2 concussion replacements.
It's pretty unfortunate, that.
It is a bit, isn't it? There's Rhodes. It's full but wide and left by Wells. Oh, hang on. Is he going to give a wide? It's a slightly quirky. Is he giving that or not?
He didn't look too sure about that, the umpire, there, did he? I think he has given it a wide.
He has, yeah. It's gone to 43 for 1, but I mean, it looked like he was kind of doing a little bit of a dance.
I think he was umming and ahhing about that one, but
He was kind of had his arms outstretched, but he was leaning to one side, and he was as if to say, "Well, I think it's a wide. I'm not 100% certain." It's a peculiar signal. In and balls to Wells. That's turned out into the onside again with maybe a little bit of extra bounce because he takes his bottom hand off the bat and pushes away into mid-wicket. End of the over, 43 for 1. Wells has 27 and Bohannon unbeaten on 14.
yeah, it's a better line to finish the over there from Will Rhodes. I think a couple of times this over he's just given a little bit too much width, one being the wide and then the first ball of the over going for 4. So I think they've got to make sure they just keep these lines nice and tight, not give the Lancashire batsmen anything to pounce on. Just to keep creating that pressure and trying to build some pressure to create that wicket.
Yeah, it's a return for Liam Norwell. And I guess as the batting side, there's 2 batters out there. You know what they're trying to do. You know what the opposition are trying to do. But I guess it's one thing knowing that, and then another thing trying to get through it and survive. You see Bohannon waiting as Norwell comes in over the wicket. It's back of a length and down the leg side and taken by the keeper. And there's no run.
Looked a bit interested there for a second, didn't he, Norwell?
Did, yeah.
Whether it's close to a glove going down the leg side. But nothing comes of it.
Yeah, kind of half an appeal from Liam Norwell. So 3 slips, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. As Norwell turns from the pavilion end. And Bohannon leaves the delivery. His pass is off stump and through to Burgess. And again, there's no run. Remains on 14. Scores 43 for 1.
How's Dom Sibley looking now? He seemed to have a little bit of a hamstring issue before.
Oh, right, okay. Was he off the field for a little bit?
No, he's just doing a few extra stretches
Okay.
and hobbling around a little bit.
He's at mid-wicket there, isn't he, I think, now, walking in. There's Norwell's in and bowling. Kind of 4 ball that's wide of off stump and through to the keeper. Looks
He's looking all right now.
okay, isn't he? Yeah.
He just strained it, chasing after a delivery earlier on.
Okay.
But he's looking all right now, so that's the main thing.
He's got his hands, his arms folded at mid-wicket. Briggs at mid-on with his hands behind his back. Will he have a little go before lunch? So a bit of Parkinson yesterday. Norwell in, and Bohannon up onto his toes and plays the ball away into the offside for no run. Briggs gives the ball a bit of a polish. It was a day where the seamers had plenty of success, but Parkinson chipped in with 15 overs, 1 for 50. He had 1 over of Luke Wells' leg spin as well, so I'm sure Briggs will bowl today. He'll have a decent run, but whether he has a go before lunch, we'll see. Norwell to Bohannon, back and across and up onto his toes and plays it again safely out into the offside, and Matt Lamb comes up from extra cover to field and there's no run. Every ball on the money so far from Norwell. Could it be yet another maiden over? We have plenty of them.
Yeah, 1 ball to come here for Norwell.
Final ball of his fifth to Hannon. Drives beautifully for 4 down the ground. Glorious drive just to the onside, and 4 runs to end the over. It was, up until that point, a terrific first over back from Norwell, but Hannon's hit a beauty down the ground for 4. Takes him to 18, 47 for 1.
Yeah, it was an absolute cracking shot down the ground. I don't think there's a better sight as a batsman. Just to see the ball go back past the bowler for 4 runs.
It was just to the onside of straight, wasn't it? But it absolutely raced off the bat. Good looking shot for 4.
Yeah, just slightly over pitch from Norwell, but on the whole, pretty good over before that.
There's Rhodes coming in again. Bit of width and hammered away through the offside by Wells. I mentioned boundaries drying up. There's a little rattle of them now. One off the final ball of the previous over and one off the first ball of the next.
Yeah, Will Rhodes just looks like he's struggling with his line here at the moment. A little bit too much width on offer. And Wells just clatters that through extra cover for 4 runs.
Brings up the Lancashire 50. So it's a half-century partnership as well between these two. So 51 for 1. They've put on exactly 50 runs, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon. Wells on to 31 now. Rhodes in and bowls. Wells tries to work it out into the onside.
Yeah, these two have batted well together, haven't they? They've got the scoreboard going after losing that early wicket of Keaton Jennings, and they've got through some difficult phases of bowling from the Warwickshire bowlers and just pounced on any loose deliveries and got their team to 51 for 1.
Well, if they can bat another half an hour, these two, it would represent a really good morning session for Lancashire. Rhodes to Wells. Defends with a straight bat. It just bounces back along the ground. It just rolls past the stumps. The umpire moves out the way of it as it trickles past him. And Norwell at mid-off comes across the field and there's no run.
Rhodes just changed his angle here. He's just come back over the wicket. Hopefully that will help him with his lines to Luke Wells, the left-hander here.
A little twirl of the bat from Wells in the sunshine. 51 for 1. Oh, and they get a little bit of extra bounce, and Wells, who's already tall, up onto his toes and drops it away into the offside, and there is no run. Clyde's going to come in and replace me.
Yeah, Warwickshire needing a breakthrough, I think. Eve. They managed 2 half-century partnerships in their innings, but nothing much beyond that. So can Wells and Bohannon go on to make this a big partnership? That's left by Wells as no run.
Yeah, I think this is a better option from Will Rhodes, trying to take that ball across the left-hander here and hopefully bring those slips into play. And as you said, I think they could do with a breakthrough here. Wells going well on 31 and Bohannon on 18, so breaking this partnership here is key for Warwickshire.
So Rhodes in, and that's played to the onside. There's no run. They've got a bit of control. Warwickshire. The 50 came in 121 balls. Warwickshire's first 50 took 109. They had lost 2 wickets at that point, compared to Lancashire's 1. It's all a bit spooky because I've just been editing my interview with you, Eve, from after finals day. Not that I needed much editing. Good choice words there.
Not too many
No. 51 for 1 here.
Norwell continuing here.
Comes in with 3 slips in place. The ball Hannon, that's a good delivery, which Hannon plays a forward defensive at, and it goes past the outside edge to wicketkeeper Burgess. It is the lot of a captain and a coach as well. I'm sure you know, Eve, that, or I would have interviewed whatever happened on Saturday, but if you've not had a great day, it's the captain or the coach you interview. I mean, if today somebody takes 5 wickets, I'll be interviewing them. If Lancashire are 300 for 1, then poor old Mark Robinson or Will Rhodes will have to.
It's part of the job, isn't it?
Yeah. Norwell comes into bowl to Hannon, who just pushes that to point, and there's no run. 51 for 1. Yes, I've always felt a bit bad about that. I'll try and make a point of interviewing the coach after a win, because you always interview them after a defeat, and it seems a bit unfair to only talk to them when they lose.
Tough gig, isn't it, being a coach?
Yeah. Norwell, looking for his first wicket on his return, comes in once again and gets it. It's caught. That's I think it was third slip that took it. Both of them had their hands out, but I think it was third slip that grabbed it. And Bahannon's gone for 18, driving that. Norwell gets his first wicket, and they break that partnership up, which had made exactly 50. It's 51 for 2.
That's a sharp catch there. Third slip, taking it just above his face. It looked like it flew through to
It's Will Rhodes.
To Will Rhodes. Just what Warwickshire needed. Breaking that partnership.
It sort of pushed him back, didn't it? The catcher was going so fast. He ended up going backwards. What confused me slightly is Sam Hain put his hands out as if he was catching it, but it was Will Rhodes that grabbed it. Just exactly like yesterday, every time you think, oh, this could be a match-changing partnership, the bowlers managed to strike.
Yeah, it's good timing from Warwickshire. I think the last few overs, Lancashire have scored a few boundaries and just put the pressure back on the bowlers, and that's exactly what the Bears needed. Getting the wicket of Hannon here. So well done to Warwickshire for that.
Liam Norwell had such a terrific season last season. Where he managed to steer clear of injuries. He played in most of Warwickshire's games and took 49 championship wickets. I think he did get past 50 first-class wickets during the Bob Willis Trophy game. And he's got his first of this match. Josh Bohannon goes. So, new batter in is Croft. Stephen Croft. I have complained to Stephen Croft before about him constantly scoring runs against Warwickshire, because he does seem to do it every time. Norwell bowls, and that's pushed out by Croft to the offside. There's no run. Wicket coming in the 22nd over, and some reward, I guess, for Warwickshire. Although there were spells when Lancashire were hitting shots, which have kept them down to sort of 2.5 and over.
Yeah, Norwell's got his reward there. He's bowled well this morning. Had a couple of early LBW chances that were turned down.
He's in now to bowl, and that's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. 51 for 2. I noticed I did spot Dominic Osler, didn't I, on finals day? He was with you, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's our assistant coach.
Yeah. What's he like as a coach?
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
In comes Norwell to bowl to Croft. That's pushed out the offside. There's no run. 51 for 2 after 22 overs. And Norwell gets the applause from the crowd, which is similar to yesterday, I think, in numbers. Not huge, but you can hear from the applause. There's quite a few people that we can't see at the pavilion end. So a few in, and they appreciated that wicket from Liam Norwell. Will Rhodes to continue his 5th over. disappointing. Unusually for Will Rose, relatively expensive. Actually gone for 15 in his 4 overs so far.
Yeah, I just think he struggled with his lines this morning. Just a little bit too much width on offer.
In fact, he's been replaced. Just as a... Is he? Oh no, hang on.
Yeah, I think he's taken himself off.
So it is going to be Henry Brooks back into the attack. And that's played a backward point. There's no run. And Henry Brooks has been fairly miserly, just 5 runs from his 5 overs before now. But it's a change of ends for him from the Birmingham end.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision to take Rhodes off. I think obviously Warwickshire trying to keep applying that pressure, and just a few boundaries were scored off the last few overs of Will Rhodes, so I think that's a good decision to bring Brooks back on here.
3 slips for Brooks, who is coming round the wicket to bowl to Wells. The left-hander, he puts that onto the onside for no run. Wells could be a key innings. He's on 31. And only one Warwickshire batter managed to get past 50, and that was Sam Hayne, who got past 100. Brooks around the wicket bowls, and that's just played down to a fine leg for a single by Wells, which he won't get against his name because it's a leg. Leg by just chucking the umpires. Find it quite difficult to stand on one leg to signal that. He managed it. 52 for 2. Test match warming up a little bit. New Zealand 8 for 1. Lead England by 22.
Who's got the wicket?
Jimmy Anderson, inevitably.
Of course.
Tom Latham, he's got out. So Brooks again coming in from that angle, that wide angle, right arm over now to the right-handed Croft, who's able to leave that one.
Three slips and a gully still in play here. Just the one field around the boundary. Down at fine leg. As Brooks comes into bowl, and that's left by a cross, slightly late decision, but got his bat well out of the way to leave it. The wind direction is slightly different. Yesterday the flags were blowing across, whereas they're sort of blowing away from us as if Brooks is sort of running into a bit of a breeze today. Fair breeze out there. Yeah, most of the Warwickshire players still wearing jumpers, so
yeah,
not as warm as what might be expected later on in the day.
Not so many hands in pockets for hand warmers today, though. That was a bottom edge from Croft, trying to pull at that, and he could easily have diverted that on. Thank you very much for the time in. We'll bring Grace back in for the last little session before lunch. Eve Jones with us, Central Sparks and Birmingham Phoenix. We'll talk about the 100 later. And Grace Ballinger of Loughborough Lightning. Will come in at 52 for 2. I haven't checked, but do you two play each other in the Rachel A.O. Flint Trophy?
Yeah, we do,
oh,
yeah.
Dear.
In different groups for the Charlotte Edwards Cup, though, so...
Well, you want to describe this over, Grace? Liam Norwell's bowling.
There's 3 slips in actually for Norwell here, coming in from the pavilion end. Just the one boundary rider, and that's down at quite a wide fine leg as Norwell comes in, and good ball, just nicked away too wide for third slip and will run away for 4 through the third man region. It's a good ball, but not a genuine edge, and Welsh just guides that through the third man.
Don't forget, you can follow what's going on in all the county championship matches. Oh, Scott's just written a piece. You can see what Scott's had to say about this game on the BBC cricket page, BBC county page. Apparently batting hasn't been easy according to Scott.
Well, the Warwickshire bowlers are going well as Norwell comes in, second ball of his 6th over, and good ball goes to play. Give him the benefit of the doubt, Wells, and say that he decides to leave it last minute and goes through to the keeper nicely. Good ball from Norwell. Lancashire 56 for 2.
Boosted with that wicket, Liam Norwell, bowling with a bit of zip.
Certainly getting it through. Comes in again and slightly straighter this time, brings Wells onto the back foot and just punches it into Alex Davis, who cleans it up and throws it back into Michael Burgess. No run taken. Got the 2 fielders out on the leg side now for the left-handed Wells. They've got, is that Matt Lamb just at square, just in front? I think it is.
Yeah.
And Hannon-Dalby down at fine leg. Covering a lot of area there, isn't he, Matt Lamb?
Yeah, it's a large expanse of grass on that long boundary side.
Good ball from Norwell, good heavy length, and forces Wells forward into a defensive shot through to mid-off.
Yeah, so Matt Lamb's just been called closer in, but the pitch a little bit to the right as we look at it, so there is one, by Edgbaston standards anyway, quite short boundary and one pretty long boundary as Lamb comes in now to close mid-wicket.
Norwell in again, straight full and flicked around by Wells, but cleaned up by Matt Lamb, who now came into where the inner ring would be in a white ball game, and another dot for Norwell. Bit quiet out there now, isn't it, with the Warwickshire boys? You think they'd be a little bit livelier after just taking, you know, wicket at the time when needed, but they'll be hoping to maybe sneak one more in before lunch. Final ball, Norwell's 7th over, and full, straight and driven to mid-off, but straight to... Who's that there in mid-off?
That's Danny Briggs.
Danny Briggs, and ends the over 56 for 2, Lancashire off 24 overs.
Yes, well, Lancashire got 3 wickets in the morning session yesterday. Warwickshire did score quite well. They got to 83 for 3 by lunch. So Lancashire's scoring rate, they're not going to get to 83, you wouldn't think, unless they have a real rush. But they might be happy to get away with that 2 wickets down.
Yeah, you'd say 2 wickets down, probably Lancashire's session 3 sessions down might be pointing more to Warwickshire.
Brooks in then to Boulder Croft, who just pushes it onto the offside. Liam Norwell cuts it off. Lancashire starting this round of matches 4th in the county championship table. Warwickshire 6th. Remember, there's 10 teams. First time we had 10 teams in the first division. Might be the last time as well. It's 2 teams to go down is the plan. Don't play everybody twice, just play a total of 14 matches. This one is whipped away by Croft. That's a good shot on the offside. Just gave him a bit of width there, did Brooks, and Croft. His first shot in anger is a good one to that short boundary in the offside.
Not a bad shot at all to get you off the mark.
Yeah, he'll have enjoyed that. 60 for 2, although he might have damaged his bat slightly. He's making a signal. I think that bat handle he wants replacing, possibly, if I read the signal correctly there. But he's happy enough to carry on in the meantime. Brooks into bowl, drops a bat on that, plays at the backward point for no run. Dawn Bess has made a half century for Yorkshire, piling the runs on at Southampton, 426 for 8. Here, 60 for 2, game nicely poised. Brooks from the Birmingham end, left by Croft as it angles away. It's taken by Burgess behind the stumps. Croft does a bit of gardening.
Good carry here, isn't he, Brooks? I mean, he's only gone for 9 runs. He's been hit for 2 4s in that, so
Yeah.
bowled a lot of dot balls here, he has.
Yeah, still looking for his first wicket, a wicket apiece so far to Ollie Hannon-Dalby and Liam Norwell. Brooks in, it's pushed out to shortish mid-wicket by Croft. It's a dot ball. He has already got his 4 this over, 60 for 2. To come towards the end of the 25th over of the innings and the day. Brooks in, it'll push out to the offside by Croft, and he's found the gap, allowing him to get through for 1. So they got 5 of that over, all from Croft, a 4 and a single. He's on to 5, and Lancashire 61 for 2 after 25 overs.
We'll see what was wrong with his bat here as that 12th man comes on. It was Croft who signalled something, problem with his handle, it looked like. Maybe his grip. I think it might be his grip.
Yeah, that seems to be what he's indicating.
Back cone's been bought out, I think.
Wearing a big coat, the 12th.
I don't think it's quite that cold.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. There we are. Yeah. Quite a thick padded coat. So that's replaced quickly.
I think he'd have sorted that before.
You would, wouldn't you? Well, there we are.
Don't know how that could have happened, and he's only been in for a while. He's faced 12 balls.
Got a new white handle cover.
Pete Norwell to continue. 3 slips and a gully for Norwell. Big gap through the offside as he comes into Croft. Straight ball, looks like slightly misjudged by Croft as he just goes back and edges it to point.
Yeah, the leading edge, wasn't it? All along the ground. Lancashire now, what, 231 behind, 8 wickets left.
Norwell at the end of his mark into the right-handed Croft. Bowls and good full ball outside off, but carries through nicely to Burgess, left alone by Croft. And he's really getting it through today, isn't he, this morning, Liam Norwell? And good to see him back after injuries. Great addition to the Warwickshire side.
Yeah, Ollie Stone hopefully not too far away from returning as well. Had a little bit of zip on the Warwickshire attack. Ollie's played a couple of T20 games, not deemed fit enough yet for a whole championship match.
Good team attack, haven't they, Warwickshire?
Yeah.
Craig Miles missing out today, and Norwell in again, and 4th stump line left alone by Croft. And looks like he's just getting a little bit of movement as well as carrying Norwell, so bowled him well, looking threatening.
There's a bit of depth there as well. Ethan Brooks hasn't been able to get the team so far this season. Ryan Sidebottom's just returned from his loan to Derbyshire.
A lot of young players coming through in the Warwickshire system, isn't there?
Yeah.
A lot of good young players coming in. Hamza Sheikh recently signing his first contract, I see. Norwell comes in again and slightly down leg side and just flicked away by Croft, would just be 1. It's actually Michael Burgess that runs around to get it. Will just be 1.
Quite a lot of clouds in the sky now. A odd patch of blue sky. Left-hand and right-hand combinations of the field has to move around the umpire. But they get fed up of that, having to go from point to square leg all the time.
Normally give up on that, don't they? Just stay on the one side. Norwell's in again. Sends Wells onto the back foot, who punches it away, but straight to mid-off and no run taken. Dom Sibley doing the tidying up there in mid-off. He always seems to be in mid-off, doesn't he, Dom Sibley? I think he likes it there.
Yeah, it's a little spell at gully early this morning. One particularly good stop in that mid-off position.
Final ball of the 26th over. Wells to face Norwell. He comes in and straight onto stumps and defended nicely by Wells, and that will be another good over for Norwell. Lancashire 62 for 2 off 26 overs. Just 10 minutes till lunch.
Yeah, we get time for maybe about 3 more overs. Both 30 overs in the morning session, Lancashire yesterday. Let's see the 27th, which we bowled by Henry Brooks. Whether we get a little pre-lunch over from Danny Briggs remains to be seen. Tom Sibley just having a word with Danny Briggs at the moment. That's Brooks to bowl to Croft with 3 slips in place. It's short. Cross pulled it and has got it away well. A controlled shot, and it's going to go all the way for 4. Eventually, it's a very long boundary out there, but the ball just crosses the rope. 4 runs to Croft. His second boundary is on to 9, 66 for 2.
Just didn't quite get that short enough, did he, Brooks? If he was looking to go short ball, I'm not sure. He just missed his length there and got punished for it. Good shot by Croft. He's played 2 nice shots now for his runs and looking in pretty decent nick.
Not too much protection on the leg side. Matt Lamb's down at long leg, and there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and a huge expanse of field behind them. Hannon-Dalby has to sprint to get back into position as Henry Brooks comes in and bowls, and it's squeezed out into the offside. Sibley fields. It's a dot ball.
I don't know if there's been a bit of the movement off the pitch today, because we've seen a few times the Lancashire batter just getting a bit caught and getting leading edges, inside edges, and looks like they're certainly getting it to do a bit.
Yeah, I think there was a bit yesterday as well, so looks like maybe a fairly even pitch between bat and bowler. That's slightly short from Brooks, and it's left by Croft through to the wicket keeper. Approaching lunch elsewhere. Surrey finally lost a second wicket. They're still in command at Taunton, 144 for 2. Pride of Somerset's 180. Yorkshire keep plodding along, 428 for 9 now at Southampton against Hampshire. Gloucestershire eventually all out for 438 at Canterbury, and they have Kent at 31 for 1. Durham are still batting, 469 for 7 against Worcestershire at Chester Street. In comes Brooks, and that's open face of a bat down to third. That's going to go all the way for 4. Short boundary there, and Croft gets his second boundary of the over, and he's come in with some positive intent. He's on to 13, 70 for 2.
Just guided that one nicely there, didn't he, Croft? Just used the pace of the ball and took advantage of the gap through third man, and easy runs for him in the end.
Derbyshire looking on course for the first innings lead at Chesterfield at the moment anyway, 128 for 2, replying to Middlesex 251. Brooks in again to Croft, who pushes it into the offside this time for no score. Sussex eventually all out for 376 at Cardiff, Glamorgan 3 without loss in reply, and Leicestershire all out for 440 at Grace Road, Nottinghamshire 15 without loss in reply. And New Zealand 21 for 1, lead England by 35 at Trent Bridge. Brooks to Croft, who plays it off his toes to mid-wicket, and it is... Oh, it was an overthrow there. That was careless, and it's going to be just the one. Was a unnecessary shy at the stumps, and they got through for an overthrow as a result. It was Alex Davis who threw at the stumps, and no one backed it up properly. So bonus run for Lancashire, 71 for 2.
Looked like a touch of miscommunication there, didn't it? Looked like Norwell was already taking his cap off, ready to get to the other end to have a bowl, and Alex Davis having a shy, but don't think he was out his crease, was he?
No.
Well, so...
This could be the last over before lunch, though Danny Briggs is preparing, so if they do get another one, he might get to bowl.
First ball the over in for Norwell, good ball, full on the stumps, and Croft just gets his bat in the way and defends it back. Yet to see Danny Briggs today, are we?
No, we haven't seen him yet.
Similar story yesterday with Lancashire, I think. Did Matt Parkinson, I don't think he bowled before lunch.
No, I don't think he did. He came on sort of as the ball got a bit older, didn't he? He did manage to get a wicket. Let me just look up his figures.
Norwell in again, full wide outside off, but won't be given a wide. Look close, but
He eventually bowled 15 overs. Matt Parkinson took 1 for 50.
don't think there was a massive amount of turn for him yesterday.
No.
Matthew Parkinson.
I think Michael Burgess was a little disappointed to get out to him for 41. Miss Kuhn attempted attacking shot.
Norwell into Croft. Straight and just deflected away to the point region where Alex Davis collects it by Croft.
Buildings in Birmingham city centre very clearly defined again today. Good visibility.
There's always a lot of cranes in
There
the
are,
view, isn't
yes.
there?
We sometimes do a crane count. There are a fair number.
Norwell comes in again, 3 slips and a gully still in place, and good ball outside off, left alone by Croft, and carries through to Burgess.
Bit of work being done around the city in preparation for the Commonwealth Games, including just outside the ground here, and they're putting some cycle paths in. All hopefully ready in time for the Commonwealth Games. Of course, the women's T20 cricket being played here.
Looks like he's just warming up to bowl here, Danny Briggs. I'm not sure if they were to sneak one in.
I was going to say, I think he might be disappointed.
Norwell in again, straight. Played well by Croft, who just pats it through to mid-on. Looks like thought he might get it through for a second there, but Croft gets his bat in the way nicely.
Well, last ball of the over. Doesn't look in any particular hurry, Liam Norwell. I think this might well be the last ball of the morning session. On my clock, he's got 10 seconds.
Still warm enough though, Danny Briggs. He's hopeful to get one in. Norwell's in and slightly shorter. Big appeal. Not sure what for. I'm pretty sure he hit that.
Well, so I thought so. Maybe he thought he hit the pads first. They're turning around quickly. Looks like they might let him get one in.
Looks like Henry Brooks thought it was going to be him as well. Might be. Looks like it is.
We are going to get it in.
Danny Briggs sent back to the boundary.
So we haven't had any delays in the game, so lunch is at 1 o'clock. So Brooks in from the Birmingham end to come in to bowl to Croft. Right arm over, and Croft leaves that. That's taken by Burgess. There's no run. 72 for 2. 29th over the morning session, and Lancashire should be quite happy, I think, if they get to the end of this over, the end of the session, 2 down. But equally, Warwickshire will feel they've, for the most part, kept reasonable control. It'll be fairly evenly poised game. Brooks to Croft, and he pushes out to point for no run. Pitched right up by Brooks there. We're going to get a late lunch here. I hope there's some food left.
Quite hungry as well.
Yeah. It's hungry work, all this talking. So 3 more balls to go. Mid-wicket's dropping back to the boundary. Well, not quite all the way to the boundary, but Alex Davison's back a bit as that's played into the ground by Croft, and there's no run. Update coming up shortly. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where just approaching lunch, we're in the final over before lunch, and Lancashire are 72 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 292. So fairly even morning. Warwickshire have plugged away with the ball. They were held up by a 50 partnership for the second wicket after Ollie Hannon-Dalby had got the early wicket of Keaton Jennings. That partnership broken up by Liam Norwell as bowled with some zip on his return from injury, and he had Josh Bohannon very well caught at third slip, the ball travelling quickly to Will Rhodes, who clung on. Bohannon gone for 18. Luke Wells has batted through the morning. He's on 36, and Stephen Croft, who scored runs against Warwickshire before, has already played a couple of decent shots. He's on 14, and Lancashire 72 for 2. And we have 1 more ball before lunch to be bowled by Brooks to Croft. The previous ball was a dot ball, and in he comes Brooks to bowl, and Croft defends it out to the offside, and that will be the end of the session. So interesting session, Grace Ballinger.
Yeah, I mean, you'd say it's pretty in the balance at the moment, wouldn't you? I mean, I think Lancashire were pleased to only lose the 2 wickets before lunch, but Warwickshire have bowled well and they've worked hard for their 2 wickets, so I think it'll be an interesting session after lunch, and I think the game could still go either way at the moment.
So Keaton Jennings caught Burgess, bowled Hannon-Dalby for 1. Josh Bohannon caught Rose, bowled Norwell for 18. Luke Wells not out 36. Stephen Croft not out 14. That's the tail of the morning session. Lancashire 72 for 2, trailing Warwickshire by 220, and we'll be back all too soon for the afternoon session. Afternoon, welcome back to Edgbaston. So we start the second session of the second day of Warwickshire against Lancashire in the LV Championship, with Lancashire 72 for 2, applying to Warwickshire's 292. 2 wickets falling this morning. Keaton Jennings early on, caught behind off Ollie Hannon-Dalby for 1. And Josper Hannon caught at third slip by Will Rose off Liam Norwell for 18. That was 51 for 2. Luke Wells batted through the morning session. He's on 36, and Stephen Croft is on 14. The umpire's out in the middle. We just need the players now. Oh, here they come. Will Rose leads the Warwickshire team out on the field, and now the 2 batters. Luke Wells and Stephen Croft. They come from the same end of the ground these days, after all the COVID issues where they were coming from different parts of the ground. 72 for 2. Wells on 36, as I say. So, interesting morning, Eve. Not much between the 2 teams. Eve Jones?
Yeah, I think it's pretty evenly poised at the moment. I think there's a big session coming up for both teams here, with Warwickshire getting the 2 wickets this morning.
Looks like Liam Norwell is going to continue from the pavilion end.
Yeah, he's bowled well this morning, hasn't he? He's got his reward, he's got a wicket.
He's bowled with a bit of pace. How much do you think there is in the pitch for the bowlers?
I think there's a bit in there. It looks like there's some good carry. Looks like there's been a bit of movement early doors, and I think Warwickshire have just put the ball in good areas, to be honest. I think Ollie Hannon-Dalby's put the ball in good areas, hit the deck, and also got his wicket.
Well, Liam Norwell comes in to bowl to the left-handed Wells, who drives at that. Matt Lamb and Alex Davis were almost caught out by the fact there's a left-hander there. They both had to sprint from one side to the other to get into the position they're supposed to be in. Alex Davis at mid-wicket, and Matt Lamb in the covers. And Norwell, there's a bit of a break, there's a bit of movement behind the bowler. That's all settled now, and Norwell is able to come into bowl, and it's clipped off his pads by Wells, but doesn't get it past the inner ring. Hannon-Dalby, well, Henry Brooks, I think, actually doing the fielding there. It remains 72 for 2. Norwell around the wicket, bowls, and it's pushed out to the onside for no run by Wells. .72 for 2. Got the 100 coming up, of course, at Birmingham Phoenix. Looking forward to that, Eve.
Yeah, it's an exciting tournament. I think last year was a huge success, especially for the women's game. So yeah, we'll be back here in Edgbaston in August.
Norwell bowls to Wells, who's pulled that, mistimed it, and should be out. Henry Brooks takes the catch. So 1 or 2 of those in the Warwickshire innings, and there Wells mistiming it, getting a top edge, and Henry Brooks just moved round to mid-on when he took a comfortable catch. 72 for 3.
Perfect start for Warwickshire. Don't think that was as short as Luke Wells thought it first was.
Well, that was a great start to the session for Warwickshire. For Norwell, gets his 2nd wicket. It'll be frustrating for Wells. We can see he's frustrated out there, having battered through the morning session, to get out like that straight after lunch. He'd be disappointed with that, won't he?
He would be disappointed. I think he's worked hard this morning. He's obviously got 36 to his name, and he'll be disappointed he hasn't got himself back in there and gone on.
So the wickets in this match keep falling at reasonably regular intervals. Dane Villas, or irregular intervals I suppose, Dane Villas, who's been keeping wicket in this match, comes out now to...
Two experienced heads out here for Lancashire now, so they'll be looking to settle in and start Lancashire off a little bit better than what they have at the moment.
Yeah, that's just put them a little bit perhaps behind the 8 ball, doesn't it? That wicket. But Dane Villas, 37 years of age now, South African born player. 6 test matches in his career, didn't make a test 100. So he'll be on strike. I don't know whether the batter's crossed or not, but it doesn't matter anymore. The new batter's always on strike, unless it's a run out. In comes Norwell the ball, and that's driven, and it's gone past Alex Davis. I think bounced awkwardly in front of him in the covers, and he wasn't able to stop it, and Villas is straight away off the mark with 2. Henry Brooks eventually doing the fielding. Stay down, Davis. I don't think he's hurt. Maybe just his pride slightly hurt. He's still sitting down. Gets up now.
Yeah, nice looking shot from Dane Villas there to get off the mark first ball.
Takes the score to 74 for 3. Norwell in, and it's just pushed out to back of square leg for a single. To Villas, who started off pretty briskly with 3 runs. First couple of deliveries, but applause to Liam Norwell, got the wicket out over. And Lancashire 75 for 3 after 30.
Yeah, excellent start there from Warwickshire. Just what they'd have wanted after lunch. Get that wicket early doors.
And Henry Brooks is to continue. Still haven't seen any spin in this innings.
Oh, I think we've got a change of bowler here.
Oh, so we have. Yes, Ollie Hannon-Dalby is going to come back to that. Bowler 7 over spell right at the start of the innings. Tight as ever, 1 for 14. Got the wicket of Keaton Jennings.
Three slips in play here. And we've got a deep fine leg here as well.
In comes Hannon-Dalby then. Oh, he leaves that one, but it didn't get up much, did it? It just goes past the off stump.
Looks like a very good leave, that.
Yes. Yeah.
On the whole, there's been some good carry today, hasn't there? So that was a bit of a surprise there. Just kept a little bit low. Keep the batsman guessing there.
Yeah, looking at the replay, it was fairly well wide, to be fair, but it did keep very low. Bounced in front of the wicket-keeper. Hannon-Dalby comes in again, and Villas plays it back to him. He tries to backheel it towards the stumps. Auditioning to play for Halifax Town, maybe. And then Dalby, I think he hails from there. Yorkshireman. $75 for 3. From the Birmingham end, Hannon-Dalby bowls, and that's carved away into the offside by Villas. That's a good shot. He started well, Dane Villas, and he's got that away for 4. He's on to 7. 79 for 3.
Yeah, he's come out here with some real positive intent, hasn't he? And he's just capitalised on that. He's a little bit wide there and punched that away to the cover boundary for 4 runs.
Hannon-Dalby will try again. Hasn't been playing in the T20 Blast. He's been in the squads. He's been here every game, but not actually made the final 11. He bowls there and it's pushed out to the offside for no run by Villas. More sirens blaring around the ground. Busy in Birmingham. Hannon-Dalby. White wristbands on, bowls accurately this time, and Villas pushes it into the covers while Matt Lamb fields. Off again. Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Distinctive running, gets an edge, and that's put down. I think that did carry the 3rd slip. And it's not taken by Will Rhodes. See if you can see that. Not see 3rd slip on the screen, but that looked certainly an edge from Villas, and difficult to tell.
I think he carried, diving to his left side, and yeah, opportunity missed there by Warwickshire.
Yeah. So 84-3. Rhodes dived quickly to his left but couldn't cling on. Norwell will start the next over, but Ollie Hannon-Dalby frustrated there not to get the wicket. Norwell in now to Villas. Forward defensive, and it is a dot ball.
Ollie Hannon-Dalby's still got his hands on his hips down at fine leg.
It was Villas then who was dropped on 7. Or missed really as much as anything. On 7. That's Liam Norwell. Bowls is pushed out to the offside for no run. You'll hope to punish the drop catches. I think it was the game against Yorkshire, the last championship game, where in Warwickshire's first innings, on 3 occasions the batters were dropped, and on each occasion they were out without adding any further runs. So rather let Yorkshire off the hook there.
Yeah, Will Rhodes will be hoping for the same here, I think. I think he'd be disappointed in that. He should have taken that one, I reckon.
Norwell bowls left by Villas. He's looking to play positively and drove at that one that was edged, but he's on 8. And we're still in a finely balanced game here. Could be a good game over the 4 days. Norwell to Villas, who pushes it to mid-on. There's no run. 2 wickets to Norwell, 1 to Hannon-Dalby so far in the innings.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect start for Warwickshire, wouldn't it? Picking up 2 early wickets in this afternoon session.
Yeah. I just got them on top. It's difficult to say at the moment. Neither side's really taken a commanding position in this game so far. Norwell bowls and it's pushed out to the offside for no run. Who would you rather be at the moment in this match situation? Warwickshire or Lancashire?
Well, I think it is pretty evenly poised at the moment. I think possibly Lancashire's position. I think with the two batters they've got out there at the moment, both very experienced heads.
Yeah.
And both can score quite quickly if they need to.
No one's managed a century partnership yet in the game. We've had 3 half-century partnerships now. That one is played down to third by Villas, and Rhodes can't stop it. Sam Hain gives chase, and with a bit of help from Rob Yates, it gets the ball back, and it's 2 runs, 82 for 3. Last ball of the 32nd over. Yeah, it could be the first team that manages a century partnership that takes control of the game.
Will Rhodes just coming back onto the field now. I think he must have just gone off, potentially injured his finger when he dropped that catch. But he's back on now, which is good for Warwickshire.
Yes, it wasn't him. I just automatically assumed it was him chasing that ball because it was third slip, but obviously it wasn't. I think it was Tom Sibley. Had to go in there temporarily anyway. Hannon-Dalby, having been frustrated last over with a drop chance, comes into bowler Croft this time. Croft standing up, bat in the air. Carves that away down to third for 4. It's a bit short and wide from Hannon-Dalby, and Croft helps himself. He moves on to 18, 86 for 3.
Yeah, great timing there by Croft into the vacant third man area. Shorter side of the ground. Picks up another 4. Moves on to 18.
Looks threatening, doesn't he?
Yeah, they both do, don't they? Villas has just come out and been really positive as well. I know he's just been dropped, but he's got that intent.
Hannon-Dalby to Croft. A nice accurate delivery play back to the bowler by Croft. Hannon-Dalby fields it cleanly. So, what are they now? 206 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. Lancashire with 7 wickets left. Still with a fair amount of work to do, the batting side. Here's a Yorkshireman trying to take Lancashire wickets. Hannon-Dalby, that's pushed out to mid-off. It's a dot ball, fielded by Danny Briggs. It looked like he might be getting a ball before lunch. He was doing some quite clear warm-up exercises, but in the event he wasn't called.
Maybe he's just trying to hint to his captain.
Might have been, yeah.
Fancied a go before lunch.
Hannon-Dalby to Croft, who plays that to mid-wicket. There's no run. So are bowlers in your ear all the time saying, "Bring me on, Skip," or are they happy to wait?
There's one in particular that always is. You can probably guess who that is. Izzy Wong.
Yeah.
She's always keen for the ball, which is obviously great. She backed herself, and yeah, she's caused some damage this year, so it's been good for us.
Yeah, I think she was 2 for 2 after 3 overs in the semi-final, wasn't she, at Northampton, or the playoff match. Hannon-Dalby bowls, that's left by Croft. 86 for 3. Her hair seems to change every time I see her, though.
And me as well. I see her a few times a week. Yeah, I'm not sure. You never know what colour it's going to be next time you see her. I think she's got pink lined up for the 100, so watch this space.
Splendid.
But yeah, she's got a bit of flair about her, and her bowling as well. She actually picked up player of the match in the semi-final.
Yeah. So Hannon-Dalby into Croft. Oh, he's got him all tucked up there. Hit him on the thigh pad. Croft walks away. That's a good hostile delivery from Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 86 for 3 at the end of 33 overs. Doing another update shortly. And Hampshire spot a bother against Yorkshire. 12 for 2 already. So Yorkshire amassed a big score. And we'll see Liam Norwell into bowl. And that's edge, and that one drops short. Wasn't a chance this time for Will Rhodes. He dives to his right and stops it, but
He's in the game, isn't he, Will Rhodes?
yeah. Rory Burns has scored a century for Surrey. They are looking very good in their game. At Taunton against Somerset, Norwell into bowl, and that's just pushed to the slip corner. It's Will Rhodes again. He actually misses it this time. It rolls past him, but no cost there.
Yeah, Norwell's looking dangerous here. Looking for that third wicket for himself.
Yes, it's a boost for Warwickshire to see him back. Balls to Villas, always giving a bit of width there, and Villas down on one knee has carved that beautifully through. Now the covers for 4. Lovely shot from Villas. Clearly these two are going to go for anything that's there for them.
Yeah, just a slightly over pitch there from Norwell, and Villas just pounces on that and absolutely smashes it through the extra cover region for 4 runs.
So, update coming up in a moment on the wireless. Norwell turns away from us and bowls, and that's just pushed to mid-off by Villas. And it's 90 for 3 still. So, well, heading back to the end of his run-up. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where Lancashire are now 90 for 3, replying to Warwickshire's 292 in the second day of this LV Championship match. One success for Warwickshire since lunch, and it was Liam Norwell, his second wicket of the game. Luke Wells missed time in an attempt to pull shot, and an easy catch for Henry Brooks. Wells out for 36. It could have been even better, though, for Warwickshire, as Will Rhodes put down a sharp chance at third slip off the bowling of Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Dane Villas escaping there. Both Villas and Stephen Croft are looking to play their shots and do look a threat to Warwickshire. Villas on 15, Croft on 18. So it looks a pretty even game, this, with Lancashire 91 for 3. And Norwell's in again, and that's left by Croft. Just goes through the wicket keeper, and Rob Yates swift to field it before it hits the helmet. And
yeah, it wasn't far off the helmet there.
No. 5 runs for that. I think that has happened once this season. Actually, it happened in the That's right. It happened in the Yorkshire innings, and the umpires got it wrong because they initially allowed the batters round 1, and they allowed that run plus the 5, which they shouldn't have done. So they had to adjust the score afterwards, which is all nicely confusing. Scott should be coming back in. We'll bring him in, and then he can replace me. Hannon-Dalby will bowl to Villas.
think the sub-fielder's come back on again. I'm not really sure who for at the moment. Adam Hose at mid-on.
Ah. You're not getting these championship opportunities. That one's quite a wide delivery from Hannon-Dalby, but quick, the wicketkeeper standing up, takes it sharply. This is a swing and a miss. So Liam Norwell is still on. Will Rhodes went off earlier and you thought might have hurt his hand. He's still on. Anyway, it's Hannon-Dalby going to come into bowl. Might be Dom Sibley that's gone off. I know that's not him there. Anyway, there comes Hannon-Dalby to bowl. That's another quick delivery, and goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. No, Dom's still there. Perhaps they're playing. Perhaps they're filling with 12, sneaking an extra one in. So 91 for 3. And Hannon-Dalby right arm over bowls, and that's left.
I think it might be Henry Brooks, maybe.
Yeah, probably going to get his bowling boots on, isn't he? That might well be it. Yeah, I think you're right. Anyway, we'll bring Scott in here. Just see this wicket-taking ball coming up for Ali Hannon-Dalby. He bowls to Villas. And in he comes. 3 slips poise. Goes past the outside edge. It was a good delivery. Well taken by Michael Burgess. Lancashire 91 for 3. Scott Reed's going to pop in here.
He's beaten the outside edge a few times today, Ollie Hannon-Dalby. Keeps asking the question.
Clive is unplugging things that he doesn't need to unplug. Here's Hannon-Dalby to Villas. Getting that defender away into the offside Lamfields, and there is no run. Good afternoon.
Afternoon again.
Good afternoon. 91 for 3. So Villas 15, Croft on 18, and Hannon-Dalby with 1 ball left of his 10th over, and the keeper standing right up to add to the sense of kind of intense cricket, giving the batter no room whatsoever to work with. Burgess crouching down behind the stumps. Here's Hannon-Dalby running in towards us, and again Villas looking to squeeze the ball away into the offside. Lamb fields at extra cover, and there is no run. 91 for 3. So Villas 15, Croft on 18. A wicket in the first over after lunch. Luke Wells mistiming the shot, top edge.
Yeah, he looked to pull a delivery that probably wasn't as short as he thought it would be, but yeah, straight up in the air and taken by Henry Brooks at mid-on.
So that's 2 wickets for Liam Norwell, 1 for Oliver Hannon-Dalby. 91 for 3. It's quite an intriguing game of cricket. 292 all out, 91 for 3 in reply. Norwell bowls, forward goes Croft, works the ball away through the offside. Davis goes after it. In the end, it's Sibley that gets there first to pick it up. Croft comes back for 2. He moves on to 20. 93 for 3.
Yeah, it's been an exciting time after lunch. We've obviously had the wicket, we've had a drop catch, and we've had some boundaries. So
yeah, all action cricket.
All action cricket here at Edgbaston.
It was quite a sharp chance, wasn't it, that was put down. It went quickly to the slip fielder. His delivery's left by Croft and taken by Burgess. There's no run.
Yeah, it was Will Rhodes at third slip, diving to his left. I think he did get a hand on it, but obviously drop chance, and Villas dropped on 7 runs, so we'll see how costly that is.
Yes, well, Lancashire captain to be open. It's quite a costly drop. 15 at the minute to Villas, who is Lancashire's leading run scorer this season. Norwell to Croft, works off the pads and played it a little late, just clipped it down towards fine leg for a single. And straight away Liam Norwell put his hands on his head there, thinking, well, if he misses that, there's a big shout. But Croft got bat on it, takes him to 21, 94 for 3. Yeah, 435 runs for Villas, average of 62 this season across his 7 innings, 2 centuries. He's back on strike, the Lancashire captain. Norwell from the pavilion end. He's in a bowling, and it's nudged up to mid-on where Briggs fields, and there is no run. The umpire at square leg just caught my eye. He was out stretching his arms. He's quite full of arms. He's always waving his arms, stretching his arms. He's never really still. I think it's Neil Mallender at that end of the ground. And he stood there and just with his arms outstretched, as if he was signalling a wide. Norwell to Villas, up onto the toes and plays it back down pitch, and Briggs fields, and there's no run.
Maybe a bit of cramp.
Do you quite like chatting to the umpire when you're batting, or not?
Depends who it is, really.
Okay, fair enough. I think keep on your.
Well,
your
you want to
books.
try and keep on their good side,
Yeah.
don't you? So you might butter them up a little bit.
Final ball of the over. It'll flex the knees for Villas. It's a full ball which is driven firmly square of the wicket for 4 runs. Sibley will just jog towards the boundary to pick it up. Hit firmly by Villas. A little bit of width there for him, and he jumped right into it. He moves on to 19, and Lancashire move on to 98 for 3.
Yeah, Lancashire have punished anything full this second session here. They just capitalise on that over-pitch delivery there by Norwell. I think Henry Brooks returns to the field.
Yeah, it will be Hannon-Dalby to continue, but with Brooks on again. With bowling change is imminent. These two have bowled, I think, since lunch, haven't they? Norwell and Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah.
So had just over half an hour of bowling, the pair of them. And Dalby to Croft, that's a forward defensive. And there is no run. Yeah, Hannon-Dalby 10 overs, 1 for 23. Liam Norwell 13 overs, 2 for 38. It's just the 9 overs from Brooks in the morning session, went for 20. Will Rhodes 4 overs for 15. Wickets of Luke Wells for 36. Keaton Jennings for 1 and Josh Bohannon for 18. The 3 that have fallen on the second day of this county championship fixture, live from Edgbaston, Warwickshire, Lancashire. The top 2 from last season. Got Hannon-Dalby to Stephen Croft. Let's push through. One off stump and left by Croft and taken by Burgess, and there's no run. Into the 37th over of the Lancashire first innings. And the Warwickshire coach down there.
Just having a word with Norwell down there, isn't he, Mark Robinson?
A little chat with his bowler, who's at fine leg. Getting Croft onto the front foot and defending away into the offside, and Lamb fields, and there's no run.
Lanc's just 2 away from the 100 runs now. Henry Brooks looks like he's warming up to come back on.
And he's twirling his arms around at mid-on. Croft has got 3 slip fielders behind him. And Hannon-Dalby from the top of his mark comes bounding back in again for the Bears. Again, Croft leaves. Brings his bat up above the shoulder, rocks onto the front foot, allows the ball to travel through into the gloves of Burgess, and there's no run.
Yeah, Burgess is now standing back to Croft. So he did come up for a few balls earlier this over.
Yeah, but I think when Villas was on strike, I think he first went up to stand up behind the stumps. Croft has to get bat on ball this time, has to play it, a straighter delivery, which he pushes to mid-on, no run. You must sense it as a batter if you've got the keeper standing right up behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think it depends on if Dane Villas was stood out of his crease as well. That might have an impact on whether Burgess came up to the stumps. He's
quite busy, Villas. He'll try and get forward and likes to certainly get on the front foot, likes to take a step down the pitch, that type of batter. So
yeah, I think anything to put the bowler off slightly, whether he's coming out of his crease or standing a little bit deeper in his crease, just to put the bowler off their length slightly.
Hannon-Dalby to Croft, who plays from the crease and defends to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 21 to Croft and 19 to Villas, 98 for 3. So it's a tactic about putting the bowler off, settling into a kind of nice rhythm of line and length, as it is for your own kind of sense as well as a batter.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just changes the angles as well the fielders are, so it might open up a couple more gaps, whether you hit the ball slightly in front or behind of a fielder. Just change them angles ever so slightly as well.
We only see Brooks return as predicted. So Norwell's spell after lunch comes to an end, and Henry Brooks replaces him from the pavilion end. Mark Robinson's slowly creeping around the edge of the boundary rope. He's now looking at deep points, his hands buried in his pockets, looking side on. He's a long way from the pitch there. Brooks in, left by Villas. And the ball flashes through into the gloves of the keeper. There's no run.
Yeah, Brooks has had some great carry today, hasn't he? Burgess taking that quite high up.
Felt like there's been a little bit more, maybe it was a reflection of the Warwickshire bowlers, but a little bit more bounce and pace in the pitch today than yesterday.
Yeah, it's carried through quite nicely, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I think Ollie Hannon-Dalby's just had one that just stayed a little bit low, but generally on the whole it's been going through quite nicely.
Brooks comes over the wicket and bowls, and Villas defends, and there's no run. I suppose you look at the three frontline bowlers that Warwickshire have got, Hannon-Dalby, Norwell and Brooks. Are probably going to hit the pitch a little harder maybe than what Lancashire's bowlers did. Kind of Balderson, Lamb, a little bit more skiddy.
Yeah, and obviously Ollie's got that extra little bit of height as well, which will have a bit more of an impact as well.
Brooks is quite a tall lad too, isn't he?
Deceivingly tall, I reckon.
He's all arms and legs. He's in and bowling. Slashed away by Villas through the offside. Oh, steady on. Mark Robinson's involved now. The ball's coming in his direction. Yeah. Well, that brings up the 102 for Lancashire. 102 for 3. That was hit pretty firmly. Square of the wicket by Dane Villas.
Yeah, very aggressive shot there, and that's how he's looked to play all morning. I think he's looked to capitalise on anything a little bit wide of the off stump, and he's had some real positive intent all throughout the day since he's been out of the crease.
Yeah, I suspect it is kind of the way he tends to play. Dane Villas is quite a positive player. Forward to this next delivery, just trying to work the ball down to, well, through gully, picked up a backward point, and there's no run.
Plus the fact they've just been playing T20 cricket as well, so you've probably still got a little bit of that in that instinct to go hard at the ball.
He's a type of batter where you know, if he bats for half an hour, 45 minutes, he's up to kind of 35, 40 already. Driving this next delivery down back towards the bowler. Did well, Brooks. Mentioned he's a tall lad. He got low down, hands in between his legs to stop the ball. And there's no run.
Yeah, Villas has looked to play his shots this afternoon, hasn't he? And he's got a few away, and he's looking really destructive at the moment. I think he'll be looking to get on with things a little bit more as well.
I was thinking this week, having had 3 weeks of T20 cricket, that when we got back to this round of county championship games, there'd be wickets tumbling all over the place. There's Brooks balls to Villas, that's driven to mid-off, and there's no run. It's not quite been that case. I mean, Somerset had a bit of a shocker. They were all out for 180. But it's not been the absolute clatter of wickets that sometimes you can get after T20 cricket for 3 weeks, then back to 4-day cricket.
Yeah, I think they're all experienced enough to try and flip that switch and to switch through the different formats.
It's the end of that over from Brooks, his first back into the attack after lunch. 102 for 3. Have a change in the commentary box. Eve is leaving us and Grace is going to come back in. Yeah, I suppose it's the swapping and changing from formats is nothing particularly new now, albeit they have tried to get the T20 into very defined blocks in the season as Hannon-Dalby balls to Croft, who defends into the onside. There's no run. But they're all pretty experienced players now, aren't they? Going from one format to the other, maybe it's not as big a challenge as we perhaps think.
Definitely not for the bowlers, I don't think. I think maybe a little bit harder for the batters. You play so differently, don't you? But you don't bowl massively different. Like, you're still running in from the same run-up, aren't you?
True. You're just doing it a bit more often, aren't you?
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I had to try and switch to 50 overs. That was enough for me from T20.
And then Dalby runs in to Croft, who just nudges the ball off his pads away to mid-wicket, where Dom Sibley fields, and there's no run. 102 for 3. Yeah, speaking to Matt Parkinson actually before the end of that, before the T20 competition this year started, and said how much are you looking forward to kind of switching disciplines and going from red to white ball. And he's bowled a lot. I mentioned this to you, I think yesterday. He's bowled more than anybody else this season for Lancashire, and he did say, I'm quite looking forward to just rocking up and bowling a quick 4 overs, and then and that's my work for the day done with the ball. Rather than slogging through 50 overs or whatever it was been. And Croft defends a delivery from Hannon-Dalby, and there's no run.
It's a big difference. You go from T20 cricket to bowling, what, maybe 3 overs, and then turned up to training last week. He says, Grace, you're getting through at least 10 today, and I thought, oh my. I thought that's about as much as I've bowled all season in the T20 competition. It's not even a lot when you think about it, but it's just making that transition, isn't it?
I get it's a physical challenge because you're physically bowling more, but is it as much about the idea of it, kind of the mental side of, well, it's Hannon-Dalby to Croft, that's steered away very cutely down towards wide third man, and he gets 4 runs for it down towards the boundary, Stephen Croft. And the score moves on to 106 for 3. It's quite a nice shot from Croft. I think he's deliberately looked to try and play that off the face of the bat.
Yeah, he's played some good-looking shots. I mean, that one off, I think it was off Henry Brooks through the offside. It's brilliant.
25 to Croft. Handy little partnership.
Good intent from both of these two
Yeah.
so far. I think that's been what's most evident.
What they put on now? It's 34 off 54. And then Dalby to Croft, who turns it up to mid-on. And there is no run. The 2 senior guys in the Lancashire team, these two, both 37. And working hard together to try and build a partnership. Still with 3 slips in place. I think we've had 3 slips in place since the first ball this morning. Can't recall a period where we're down to 2. It felt like there's been 3 all stood there. And Croft just with a half shuffle forward and pushes away into the offside, and there is no run. That completes the 39th over of the Lancashire first innings. 106 for 3, with Villas on 23 and Croft on 25.
Going nice. You just seen us. What have they brought on here? The Lancashire 12 man's come on to
Yeah,
sorting something, some new gloves maybe.
looks like he's carrying lots of things there.
Dropping them as well. Carnage.
Got towels and gloves and drinks and all sorts.
Yeah, he's done well.
He has done well.
Got his black trainers on as well.
Are you happy with that?
No.
Didn't think you would be for
No.
some reason.
It'll be Henry Brooks back on at the pavilion end. Just the one fielder on the boundary down at fine leg as he comes in wide angle over the wicket and full ball driven away but straight to mid off. Will be a dot. Never noticed Henry Brooks coming in at such a wide angle before. I don't know if it's just, I don't know if he's gone wider today or just never noticed before. Not sure.
It is quite a curve in, isn't it, that he has, yeah.
Brooks in again. Straight. Ooh, catches him off guard there, does he? And he just ends up getting one. Don't know how it's ended up so straight. Ended up getting two down to the mid-on boundary. Just kind of popped up, ended up playing it off one hand and just raced away off the bat.
It's a peculiar way he played that, isn't it?
Not too sure what's going on. Now the batters are throwing each other things. Cross diving on the floor at the non-strikers end. Just a bit of chaos there just for one ball and a relatively quiet day at Edgbaston. Not too sure what's going on, but Brooks seems unfazed. He comes in again and again pretty straight and just flicked round. Don't know if that came off the pad. Half appeal for LBW and yeah, umpire signals leg byes and they run a single.
Yeah, Croft then dropped his gloves as he was going through for that run.
Coach Mark Robinson now watching from another angle. Back there as Brooks comes in, fourth ball with his 11th over. Short outside off and again nicely just hit through the third man gap between point and third slip, but will only be one. Not as much on that one as the last over.
Yeah, Mark Robinson's now directly behind the keeper in the slips, isn't he? Arms folded.
It's quite menacing actually, doesn't he?
Doesn't he? Yeah.
Sure he's not.
I feel like you've been under. I feel like the headmaster's watching you, don't you?
Henry Brooks about to get told off.
Yeah. Detention, Brooks.
Just one change to field, square leg's gone out onto the boundary as he comes in and bowls a little bit short but outside off and left alone by Villas and carrying through nicely to Michael Burgess all throughout the day here.
He has, yeah.
I think as you just said with Eve, I think the Warwickshire seamers maybe on average just slightly taller, maybe slightly quicker than the Lancashire ones and hence a bit more carry.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they've got a bit more bounce and pace from this pitch than what Lancashire are able to get. I think it's been a really intriguing day so far. I think it's quite fascinatingly balanced, this match.
Last ball the over again, short by Brooks on the hit, but just flicked round for a single out to that square leg boundary. And to conclude Henry Brooks' 11th over, Lancashire are 110 for 3 off the 40 overs they've played so far on the day. Yeah,
it's really intriguingly poised, I think, the game. I think this is the partnership, Grace, I think, for me. If Lancs are going to get themselves a first innings lead, which obviously is a long way off, then I think this is a key partnership in the innings for Lancashire. Got probably Rob Jones, I would think, in next. Lamb, Balderson. This is an important partnership, two senior players, and they'll be keen to try and break it if they can. It will be Hannon-Dalby to continue. I need to nip next door for an update. I'll have to leave you in charge.
That's all right. Will be Hannon-Dalby to continue, and Burgess standing up again. He's been going between forward and back as full ball driven nicely by Villas and won't run for 4 as it is chased out to the long gone boundary. Should just be 2, but no, they'll get back for 3 and that's good running from the Lancashire players, and they're going along nicely, these two, just a bit more intentful. Scoring relatively quickly. Score goes up to 114 for the loss of 3 wickets. Now I've got Clive joining me. Afternoon, Clive.
Afternoon. Just beginning to look a bit comfortable, these Lancashire batters, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going well, I must say. Look to be scoring pretty comfortably. Slight change in field for Crofton. Extra cover comes across into mid-wicket. And Burgess goes back. He's just been going between standing up and standing back, Michael Burgess. Hannon-Dalby bowls, and good full ball outside off, left alone by Crofton. Through to Burgess, no run.
Again, the beginnings of a partnership. These two came together at 72, so yeah, they've had a 42 so far.
Hasn't been any massive partnerships in the game so far.
No, Warwickshire had 2 that got into the 60s, and Lancashire have had 150 partnership. That's as far as they've got.
Hannon-Dalby into Croft, who tries to flick it round onto the leg side, but mid-wicket comes in. Matthew Lamb cleans it up, throws it back into the keeper.
Cloud all across the sky now.
Sun hasn't quite managed to break through today, has it? At any ready points, but looks a bit less windy than yesterday, at least. None of the Warwickshire field is looking too cold, as Hannon-Dalby in again to Crofton on the stumps and just defended but into the gap, and will get a single for it.
Yeah, ticking along nicely. The 100 came off 225 balls, which meant the second 50 took 104 compared to the first, which took 121. So slight acceleration, I think, is really down to these two.
Both just looking to start to settle here. Crofton Villas, I mean, who was it that Will Rhodes dropped? Was it Villas?
It was Villas, yes,
Yeah.
on 7.
Tough chance, no, but I'd be disappointed not to take it.
Yeah.
Burgess back up now for Villas as Hannon-Dalby bowls and defended to mid-off. Must have been batting out his crease, I think, Villas.
I was going to say, they must be thinking that he was keen to get forward.
I'm surprised Burgess isn't just standing up to both of them. He seems pretty handy, he's keeping well. Played and missed a few and took them nicely. He's keeping well, Michael Burgess.
Yeah, he's a decent wicket keeper. Ben Folkes has certainly got the England gloves at the moment, but if he were to get injured or something, then who knows? Burgess could be a candidate. Great form of the bat.
Hannon-Dalby in, and again Villas attempts to hit it in through the third man gap but fails and goes straight to point. End of the over, Lancashire 115 for 3 off 41.
Folks, a half-century game this game, so he's well settled. If anything were to happen to him, I guess the sort of knee-jerk reaction would go for Josh Butler, but a case for Michael Burgess, who's scoring runs freely and keeping wicket very well.
Certainly playing well. He must consider himself a little bit unfortunate not to be getting a game in the T20 side.
Yes.
Certainly strikes the ball cleanly.
I mean, I was making this point through the T20. In fairness, he did struggle in that competition last season. However, the form he's in at the moment, I am surprised really that he's not had a chance, even if it's as a batter only. Brooks bowls, and that's played to back a square leg for a single. Croft onto 28. $116 for 3. Alex Davis has taken over the wicket keeping in the T20, and although he's not had the best of competitions, he's made contributions, and I wouldn't have thought there was any feeling they need to make a change there. But you wonder whether they couldn't find a place for Burgess as a batter. Brooks in. That's driven nicely by Villas. Well placed. It's not going to go all the way, but he's got 2, and Danny Briggs is just chases that one down well and gets a throw in and restricts them to 2. Villas on to 31, 118 for 3. Scoreboard is ticking along.
Just slowly creeping up, aren't they, these two? And their individual scores, 31 not out and 28 not out respectively.
Drop catch notwithstanding, they've looked pretty comfortable. Brooks comes in again, and that's played back to him by Villas. But they're applying to Warwickshire's 292.
Do with a couple of wickets here, couldn't they, Warwickshire?
They could. Lancashire, thinking if they get to say 350, get themselves a 50-run lead in the first innings, that could put real pressure on Warwickshire batting third. Brooks to Villas, pitches up, nice drive from Villas, but well fielded by Danny Briggs, who anticipated it, moved quickly across and made a good clean stop. So a good shot for nothing for Villas. Ground fielding's been pretty good.
Yeah, they've looked pretty good. Pretty good outfit, haven't they, Warwickshire? I mean, I think all the seams have gone in, bowled nicely, hit good lengths, and not many misfields either, so yeah.
Well, something that Mark Robinson mentioned after when he interviewed him after a particularly long day in the field against Yorkshire. Brooks comes in to bowl, and just a bit of bat on that down to a fine leg for a single. And we talked about the fact that Warwickshire have been struggling for wickets this season, which he acknowledged, but he said that what pleased him was while that was happening, while they were struggling to get wickets, they were still fielding very well.
Good athletic fielders in this side. I mean, Burgess behind the stumps as well. Very athletic, very capable keeper, as you say.
Brooks to Croft. Well, that one tucks back at Croft and wraps him on the thigh pad as he tries to play across it. Good ball from Henry Brooks, 119 for 3. 42 overs completed of the Lancashire innings. 119 for 3, replying to Warwickshire's 292.
Looks like there'll just be a brief fielding change. Adam Ho's coming on for, I think that's Sam Hain, just jogging off the pitch there.
Yeah.
Seems alright, might just be something quick to be sorted out, and Hannon-Dalby will be still bowling from the Birmingham end. He's got through a few today, has Hannon-Dalby.
Yes, it was a 7-over spell at the start, and this will be his 7th over of this spell. Rory Burns now out for Surrey, by the way. He made 113 against Somerset at Taunton. 2
slips and a gully in here. Hannon-Dalby comes into bowling. Short and flicked round onto the leg side, and probably won't be a boundary out onto that long boundary, but they'll better get a couple. They'll try and get back for 3, and will get back for 3. Good running from these two here. Very good running there.
Was Adam Hose doing the fielding, the 12th man for Warwickshire, and that is the 50 partnership of just 75 balls between Villas and Croft. Lancashire's second 50 partnership. Now the first one didn't add any more after bringing up the 50. Can these two go on?
Yeah, they've gone well, these two. They've played well. They've kept the scoreboard going, because there was a bit of a slow period for them, but they've really gone well. And Hannon-Dalby comes in again, short on the stumps, but almost dead batted in by Croft, and it will be a dot ball. Tell you what I've noticed, Alex Davis gets up to all sorts in the field. He's
busy, isn't he?
Yeah. Throwing he's does all sorts.
I suppose that's the wicket keeper in him, isn't it?
He wants to stay in the game, I can imagine, used to being in it as a keeper. Just in at backward point there. Alex Davis as Hannon-Dalby comes in again. Ooh. Short ball, but keeps low and just flicked round by Croft. Henry Brooks gets round and they get back for 2.
Yeah, again, a smart piece of fielding. Slightly false shot.
Didn't seem to carry through that one as much from Hannon-Dalby. First one we've seen keep a little bit low, but 2 runs from it nonetheless. Lancashire 124 now for 3 wickets. Hannon-Dalby at the end of his mark, right arm over the wicket to Croft. Heavy length delivery, defended back into the mid-wicket region. Matt Lamb picks it up and no run taken. Croft just having a look at the wicket there, maybe trying to figure out why that one kept a little bit lower than the others, but nothing of note. Always a good wicket at Edgbaston. And they'll be in again, and Fuller this time, and just driven beautifully through the gap at mid-off, and will race away for 4. Brilliant shot by Croft.
Yeah, all the shots of the day, beautiful drive. And this is a really threatening partnership that these two are producing for Lancashire. Scoring at a good rate. And Warwickshire will be concerned now.
Just a touch too full there from Hannon-Dalby. A rare freebie from him actually, but really nicely played by Croft, who moves on to 34 not out. Final ball, better length. Croft can do nothing but defend it into the point region, and end of Hannon-Dalby's 14th over. Lancashire 128 for 3. Villas and Croft getting their 50 partnership in the 43rd over and going nicely.
A bit of head scratching for Will Rose. He looks to find a breakthrough. It'll be Brooks to continue. From the pavilion end. Danny Briggs now doing a bit of stretching, and we're finally going to see him into the attack. Brooks to bowl to Villas. Short, Villas plays it, or tries to pull it. All sorts going on there. Brooks falls over. It will be signalled a bye. Michael Burgess couldn't take it cleanly. There's 1 onto the total after all that. 129 for 3.
Don't know what happened to Henry Brooks there. Maybe slipped over with the effort of the short ball.
Took a bit of a tumble, didn't they? Comes Brooks again to bowl to Croft. That's going down the leg side, and that's gone through for 4 something. It's 4 runs, so that was edged just wide, and Michael Burgess diving to his left, and it brings 4 runs for Croft. It's on 38, 133 for 3.
Need a wicket here. Warwickshire just, these two beginnings look comfortable, and not just that, the run rate's really pushed on here. After lunch, and partnership building, and both of them edging close to their half centuries respectively.
$133 for 3. Brooks poised, the ball just been retrieved from where it was at long on, and now it's tossed back to him. It's 2 slips in a gully. The sun out again as Brooks comes in to box a bouncer, which Croft ducks under. So 133 for 3.
Seems to have brightened up a little bit here at Edgbaston. Don't know if the sun's managed to get through a little bit somewhere.
It looks like it has somehow.
Don't know where. Can't see any blue sky, but
no. Peculiar. I don't think it'll be out for very long. Here's Brooks' shirt hanging out, comes in, the ball pitches it up and it's played through mid-wicket, and that's going to be another 4 for Croft. Despairing dive from Danny Briggs at mid-wicket, it's gone past him. 4 more runs, 137 for 3.
All of a sudden here, Henry Brooks' bowling figure starting to look a little bit more expensive. Gone for 40 for no wicket from his 12.4 overs so far, but not bowled badly, Henry Brooks, not bowled badly.
He's in now, that's a decent ball, but he opens the face of the back, Croft, and gets it away to backward point for a single. 138 for 3.
Momentum just shifting into Lancashire's favour here with these two getting going. Now trailed by only 154.
Yeah. They've done well. Look to be positive from the start, these two. Brooks to Villas, who just clips it to mid-wicket for an easy single. 138 for 3. With Villas on 35 and Croft on 43. Sam Haines back on the field.
Looks like he'll be in close. He's got his pads on.
That's probably what he went off for, wasn't it? To get himself properly padded up.
Looks like we'll be seeing Danny Briggs on from the Birmingham end. It's coming on quite late.
He is.
Over.
Matt Parkinson bowled, I think, pretty much entirely from the pavilion end yesterday.
Ripple of applause from the members stand beneath us. Danny Briggs being brought on to bowl.
Hasn't quite matched his performances of last season so far in this campaign. Well, she'll be very grateful to him if he can snatch a wicket now.
He'll have deep square just behind and a deep cover. Danny Briggs in. Slip and, would you call that a leg slip? Just
yeah, say so.
Sam Hain with his helmet on as Briggs comes in for his first ball of his spell and just a little bit short and flick round to the leg side. Henry Brooks comes to pick it up from deep square. Looks like Will Rhodes also getting warmed up to bowl there at first slip.
Just try and rein these two in a little bit. Maybe look to frustrate them a bit.
It started to go well, doesn't hurt, does it, for a couple of bowling changes, I think. Settled into the seam bowlers and there's a better ball, Fuller, and just defended into Matt Lamb at mid-wicket.
Partnership is 68 now, so it's the biggest partnership of the match so far.
Briggs into Crofton, similar to the last ball, full ball, but inside edge by Crofton, just trickles down to Henry Brooks, who goes for a bit of a vicious throw to the bowler's end. Maybe a sense of frustration building from the Warwickshire seamer there, who's bowled well, but yet to take a wicket, unfortunately.
Yeah, Rob Yates had to sprawl across to back that up.
Briggs comes in again, down leg side and straight to Sam Hain at leg slip, and that will be the wicket that Warwickshire needed. Villas out for 37.
Well, he's not happy, Villas. Almost showing dissent there, so he obviously didn't think he hit it. It went straight into the leg slip's hands, and Warwickshire went up straight away. Seen a replay of that one. Briggs bowling, well, he obviously felt it came off his pads. And to be honest, I don't think Sam Hain was sure either, but the finger went up, so he has to go. And Briggs strikes first ball. Just looking at a replay of it now. Well, I mean, it's difficult to tell on the replay, but you just think from his reaction that he may well have been unlucky there.
Just off the thigh pad, maybe. I think that's what he was trying to signal to the umpire, but It's just what Warwickshire needed at that point. 141 for 4. And break of the biggest partnership of the game.
Yeah.
Just about.
Well, he got the escape early when he was dropped. Might have been a bit unlucky to be out. However, well done to Danny Briggs, striking in his first over.
Sometimes just what brings the breakthrough, isn't it? Change of bowler. Danny Briggs will be questioning Will Rhodes why he wasn't brought on earlier.
Change of bowler and a dodgy umpire's decision all helps. The umpires actually had to have a chat about something here now. Now then, what am I talking about? Did you ever say something, or are they just comparing notes? Fill a form in afterwards? I feel that's as long since disappeared into the changing rooms. There's no question of that being reversed. Having a long little chin wag here.
Not too sure what it could be about, really.
No.
There hasn't really been anything to discuss since the wicket fell. No balls bowled since.
That's a delay in the game here with this. Umpires Neil Mallander and Peter Hartley.
Seem to have settled it nonetheless.
I was talking to Rob Jones, the new batter. Not to Rob Jones, rather, sorry, to Stephen Croft at the non-striker's end. So whether Stephen Croft said something he shouldn't have done over that dismissal, I don't know, but I don't know. It's Neil Mallander, the umpire, gave it out.
Slight change in field here as Jones comes in to face his first delivery. Sam Hain, who just took the catch at leg slip, has now moved into a silly square leg position as Briggs comes in for first ball and flicked around and just misses Sam Hain, but Henry Brooks comes around to pick it up and will be a dot ball.
I'm not suggesting this is the case, but they can, of course, award penalty runs if they deem a team has misbehaved with a bit too much chin. I'm not suggesting that's the case here, but
Final ball of the over just patted back by Jones, and good first over for Danny Briggs. Gets the breakthrough that Warwickshire needed. Lancashire 141 for 4 off 45 overs.
Should we bring Eve back in? Thank you, Grace Ballinger. Well, touch of controversy there. Will Rhodes is now having a chat with Neil Mallander. So, has there been talk between the teams? It's all speculation. I don't really know what that's all about. It's 141 for 4. Welcome back, Eve. You got any guesses what all that umpire chat was about?
Not too sure, to be honest.
Oh. Henry Brooks will come into bowl to Croft, who pushes that onto the leg side. Norwell fields is another single. So Rob Jones, the new batter in. Croft going well. Stand at 69 then for the 4th wicket. Once again, the partnership can't go all the way to 3 figures.
Yeah, it was a big wicket they got there, wasn't it? It was come at a crucial time for Warwickshire. And two were looking good together.
They were playing positively. Sam Hain's gone in at short leg now. I suppose he feels, well, I've got all the padding and the helmet on, so I might as well stand there now for Brooks, as well as standing close for Briggs. 2 slips and a gully. In comes Brooks, and it's going down the leg side, and it's helped on its way off. Bat or thigh pad, we'll soon find out. It's thigh pad, but it's 4 leg by, so Jones doesn't get off the mark, but 4 more useful runs for Lancashire. 146 for 4.
Yeah, just lost his line a little bit there, just a bit too straight, and just flicked the thigh pad for 4 runs. 4 fielders on the leg side.
Brooks in again. The ball that's left by Jones. Good leave. Just wide of off stump. No run.
Rob Jones got a few runs in the second team this year. 73 v Durham, 85 not out against Yorkshire and 76 not out against Notts, so we're looking to go again here in the first team.
Brooks bowls to him, he defends it back to the bowler. Dot ball. Well, partnership has got Lancashire to a decent position if they can follow it up now. Warwickshire probably feel they could do with a couple of wickets in quick succession. Lancashire now exactly halfway, if my arithmetic doesn't let me down, exactly halfway to Warwickshire's first innings total. I think 2 times 146 is 292. Anyway, Brooks comes into bowls, going down the leg side again. It's taken by the wicket-keeper Burgess. Maybe trying to bring that short leg into play here, Brooks. Brooks to Jones, who drives that to the offside. I was accused of making a dad's joke during finals day by one of my co-commentators when I think were you and Amy batting together at one point, and or maybe no, because there was a Jones in the opposition team. There was you and Amy in that team, and Kirsty Gordon, who was commentating with us, was just having some difficulty sorting them all out. So I just came on and said, well, I thought I'll take over from Kirsty while she's struggling to keep up with the Joneses.
Hey.
But, yeah, well, apparently that was a dad joke. Oh, no. Okay. Croft forward defensive out to the onside, comes through for a single. It's Briggs continuing. 1 for 6 for 4. 1 for 7 for 4, I should say.
Yeah, at the time me and Amy actually get mistaken for sisters. We're not related in the slightest, but yeah, sometimes you just got to go with it. It's like, yeah, we're twins.
Slightly here because the square leg umpire Peter Hartley realises that Sam Hain is going to be in his way. Feeling it short leg, so he's held up play so he can march off to point instead of square leg.
Yeah, he's just coming through at the bat now, hasn't he? Was it at leg slip?
Yeah. And that's a forward defensive in his general sort of direction, but straight into the ground from Jones. And Briggs around the wicket. That's pushed back to Jones for no run. 147 for 4.
Yeah, no fielders out on the boundary, which is good from Warwickshire, putting pressure on Jones, not giving him that easy one.
Briggs a quicker ball, and Jones plays it straight to the fielder along the ground, fielded by Adam Hose, rather, who's back on, so somebody's gone off. Briggs in again, that's in the air, it comes off the thigh pad. Sam Hain grabs it one-handed. There's 1 or 2 shouts, but not off the bat. There's Briggs in again, and that one is hit past Sam Hain. Jones wants to think about a single, but fielder's swooping on the ball. He's sent back by Croft. Another decent over from Danny Briggs. Run for Croft in it. He's on to 46, but it's 147 for 4.
Yeah, Rob Jones eager to get off strike there and get himself a run. still remains on 0 of 12 balls.
Warwickshire's over 8 is currently -1, but with Briggs on, that shouldn't be a long-term problem for them. Liam Norwell is returning to the attack. He's got 2 wickets so far, 2 for 38 from his 13. And he'll be bowling first to Stephen Croft. Croft leaves that, has taken wicket keeper. Dot ball.
Three men out on the boundary, got a deep square, fine leg and a deep point to Croft.
Norwell bowls, and that's nicely played by Croft through the offside. Just a bit of width given to by Norwell, and he's found the gap. A sweeper on that offside has got no chance of cutting that off. It's 4 runs for Croft, which brings up the 150 for Lancashire.
And also Croft's 50
So it is,
as well.
Yes, beg your pardon, missed that. Croft brings up his half century. Unfortunately, the scoreboard is showing. Oh, now it's better. It was showing Jones 0 on the big letters, but now it says Croft 50 off 76 balls, and that was his 9th 4. Looked about positively from the start. He always seems to score runs against Warwickshire. Norwell bowls to him. He turns that to mid-on, where it's fielded by Danny Briggs.
Yeah, he's played well, hasn't he, Croft? Played nice and positively. And also been solid in defence. Picked his balls that he's wanted to score off.
So Norwell from the pavilion end to Croft, who defends that to the offside. Make it that the 150 came off 284 balls, which meant the third 50 took just 59. So real acceleration by Croft and Villas. It's Norwell to Croft. Croft drives that, and he's going to get more runs here. That will be cut off, I think, just short of the boundary. They get 2. Dom Sibley fielding it. 2 more runs. An update coming up. And this is Clive Wicket at Edgbaston, where Lancashire now 153 for 4. A very dangerous partnership from Lancashire has been broken up in slightly controversial fashion, with Danny Briggs, a spinner, striking in his first over. Dane Villas adjudged to have played the ball to leg slip where Sam Hain took the catch. It was clear that Villas was unhappy with the decision, feeling he hadn't hit it, but he's gone for 37. He played very positively with Stephen Croft, who continues to threaten. He's on 52. And Warwickshire really needed that wicket, as Lancashire were threatening to begin to get away. They're replying to Warwickshire's 292. They're 153 for 4. That's delivery. Last delivery from Norwell was a decent one, going past the outside edge of Croft.
Yeah, it wasn't far away at all. He definitely had Croft a bit uncertain there. Briggs could continue.
And yeah, bowling to Jones. And he comes in now to bowl, and Jones drives and goes for a quick single to mid-off, and that's well judged. Looked a little tight at first, but they got there comfortably enough in the end. Only Hannon-Dalby throwing into the wicketkeeper's end. I think either end the batters would have made it. 154 for 4. I'll bring Scott in as soon as we get a break. Briggs drying his hands on the ground. He's in round the wicket to Croft, who leans back and carves that through the offside. There is a sweeper there, a boundary rider, as you young'uns call them these days, and it's 1 run, 155 for 4. So a slip and a forward short leg for Briggs, bowling to Jones. Quicker ball, Jones forward defensive, sees that one away. Briggs polishes the ball, comes in again, and that's played just past him to mid-off. Another dot ball. Feels like a very crucial phase in the game. Warwickshire trying to pull Lancashire back after they were threatening to gallop away a bit.
Yeah, I feel Croft is key here for Lancs, if he can get away.
Jones defends that solidly.
Then Lancs will be looking threatening.
He's Briggs, and that's driven to the offside for no run. End of the 49th over, 155 for 4. I'm Clive Eakin. Eve Jones, the Central Sparks of Birmingham Phoenix, will give her views on how things are going, and then Scott Reed will jump in.
Yeah, I feel it's evenly poised at the moment. 155 for 4. Obviously Briggs taking that key wicket of Dane Villas a few overs ago. Croft looking really good here on 53. He's the key man for Lancashire. And Rob Jones is in with him. He's 1 from 17 balls. As Norwell continues from the pavilion end. And he comes to Croft. Oh, not far away there. I'm not sure Croft knew too much about that. He played a defensive shot, but wasn't too far away from his stumps.
It almost squeaked through that, didn't it?
Yeah.
Had him hopping back in the crease, trying to keep it out.
Yeah, I don't think he knew where that went initially. Got a deep square and a deep point in play. In comes Norwell. A bit shorter this time, and it's just knocked off his hip into the square leg region for 1 run. Danny Briggs just runs around from mid-wicket to collect the ball and brings Rob Jones on strike.
Yeah, chance in the team this week for Rob Jones. He's only played 1 game this season in the county championship. He's not played any T20 cricket neither, so he's been having a diet of second team cricket, but has a chance in the side this week.
In comes Norwell. Just a little bit leg side-ish and knocked down to fine leg for the leg buys. 1 leg by. Yeah, I think he's got a few runs in the 2, so he probably deserves his chance here in the first team, and we're trying to take that opportunity and get his team into a good position here and back with Croft to create that partnership. Scores 157 for 4 into the 50th over. In comes Norwell. Oh, what a delivery. Probing outside that off stump, goes through to Burgess. A little bit of a play and a miss from Croft there.
Yeah, his recent scores in the second team for Lancashire: 73 against Durham, 85 not out against Yorkshire, 76 not out against Nottinghamshire. His 1 match in the first team this season was in Southampton, Game between Lancashire and Hampshire.
In comes Norwell, and it's punched nicely off the back foot through to a deep backward point region, and they come through for 2 runs. Yeah, so he's had some good time in the middle then in recent weeks.
Yeah. Because of Lancashire's selection, I say problems, but little dilemmas with players out injured, and some guys called up for England. Livingston not available, Phil Salt not available, Luke Wood not available. He's got his chance in the side.
In comes Norwell from the pavilion end into the pitch and just defended. Jones looked for that run there, but he was sent back by Croft as Alex Davis fields the ball and prevents the single. And that's the end of the over. 50 gone, 159 for 4. Croft going well on 56 and Rob Jones on 1, not out.
Yeah, Croft is key here, isn't he now? There was an important partnership that Warwickshire managed to break. 69 they added, those two. Velas wasn't happy with it, was he? But he wasn't happy with the decision. But important partnership to break. But Croft is the key here, I think, isn't he now?
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking good, isn't he? He'll be hoping to bat through for a bit longer. Oh, what a shot. Briggs just clipped through the leg side, through the vacant mid-wicket area. It's a long chase out there for Dom Sibley as he collects the ball and throws it back into the bowler's end.
Different postcode out there, isn't it?
It is, a long way. No wonder he nearly pulled his hamstring early doors.
Surprise, I'd be lie down if I go chasing after that. It was a good-looking shot, though.
Yeah, Rob Jones now moves on to 4 runs. In comes Briggs around the wicket, and it's defended into the offside for no run.
I suppose Lancashire will look at the Warwickshire innings. They're so Sam Hain, kind of the standout performer with the bat. The minute he's the difference between the two sides.
Yeah, absolutely. That one's just left alone outside the off stump, a little bit wider. And Croft just doing a bit of gardening there. Where that last ball landed. In comes Briggs. Nice full delivery and defended straight back to the bowler by Croft. In comes Briggs again. And defends straight back to the bowler again. And in comes the fielder from deep cover, trying to prevent this single. Oh, what just happened there? Croft just sweeps the ball to Sam Hain, who gets a hand on it and parries it to Will Rhodes at slip. So dot ball in the end. Excellent piece of fielding by both of those.
Yeah, it was pretty spectacular, wasn't it? It was Croft plays that sweep shot where he sweeps it down into the ground. He's kind of hitting it down into the ground, and it bounced up. And Hain just kind of went leaping up to his right-hand side.
He did very well.
He did.
He went very fine as well. So definitely saved a few runs there. Norwell continuing from the pavilion end. He bowls to Jones, who beats a dive in to Alex to cover, it's well fielded by Henry Brooks at mid-off, who puts out a dive and saves a run or two there.
I wonder whether Davis just got a little something on that, because he's signalled to the Warwickshire dressing room with the universal sign of "I need to come off."
Yeah, I need some treatment.
Yeah. Let's hope he's. I mean, looks like he's okay, but I just wonder whether he got a little something on it and he just needs something looking at.
In comes Norwell again. Short this time. Oh, and it's hammered away for 6 to the short boundary towards the Hollies. I lost that for a minute then in the stand.
It's quite a flat shot, wasn't it, from Croft? I mean, it's actually probably gone, what, maybe 10 rows back? But it seemed to go quite flat.
Yeah, it's a shorter boundary that side, and he hit it quite well, didn't he, in the end? I'm not sure who that is retrieving the ball from halfway up the stand.
I think it's Matt Lamb, that.
But they're back on the outfield now. Good shot.
What?
Croft moves to 62, and the score is 169 for 4.
There's nobody in the crowd getting up to fetch the ball, is there? It's like, we'll leave it to the fielder. Well, I'm not moving. Quite comfortable here.
Yeah, they look pretty settled there in the Hollies.
Yeah. Get it yourself.
In comes Norwell. Bit full of that time, and just prodded into the leg side to mid wicket for no run.
It's quite an interesting approach from Croft. I mean, I think he's batted superbly, and it's been a mixture of defence and then kind of calculated attack, I think, at times from Croft. That was quite an aggressive shot.
Yeah, his shot selection's been excellent, hasn't it? Really mature innings, which you'd expect from somebody with his experience. So he's played really well. In comes Norwell, and left alone outside off stump. Big lead from Steve Croft, and it goes through to Michael Burgess there behind the stumps.
Just feel like a lot depends now on Croft, because they need to find someone to match really what Hayne did. Croft is in there, 62 not out. New batter at the other end. Lamb and Balderson due in next for Lancashire. So experienced campaigner, and he'll know he's out there. He's in. He's got to try and move his 62 not out to something north of 100.
Yeah, he's done all the hard work, hasn't he? In comes Norwell. Full and straight, and just defended. Back to, I think that's Danny Briggs there. Yeah, he's done all the hard work to get himself in. He's just got to stay around now and just keep doing what he's doing. Yeah, if Warwickshire can get this wicket now, they'll definitely be in the driving seat now. Here comes Norwell again. Oh, it's a good ball. Hard length into the pitch, and just goes past that outside edge through to Burgess behind the stumps.
It's good delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah. End of the over. 169 for 4. Alex Davis is just leaving the field now.
Yeah, it's Ollie Stone, I think. He's going on his 12th man.
See, he was having a bowl at lunch.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Can't be too far away.
He's had a shocking time, hasn't he, with injury?
Yeah.
He had
very unlucky.
Is it back surgery he had over the winter? I think it was. I was working with him on a 100 match last summer, and he was talking about his back operations.
He'd be a fast bowler, eh? Oh, Briggs bowls, and it just hits the inside edge and goes to a short 45. Henry Brooks just does fielding.
Yeah, you've got it sorted. You used to stick with your batting, don't you?
Yeah, just bat and then go and field
for
however long. In comes Briggs, and just punches that to mid-on for no run. Yeah, we've just had a round of 20 over cricket, so progressing on to 50 overs. I think we might, I know it sounds a bit dramatic, but might be a bit tiring for us. Rob Jones just drives that one to deep backward point there for 4 runs, and he moves on to 9, and the score is 173 for 4. Yeah, I think there might be a little bit of a shock to the system for some of our bowlers, going from bowling 4 overs to having to run in and bowl 10 overs. Might have to give him a couple of spells, I reckon, the first few rounds.
Well, it sounded like Grace already was not looking forward to it. Comes
Briggs, and that one's left alone outside the off stump. Bit wider, that one. Yeah, I think they've just got to try and ramp it up a little bit each time each week at training, just bowl a few more overs just so the body gets a bit more accustomed to it. In comes Briggs and defended straight back to the bowler by Rob Jones.
Good seeing the bowling change here. That's Will Rhodes at slip, just twirling his arms over. So it might be a change from this end.
In comes Briggs. Nice full delivery, and it's just defended to finish the over off with a dot. 53 overs gone, 173 for 4.
Well, the ideal situation, I guess, now for the captain for Warwickshire is that Briggs can be nice and tidy from one end, and allow him to keep rotating from the other. It's gone for 12, Briggs. 5 overs, 1 for 12. Yeah, and he's going to bring himself into the attack, is Will Rhodes. Wouldn't they like another one just before tea? What have we got left until tea? Actually, quite a bit to go. Still 11 overs remaining until tea.
What have we got? We've got a slip and a gully. No, we're going to go 2 slips for Will Rhodes. Deep square just in front. Deep fine, just quite wide actually, and a deep cover for the captain. In he comes. It's on the legs, and it's just clipped off the legs into that square leg region for 1 run. And brings Rob Jones on strike.
Mentioned Ollie Stone being out there. I've found that article that on the BBC Sport website now, where this is from the back end of last year, November last year. Ollie Stone saying he considered his future in the game after his latest injury setback.
In comes Rhodes. A bit wide outside that off stump, left alone, and it's gone through to the keeper for no run.
Stone having had surgery to insert a screw into a stress fracture in his back in July of last year. Not played since June last year. He played in a test match. Yeah, England, New Zealand here. June last year is the last time he played any cricket.
In comes Rhodes again. Outside that off stump, and oh, we've had a no ball. That front foot, just overstepping there, I think, Will Rhodes. Umpire's just having a look at that front line.
Well, he has played some T20 cricket this year for the Bears, which is great to see.
Yeah, frustrating time, isn't it, for Ollie Stone? Hopefully he can get back fit, round to go. In comes Rhodes again from the pavilion end. That heavy length outside that off stump, left through to the keeper.
Played some second team cricket and 3 T20 matches. Great to see he's got some cricket under his belt this year. Enjoyed working with him. Thoroughly nice chap. And just going through all the details of his injuries and what he was having to do to get back to full fitness. So
lengthy process.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah. Hope it's behind him.
In comes Rhodes, a little bit straight at that time, and just defended into the offside for no run.
Kind of turned him around a little bit, that, didn't it?
Yeah, just squared him up slightly. Rob Jones. And the sun's back out here at Edgbaston. In comes Rhodes for his 5th delivery of the over. Bit full this time, and it's a lovely shot down the ground by Rob Jones, and it's gone for 4. The chase was on by Henry Brooks, but just timed that really nicely, and Jones moves to 13 now.
Well, that'll settle Rob Jones down. That was a lovely shot, wasn't it, to the onside?
Yeah, it didn't look to overhit it, just full face of the bat, and just pushed it down the ground. Excellent shot. Score moves on to 180 for 4 as Rhodes comes in for his final ball of the over, and it's defended into the offside by Rob Jones. End of the over, 180 for 4. Alex Davis back on the field now after what we think is a little bit of treatment on that finger when he dived for the ball.
He's got plenty of tape, hasn't he, around on his fingers? He had that for the last couple of years when he with Lancashire. He's had thumb and finger problems in the past. They're all nicely strapped up there, aren't they?
Yeah, I suppose that's what you get for being a keeper. You obviously fingers are going to get battering.
Ollie Stone makes his way off. How will Croft and Jones play Briggs, do you reckon? Because they won't want Briggs just to settle into a little rhythm here.
In comes Briggs, and good delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Croft.
Quite a quick delivery that too, wasn't he? Fizzed it in a bit.
Yeah. I think Croft's just going to play his natural game, and when it's there to be hit, he'll hit it, and when it's not, he'll defend the ball as he has just done, straight back to the bowler. He's seen it well though, isn't he, Croft?
Yeah, he's had a good year, both in this format and the T20.
In comes Briggs around the wicket, and it's defended into the onside for no run.
Already with 2 centuries in the county championship for Lancashire this season, Stephen Croft, averaging just a shade under 50 from his 7 innings.
In comes Briggs. Oh, there's a shout for LBW. It's not out. Croft just looked like he was advancing down the wicket slightly then. In comes Briggs, and it's defended straight back to the bowler for no run. Deep backward square, deep cover out on the boundary. Here comes Briggs again, and he's played that off the back foot into deep cover there just for 1 run. His feet are going well, aren't they? He's either coming forward or back nicely. He's not getting stuck on the crease. And he pinches the strike. End of the over, 181 for 4.
New Zealand have lost their second wicket. It's Conway. The man out, Devon Conway, caught by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling of Jack Leach for 52. So New Zealand are 104 for 2. So they lead England by 118 runs with 8 wickets remaining. The first wicket to fall, Tom Latham out to Jimmy Anderson, his 650th Test wicket.
Here comes Rhodes on the money, and it's defended to mid-off. Henry Brooks just does the field in there for no run. Yeah, it was a cracking in-swinging delivery. Well, did you see it?
I did, yeah.
There's 2 types of leave, and that wasn't a good one.
That was a shocker, wasn't it? Must be great for the bowler though when that happens. 650 Test match wickets, still going strong.
Good effort that. In comes Will Rhodes. Oh, bit of bottom hand in that attempted drive, and the ball just dropped in front of him, and no run.
Not much pace on the ball with Rhodes bowling here.
Yeah, you have to generate that as a batter, don't you? And there's not as much pace. You've got to still try and time the ball, which he didn't do then. I think he just looked to, he was probably there a little bit early, and bottom hand just crept in slightly. In comes Rhodes again. Oh, Will Rhodes does the fielding off his own bowling, and then throws it back to, well, a bad attempt at throwing at the stumps, but it goes straight to Burgess there behind the stumps.
Croft may have just strayed a fraction out of his crease.
Yeah.
But he was sent straight back, wasn't he, by Will Rhodes?
Yeah, good aggression there from Rhodes.
I need to leave you for a quick update.
In comes Rhodes again from the pavilion end. That's a better length outside the off stump, and it's left by Croft through to Burgess for no run.
Well described, Eve. Now, despite getting that wicket, you still feel that the pendulum is swinging Lancashire's way at the moment.
Yeah, Croft's key here, isn't he?
Batting really well.
In comes Rhodes. It's a nice looking drive, but straight to the extra cover fielder for no run.
What have we got? We've got 8 overs to go till tea. Warwickshire will certainly want at least one more before then.
Yeah, and if they can get Croft, they'll be really in the driving seat, won't they?
Yeah.
That'll put all the pressure back on Lancashire after tea. In comes Will Rhodes. Full delivery, and it's driven, and it's just... They look for the one. And the throw comes into the bowler's end.
Surely there was a run there, wasn't there? Didn't take it.
It looked like an easy run, but they a bit of hesitation, and in the end decided not to take it. Alex Davis doing the fielding there at cover point.
Danny Briggs then to continue from the Birmingham end on that wicket in the first over. Somewhat controversial one. Dane Villas clearly felt unhappy about it, and not sure what exactly the umpires were discussing, but they had a long chat shortly afterwards which suggested there was something concerning them, possibly about the reaction to the
maybe Villas was just disappointed himself. I'm not sure.
Anyway, it's Briggs in to bowl to Jones. That's a full toss in the end. It's well fielded. It's square leg by Henry Brooks and prevents Jones from getting any runs. Gets up a bit gingerly, Brooks, but did a good job there. He's gone for 4 if he missed it completely.
I think Sam Haynes done well to get out of the way of that then. It was pretty hard towards his direction, that short leg.
Yeah. In comes Briggs, because he's made the error. Sam Hayne have been good in that fielding position. He was put there initially because he was the youngest. And here he is now, he's 26 and he's still there. He's been too good at it. And that's clipped now through mid-wicket by Jones for a couple. He'll look to see if there's a third. There isn't, as Dom Sibley gathers in. 2 more runs. 183 for 4. So they're ticking along rapidly. Lancashire still got some way to go, applying to Warwickshire's 292, with a deficit now at 109. And that one is defended out onto the onside for no run.
Yeah, Jones has got himself up to 15 here quite quietly, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's done well.
Took him about 12-13 deliveries to get off strike, but he's ticking along really well now.
That's defended back down the pitch for no run by Jones. .183 for 4, short leg, going to slip in place. Briggs bowls that again. I think that's ended up being a full toss. It's clipped away through mid-wicket by Jones. And Dom Sibley gives chase. He's got a long way to chase. If they really run hard there, they might have had time to run 4. As it is, they run 3. And Jones is on to 18, 186 for 4.
Yeah, just missed his lengths a couple of times that over, hasn't he? A couple of full tosses. But as you say, it's a long way out there, so you've got to hit the ball pretty well to get yourself a 4.
So Dom Sibley didn't look thrilled at having to chase that one all that way.
Yeah, I think it's about pin your fielding position here, whether you're on the short side or the long side. Rhodes to continue from the pavilion end here. 2 slips in play. Just the one fielder on the boundary. As he sends that down the leg side. And Burgess does the tidying up behind the stumps. Yeah, just a wider fine leg in on the boundary for Warwickshire. Rhodes into his 7th over now. He's gone for 22. And he comes again. That's on the money again, and it's defended by Jones. Straight back to Rhodes. Croft just walking down the wicket to have a word with him, his partner, as he sets himself up for the next delivery. In comes Rhodes, outside that off stump, and it's left alone by Jones through to the keeper for no run.
That's been quite a lively session. A couple of wickets in it, one very early in the session, but runs being scored.
Here comes Rhodes again. That's nice and full and defended by Jones into the offside.
I think it's 114 for 2 in 20. Well, will be 29 overs at the end of this session. So the scoring approaching 4 and over.
Here comes Rhodes, the captain. Oh, some good carry there. Looked like it just carried a little bit better to the keeper. Outside off stump, left alone though by Jones. No run. Rhodes in for his final ball of the over. Bit fuller. Oh, it's a nice drive. That's well fielded once again by Henry Brooks. He's done some really good stops there at mid-off today. He's definitely saved 4 runs there to get through for 1. Jones on to 19 and Crofts on 64. The score's 187 for 4.
Yeah, some good ground fielding from Warwickshire throughout, but I feel they need a wicket or 2 at the moment. This game's still nicely poised. Lancashire gradually knocking the runs off. 105 they trail by now. Briggs to continue. So quite a long way from the new ball. This is only the 59th over. New ball available after 80, of course. Briggs bowls, and that's pushed to mid-on for no run by Jones. Another partnership. Lancashire have been getting something for most of their partnerships after the opening partnership added just 1. Next one from Briggs is played back to there's no run. 50 stand for the second wicket, only added 21 for the third, but then the biggest partnership of the match so far, 69 for the 4th, and this one now 46 so far for the 5th. Briggs in, and that's whipped away. There is a sweeper out there, so it's just a single for Jones. He's on to 20, 188 for 4. Danny Briggs 1 for 19 in his 8th over. That's a quicker ball. It's a little dab, and they're going for a quick single. Ooh, that might have been tight if Alex Davis had managed to pick the ball up and got the throw in, but he's kicking the ground in frustration. He knows there might have been just an outside chance there, but he didn't manage to pick the ball up. A pick up and quick throw, and that could have been tight. It would have to have been a direct hit, I think.
Yeah, both batsmen set off pretty quickly though, so
Yeah.
we'll never know. Let Sam Hain just come into a short mid-wicket area with the helmet on.
Was dispatched out. The offside was a bit of a long hop from Danny Briggs. It's played away for a single in the end. Out into the deep of that short boundary. Matt Lamb fielding. It's 1 run. Seems to have taken a divot out of the outfield there, Lamb. 190 for 4. Man goes to the square leg boundary now. The last ball of the over. Gives it a bit of air. Briggs is played back to him. End of it. 190 for 4 then. Jones on 21. Croft on 65.
Yeah, they're keeping the scoreboard ticking, these two, aren't they? Jones is now on 21 off, is that 48 deliveries? So he's got himself going.
Yes, it's very small lettering, the deliveries on the scoreboard. But,
get the binoculars out.
yep, it is 48, yeah. So Will Rhodes will continue.
Square leg just jogging into the infield. In comes Rhodes. Full and straight and just punched to mid-on by Jones for no run.
William Norwell cuts it off.
He's working hard on that ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
Trying to look after that as much as he can. In comes Rhodes again. Half volley kind of length, and it's driven straight to Henry Brooks at mid-off for no run. Nice looking shot.
Yes, couldn't quite find the gap.
2 slips still in position here. I think Burgess is now coming up to the stumps. As Jones remarks his guard, so probably going to be sent back into his crease for the next delivery. In comes Rhodes again. And it's played into the offside, defended in a bit of fancy footwork there from Danny Briggs. Extra cover for no run.
The Lancashire batter trying to contribute something. Keaton Jennings out for 1. The next lowest score so far is Josh Bohannon's 18. Luke Wells and Dave Villas both get into their 30s. Jones is currently on 21. Croft on 65. So they're all contributing.
Yeah, they've all made starts, haven't they? I think it's just now they've got to try and go on and get the big one like Sam Hain did. As in comes Rhodes and driven straight to Henry Brooks there at mid-off for no run. $190 for 4. Into our 60th over here at Edgbaston. Here comes Rhodes again. And it's on the money again, isn't it? It's just slightly pushed to Henry Brooks once again at mid-off for no run.
Thinking about the new ball, Warwickshire will have potentially 16 overs before the close with it. You sometimes see captains delay taking it when it's near the end of the day so that they can have a sort of short burst with it at the end of the day and still have it nice and shiny and new the following morning.
In comes Rhodes. Oh, just lost his line a little bit there, just down the leg side, and Burgess just runs round and, well, he parried it to a short square leg area and no run taken.
It continues to be a intriguing match, this. Durham have finally declared, put Worcestershire out of their misery at 642 for 7. I think the problem was they had two lower order batters that were near 100, so they didn't come off, and they both got them. Paul Coughlin and Ben Rain both making unbeaten centuries.
That is a heavy day in the field.
Just a bit, yeah. A bit fed up there. Danny Briggs then with a slip and a leg slip comes into bowl to Croft, who pushes him onto the onside. Sibley Fields. The deficit now just 102 for Lancashire. Briggs bowls and it's played back to him by Croft. Bowler in again, that's a bit short, and he's got away with it thanks to another fine piece of fielding. Alex Davis making the stop at backward point. Terrific diving stop. Was cut away by Croft, and must have thought he got a 4, and probably the ball deserved it, but very good stop from Davis. Briggs in again, that's wide, it's left by Croft.
Yeah, it was a lovely wicketkeeper-esque dive there from Alex Davis at backward point.
Danny Briggs again, and a very elaborate forward defensive from Croft, playing the ball into the ground. And no addition to the score. Briggs in, that one turns past Croft and gets his back leg towards the ball, and it goes to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 190 for 4. Lancashire trail by 102. 3 overs to go till tea.
Yeah, I feel if Warwickshire can get us another wicket before tea, they'll be really chuffed with themselves. Will Rhodes to continue. Really working hard on that ball there. Burgess up to the stumps again. In comes Rhodes. There's a sharp bit of stuff behind the stumps there, isn't it? Makes it look so easy.
Yeah, he's kept wicket very tightly, hasn't he,
Yeah.
Michael Burgess? That's a point that Paul Farbrace made in one of his pre-season interviews with us. He feels that Burgess's wicket keeping is possibly underrated.
Here comes Rhodes again. And he bowls, and it's just defended into the offside, where Danny Briggs does the fielding.
Speaking to Michael Burgess last season, he said he was very conscious of the shoes that he was filling, or the gloves that he was filling after Tim Ambrose. It's many excellent years as Warwickshire wicketkeeper. So that inspired him to work hard to improve his own wicket keeping.
He's doing a pretty good job. Here's Rhodes. And it's nice and full and straight and defended, well, pushed into mid-off region where Brooks does the fielding once again. No runs scored.
Tea in the test match. Still looks to be heading for a draw. New Zealand 114 for 2, Libre 128. Just one day left, so just 4 sessions left in that match.
Here's Rhodes. Driven into the offside and fielded by Alex Davis, who throws the ball back into Burgess. No runs scored. Rhodes just making a change to his field here. Is he taking the slip out? I think that's Sam Hain with the pads just coming out of slip.
He's going into an interesting position, isn't he? Where's he going? Or is he?
It's a very straight, short mid-off, halfway down the wicket. So Brooks just moves around slightly at mid-off. Comes Rhodes. Oh, it's short and a little bit wide there, and Jones just absolutely hammers that to the backward point boundary for 4 runs. Great shot.
Has to bowl a better ball than that if he wants to change his field. 50 partnership between Jones and Croft. They've added 53 in just 104 balls.
Have a handshake in the middle after Jones just smashes that to the boundary for 4. And Jones moves on to 25. I don't feel Croft's had much of the strike recently, has he?
No.
But Jones is doing a good job down the other end for Lancs. Here's Rhodes for the final delivery of the over. Oh, and they scamper through for a quick single. Just goes between bowler and Sam Hain, who's in that very short mid-off sort of fielding position. 1 run to end the over. 195 for 4.
So 2 more overs till tea. If these two can take it to tea, then despite the loss of 2 wickets in the session, Lancashire I think will be happy of the 2 sides. They've got the deficit down to double figures now. It stands at 97. Oh, we're going to see some Rob Yates bowling now. Occasional bowler, occasional wicket taker. Got a bowl from the Birmingham end, placing Danny Briggs. Yates with the similar feel to that of Danny Briggs, a slip in a leg slit. Bowls and it's played back to him by Jones. Bowles gives that on plenty of air and it's defended to the offside for another dot. And Yates bowls again. That's driven for mid-off. They're going to go for a single. That could have been tight. The throw doesn't hit, and they're okay. He's got 2 wickets this season, Rob Yates, having previously bowled 4 and a bit overs.
I do wonder what would have happened if he throwed it at the bowler's end there.
Yeah.
A bit further to throw, going to the keeper's end. Might have been a bit more interesting.
Yates bowls and it's defended by Croft, who remains on 65. Next one is pushed out onto the onside for another dot ball. Last ball of the 63rd over. It's a swept, but can't sweep it past Sam Hain. A short leg. So it's the end of the over. 196 for 4. Jones 27. Croft 65.
Yeah, he gets his bat very high on that sweep, doesn't he? And sweeps it really fine. Good field setting by Warwickshire there, having Sam Hain in that short, well, leg slip area.
It looks like Rob Yates bowling might have been a change of end bowling, because Danny Briggs has switched ends and is going to bowl the last over before tea from the pavilion end.
You've got a deep cover, deep square leg just behind. Sam Hain's there under the lid at a very short mid-wicket. In comes Briggs round the wicket, and it's just knocked into the leg side for a quick single by Jones. Got Matt Lamb doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. Hayne now moves into a leg slip for Briggs. In comes Briggs. Bit more air on that one, and it's defended into the offside. No run. Siren's going off again.
Yeah, lots of them, haven't there?
Briggs in again. Oh, he sort of yorked himself there. Just knocked into the leg side. No run.
So if they can get through this over, I think it's been a decent session for Lancashire, despite the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, 3 to come here. It's a bit quicker, that ball, and well watched by Croft. Just defends it for no run.
The wickets to go since lunch. Well, straight after lunch. Courtbrooks bowled Norwell for 36.
Comes Briggs again. Very full in the block hole, that one. Defended.
It was a miscued pull shot from Wells, who'd batted through the morning session. And then Dane Villas judged caught at leg slip by Sam Hayden off Danny Briggs.
Ball then. And it's just defended nicely by Croft.
And Villas made 37. Rob Jones is on 18. Stephen Cross on 65, and that is T at 197 for 4. Decent session, Eve Jones.
Yeah, I think Lancs will probably be the happiest of the 2 sides, I think, after that session. Warwickshire did well to get that wicket of Violette very early, but they've had a good partnership here from Croft and Jones to get them up to 197 for 4 at T.
So the session is 125 for 2 in 35 overs. For Lancashire, who are 197 for 4, trailing by 95. We'll take a 15-minute or so break and see you after tea. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where at tea on the second day of the LV Championship match, Lancashire 197 for 4, now just 95 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. And though they got 2 wickets in that middle session, just feel that Lancashire have begun to take a bit of initiative in this match. Liam Norwell struck straight after lunch to have Luke Wells out for 36, caught trying to hook by Henry Brooks. And Danny Briggs in his first over got Dane Villas, who was clearly unhappy to be given out caught at leg slip by Sam Hain for 37. But Stephen Croft has batted very positively. He's on 66, and Rob Jones also looking good on 18, and Lancashire quite well placed now at 197 for 4. Welcome back after tea. Things have gone very quickly, the tea interval. 197 for 4. Is the Lancashire total, resuming 95 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. Scott Reed joins us because there's no one else here.
Well, you know, I noticed you're on your Todd, so I thought I'd come and say hello.
We've got, well, it says that's not Rob Yates, that's Henry Brooks coming in to bowl. It's pushed out the offside. Grace is here now, so she'll jump in.
Are you turfing me out already?
Well, we'll do this over, shall we?
Okay. We've not been on together today.
No, we haven't. Well, we will be tomorrow.
Will we? All right, okay.
Rather a lot.
Is everyone leaving us tomorrow?
Yeah, we've got Phil. Yeah,
blimey.
they're starting training for the 50 over game.
Yes. Get those 10 overs in tomorrow.
Brooks to bowl to Jones. Oh, he's chasing a wide one. Jones sort of crouches forward in self-admonishment. I think he would have been pretty upset if he'd nicked that and got out to that, chasing a wide ball.
Yeah, he'd have been a bit furious with himself first over after tea. Batted well this afternoon, Jones. He's not, I was saying to Eve before, he's not had too many chances this season, just one appearance in the first team. He's had some runs in the second team for Lancashire over the last couple of weeks, so great to see him back. And he's done okay, 28 and a 50 partnership with Stephen Croft. And
that one is short. Oh, he's stopped edge. He's going to be out this time. And it's very similar to the dismissal just after lunch. And Jones goes skying one to, I think it's Dom Sibley who's taken it. An easy catch. And he has rather given it away in the end. Brooks finally gets his first wicket of the day. And just when you feel, again, we saw this a little bit in the Warwickshire innings, but just when you feel the batting side are getting on top, something like that happens.
I agree. I think that's what's made it such an intriguing match so far, that you just got the other sense that the Lancashire were starting to get the upper hand. Rob Jones is pretty gutted as he makes his way off, but he has rather given that away, unfortunately for Jones. But yeah, I think it's kind of reflected the game quite well. It's an intriguing match. I think it's quite, hard fought. There's nothing much between these two teams, and just as you think, oh, maybe the batting side this afternoon, for example, 125 runs for 2 wickets, you're thinking, yeah, maybe just Lancashire starting just to get themselves a little bit on top here, and the possibility of drawing level with wickets in hand, and then one falls straight after tea, just like it did after lunch. Not too dissimilar in terms of the shots and the top edge, and a pretty routine catch. And George Balderson, the new batter to join Stephen Croft, who now, without doubt, we probably knew it before, is the key man here for Lancashire. If he can try and bat through most of the innings like Sam Hain did for Warwickshire, then there's every chance Lancashire will be level, if not a little bit in front.
56 added for the 5th wicket in 20 overs. But once again, another 50 partnership doesn't go under 100. That's 4 50 partnerships we've had in the match now. But none of them have been able to go on.
It's such a peculiar shot, wasn't it, from Rob Jones? I just thought, before tea, I don't think he plays that shot. But tea break comes and he has to start again. And
it's 5 50 partnerships, 3 in the Lancashire innings. That's pushed back to the bowler. There's no run. But no one has got actually beyond the 60s with the partnership.
Well, it's meant for a good game then, hasn't it? It's meant for quite an even game. The bowlers are always in it. There's runs there to be had for the batters. We've seen that from Hain yesterday, largely from Hain, and we've seen it from Croft today, with others chipping in as well. It's meant for a good game of cricket so far.
Brooks round the wicket, bowls, and he nibbled at that one, Balderson, who's the new batter, and doesn't get an edge. Wicketkeeper takes it. Balderson goes down the pitch and does a bit of prodding.
Good start, this. Right on the money, Brooks.
What we'll do is Grace will replace me while you describe 1 over, because I can't actually see at the moment because I left my glasses and my binoculars in the other room.
Excellent. So right, okay.
I think it's Henry Brooks coming into bowl, and that's pushed out into the onside for no run. Number 10 bowling to number 10. End of the over, 197 for 5. So Grace will pop in here.
Okay, no problem. You go and find your readers, and you can see what you're doing. It's like commenting with your dad. 197 for. Surprised he's not giving me a clip around the back of the head for that. 197 for 5. Rob Jones, the man out, first over after tea. What a peculiar shot from Rob Jones. It'd be absolutely gutted.
Yeah, it was a bit like Alex Davis's in Warwickshire's innings, but almost just came from nowhere. I mean, good short ball from Henry Brooks, but yeah, he won't be happy getting out to a shot like that.
No.
Don't think they'll be too happy in the dressing room either, but maybe just a bit of a rush of blood, lapse of concentration, not sure.
Yeah, I just don't think he plays that shot before tea. I think if, just like perhaps that break in concentration maybe. You can see Briggs from the pavilion end, left arm around the wicket, and Croft jagging himself back into the crease and then watching the ball into the gloves of Burgess. The slip, leg slip, backward point, deep extra cover, deep backward square leg, short mid off, mid on, extra cover, mid wicket. Croft gets a run here, off the front foot, drilled the ball firmly away through the covers. Don Sibley completes the fielding, but Croft has come back for 2, so 67 to him, and 199 for 5. So Lancashire are edging towards a batting bonus point. A run short of it. Trail by 93. Again, that's chopped out through the offside, and that does bring up the 200 for Lancashire. Croft on to 67. 200 for 5. A ripple of applause around the ground. 92 behind. 5 wickets remaining. And George Balderson's a new batter, joining Stephen Croft.
Bowled well, didn't he, George Balderson? So see if he can back it up with a good performance. Well, it was him, wasn't he, that said that he didn't know if he's best bowler or a batter? Am I right in thinking that?
That's right, yeah.
So we'll see. We can give our judgment. Maybe that will help him.
Yeah, he said that when he made his debut a couple of years back at the game at Worcester. He goes right back and works the ball off his hip behind square on the leg side, and they might actually flirt with the idea of 3 here. I think they will do. Be pretty comfortable 3 by the time that Sibley catches up with it. Just beat the dive of Brooks at backward square, and they have run for 3. Gets Balderson up and running. 203 for 5 now. Brings Croft on strike. Certainly his contributions this season has been more with the ball. For George Balderson. Then with runs, but he's a good batter. He's a top order batter for England's under-19s and has opened the batting for Lancashire in the past. Leg slip comes to short extra cover. That's Sam Hain in front of Stephen Croft. Briggs in and bowls, and he defends out into the offside. No run.
Very much in line here, aren't they, Sam Hain and Rob Yates in silly extra and extra cover. He's clearly got a plan here, Danny Briggs. Into
Croft, that's probably too far wide, he ignores it. Taken by the keeper, and there is no run. So 203 for 5. Balderson on 3, Croft on 67. Into the final session on the second day.
Looks like Henry Brooks will continue from the Birmingham end, and I think he deserved that wicket. He's gone well, hasn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, that's not too dissimilar to what we were saying yesterday. I think Warwickshire bowled well, kept chipping away. I just don't think there's going to be too much between these two sides at the end of the first innings of each of the match.
No. Henry Brooks into Balderson. 3 slips in as he comes into bowling. Good ball. Still getting plenty of carry here, Henry Brooks. Straight through to Burgess and left alone.
Yeah, that's been the pattern of the day. Bounce and carry. Felt like it's been perhaps more for Warwickshire than what Lancashire got yesterday. The final session starting just as the afternoon session did, with a wicket in the first over.
Brooks in again. And short again this time outside off, and just punched away by Balderson, and should run away for 4. Didn't get everything on it, Balderson, but enough, and no third man, and just races away. And Dom simply goes and collects it from the boundary with minimal urgency.
Yes. He's got a lot of grass to make up, hasn't he? Got a lot of ground to cover.
Don't think he's been too happy having to run round there.
Well, Eve was saying he might have had a slightly dodgy hamstring or something this morning.
Oh yeah, that is true. He think it was when he dived or something, and
Okay.
he's been stretching it out for a while, but
That won't help him.
yeah, no, doesn't look too pleased, does he really?
No.
Brooks in, coming through, and short ball this time, and ducked by Balderson, and bit of a look there, I think, from Henry Brooks.
That's a bit, yeah.
At the batter, nothing wrong with that though.
Yeah, he just went an extra pace or 2 down the pitch, didn't he?
Bit of a glare. Hit that one for 4. That's what I was saying. Hit that one for 4.
It was banged in, but it was not massively well directed, I don't think, was it?
Wasn't overly threatening, I don't
No,
think.
no.
No, unfortunately not. Round the wicket comes Brooks. In again, and again short, but not quite so short. And tried to flick into the square leg gap by Balderson, but collected by Matt Lamb in mid-wicket, and will be no run taken. It's at the end of his mark again. Brooks comes in. Clive's hand just came from nowhere in front of me there, and another short ball by Brooks again, ducked by Balderson, and again another glance there by Henry Brooks.
Can't find his glasses. They're probably on top of his head. Oh, they're in the glasses.
Clive was, before doing well to commentate, actually unable to see. So
I think he's telling me to get going. I'm off. Detention for me.
he's been relegated. Final ball of Brooks is over then. In he comes, the 16th of the day for him, and good ball, just making him come forward and play, but no runs from it, and it's 207 for 5 Lancashire off 67 overs, 29 remaining in the day.
Didn't actually occur to me that I might have put my glasses where they're supposed to be. In the glasses case. Anyway, retrieve them now. Won't miss much. 207 for 5. So, the game's still nicely poised, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of quick wickets could change the game very quickly here, but I can't help but think Lancashire are slightly on top here.
Yeah.
Especially with Crofton, 68 not out.
Just 85 behind now. And Briggs into Croft. Oh, he's gone for a little ramp shot, and goodness me, that was what he's got it over Will Rose in the end. Will Rose tried to read it and anticipate it and move to the leg side and came pretty close to getting to that.
Just didn't get quite enough on it there, did he, Croft? I mean, there's a massive gap there, but as you say, Will Rhodes and slip easily could have fell into his hands.
Yeah, gets away with that. 209 for 5. Briggs in again. This time plays it more orthodoxly into the ground. It's very well stopped on the bounce by Sam Hain. And Briggs in again. That's left. Quicker ball left by Croft. Bit of excitement from Warwickshire. Burgess taking the ball cleanly. But Croft was safely in his crease. He's on 70 now. Playing the Sam Hain role in this innings. And he pushes that out to point for no run.
He's got square quite far behind here, hasn't he, Danny Briggs? Out on the boundary over there by the Eric Hollies. Leaving a big gap for a hard sweep.
It's a full toss, and that's played to mid-wicket for no run. And Briggs again bowls, and he defends that Croft. That's the end of the over. 209 for 5. Deficit now is 83. Do an update on BBC Coventry and Warwickshire, hopefully, fairly shortly. Henry Brooks to continue from the Birmingham end. New Zealand now 133 for 4. There's been a run out lately there. They lead by 147. It's only a day to go in that game.
Brooks in to Bolton, and good ball. Just punch back into extra cover, but no run taken. Still the 3 slips in for Brooks here, and looks like he's just switching between over and round the wicket at the moment as he comes to the end of his mark again, in from that wide angle that he was in from the pavilion end. He runs into bowl. Short down the leg side and just almost catches Bolton on the glove. Don't know if he tried to play it or leave it, but they will scamper back to 2. Just trickled out to fine leg, but
yeah, he's just trying to get out of the way of that one, isn't he?
Got a bit of glove on it.
I think we'll do an update in a moment. BBC CWR. Brooks to continue. Getting the leg slip in. Well, Lancashire 211 for 5. They are only 81 runs behind Warwickshire's total. It's been a fluctuating day. The big threat to Warwickshire is Stephen Croft, not for the first time scoring runs against the Bears. He's on 70, but crucially Warwickshire got a wicket just after tea when Rob Jones, who'd been playing very well, got a top edge on a Henry Brooks delivery to be caught by Will Rhodes for 28. Croft, though, batting well. Lancashire just edging towards that Warwickshire first innings total in what's been a pretty even game so far. Lancashire 211 for 5.
Brooks coming in again. 2 slips and a leg slip in, and just sends Balderson onto the back foot, but again just punched to extra cover for no run. Don't think this is a bad plan actually, to Balderson, this leg slip. Looks a little bit uncomfortable when Brooks is putting it in the right place, short kind of on the hip on the leg side, so don't think it's the worst idea here from the Warwickshire attack.
Yeah, Will Rose going to that position.
Brooks in again, wide angle. In short and just flash through the offside, through the point region. Probably will run away for 4, despite Dom Sibley. Best efforts to run after it, and does run away for 4. That's a good shot from Balderson, just a little bit too short and wide from Brooks there with the field he has set.
Well, let's keep coming a tick along at a reasonable rate here, Lancashire.
Now 250 for 5. With just over 27 overs remaining in the day. Now trailing by just 77 as Harry Brooks comes in for the last ball of his over. Again short and on the body line, but just flicked around for Balderson. He looks a little bit more comfortable playing that shot after his 4, and that's the end of the over. Lancashire 216 for 5.
He's allowed me back on.
You weren't off for long, to be fair.
No,
You've been
no. Rotated off for a few minutes.
given a breather.
Yes. 216 for 5 for 76 behind. I've absolutely no idea how this final session is going to unfold, which I think is great fun when you can't predict it. 27 overs left. Game is beautifully balanced. Got Briggs bowling to Balderson, and that's turned off the pads into the onside. Sam Hain is at short leg, and well, he stops the ball, or the ball hits him somewhere.
He's doing alright, Sam Hain, in that position. I don't think I'd fancy it, but he's pretty athletic in there.
Got the pads on, got the helmet on. Forward because Balderson in defence, back down the pitch, and there's no run. Lancashire captain Dane Villas often feels there. I mean, he's the captain,
yeah,
senior player.
Surely don't put yourself in there.
It must be crackers. Balderson again on the front foot, turns the ball away into the leg side, and there is no run. Still with a slip in place and a short mid-wicket. Deeper mid-wicket, backward square leg, mid-on, mid-off, short cover, backward point. Briggs over the wicket. And Balderson again going deep into his crease and working the ball out towards the leg side, and there is no run. Remains on 14. Briggs from the pavilion end. Tosses one up and punched to mid-off by Balderson. Liam Norwell is in behind it to field, and again there is no addition to the score. Lancashire within 76 of that first innings for Warwickshire. Briggs bowls a ball that's pretty quick actually. It's fizzed in, it's wide of the off stump, it's left. It's taken by Burgess, and that is the end of the over. 216 for 5. Balderson's on 14 and Stephen Croft is 70 not out.
So Brooks being again, I feel kind of bad about moaning about my 10 over spell when he's probably going to end up doing about 20 today, isn't he, Henry Brooks? He's coming in off the long run as well.
Yeah, he's bowled more than anybody else. Norwell 16 overs, 2 for 54. Hannon-Dalby 14 overs, 1 for 40. But this is over number 18 for Brooks. You see off that pretty long run. Slightly curved approach, isn't it, as he comes up and releases the ball.
It comes in first ball of the over to Croft, and good ball outside off, heavy length and just left alone. Looks like he's still getting some movement here. Looks like all the seamers are actually. They're going nicely, and Yeah, it's looking good.
Ball's 70 overs old, so the new ball will be available for Warwickshire to take in 10 overs time.
Might see the openers come back on then, I'd imagine. Ollie Hannon-Dalby can normally get the ball to move. Swings it both ways, I think. As Brooks comes in again. Straighter this time, similar length, and just defended straight to, I think that's Matt Lamb. It's not Matt Lamb, it's Danny Briggs at extra cover. No run taken. Both the batters just doing a bit of gardening on the pitch, and don't know if any words were said between the two there, but just looking to settle in here, these two, and rebuild a partnership after that kind of surprising wicket loss.
Yeah, it was. Just it was, the manner of the dismissal was quite surprising too.
Brooks in shorter this time and pulled away by Croft, but should only be one. Looks like it kind of caught him by surprise there. It's a bit early on it maybe, but gets a single and the field moves around quite significantly.
Yeah, the way he played it would suggest he was a little late on it, or just got to him a little quicker than what he's expecting, Stephen Croft.
Played it well nonetheless and gets himself off strike, now sitting on 71 not out. It's gone nicely for those 71 runs, Croft.
What do you reckon? Think they'll hold Hannon-Dalby and Norwell back for a new ball, or maybe one more burst from Norwell perhaps?
I reckon they'll hold him back.
Okay.
Well, we'll see. What, 10 overs left? We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Brooks into left-handed bowls to New. Punches it straight to mid-off and there's no one there, so they will scamper a quick single before it is collected by extra cover. I'm not sure, I mean, that being said, I'm sure they can expect Brooks to bowl another 5 straight through. I think he's bowled quite a lot. Whether they'll bring Will Rhodes back on, or we saw Rob Yates bowl not the worst over for a change of ends.
Yeah, just the one, wasn't it?
Maybe they could get him to fill a couple in. Just the one slip in now for Croft, slightly more spread field as Brooks comes in and full ball outside off again. A leave.
Yeah, I guess Will Rhodes would be the option, wouldn't he, if he wants to stick with Briggs at this end. Another couple from Brooks and then Rhodes to take it up to 80. Albeit, just looking at Liam Norwell at fine leg, he's twirling his hips around. I'm not sure if that constitutes a warm-up or just keeping loose.
He's just having a good time out there, I think.
Yeah.
Brooks in again. It's Croft and short kind of at him. And looks like he went to leave it, then realised it was a bit close to the body and just escorted it down to third man, but just a single taken. And is that the end of the over? It is another good one.
Yeah.
Lancashire 219 for 5.
Good stuff from Brooks, just a couple off at 3 actually, I think. Briggs 1 for 30 from 13, so he's going at 2.5 and over. That's all right, isn't it, really?
Yeah, you don't mind that, do you? Don't mind that at all.
Over number 14 for Briggs. Left arm around to Croft. A wide ball. Croft just knocks it down into the ground. It deflects down towards Brooks. And there's no run. 72 to Croft, 219 for 5. So Lancashire trailed by 73. Brooks gets Croft onto the front foot and defends out towards Alex Davis. Comes up from mid-wicket.
Will Rhodes just getting warmed up to bowl, as you say there, in first slip. Could be giving himself a few before the new ball.
Briggs into Croft, maybe a little flatter, touch quicker maybe. Just turned out towards the leg side. Davis goes hurtling after it and throws in towards the stumps at the keeper's end. They have got through for 1. Croft is 73 now. 220 for 5. Brings Balderson on strike. So slip and a forward short leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on, backward square leg, mid-wicket, extra cover mid-off and backward point. Sam Hain under the helmet with the pads on at short leg. Here's Briggs over the wicket to Balderson. It's a nice shot, and he's timed it beautifully actually to the right of mid-on down towards the boundary. Nice looking shot by Balderson. Takes him on to 19 and Lancashire to 224 for 5.
He's placed it slightly out of Norwell's reach there. Not sure if he should have put a dive in there, you reckon? Not sure.
I thought he was going to cut it off.
It looked like it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Then it just ended up racing past him, just well timed and well placed by Balderson.
To Norwell's right hand side at mid-on. He's coming out to Norwell again, but this is one he can stop. Lobs the ball back to Briggs. 1 remaining of the over. Briggs 1 for 35. The dismissal of Dane Villas. He's over the wicket into Balderson, who drives to mid-off, and Lamb fields, and that completes the over. So 2-2-4 for 5. 72 overs gone in the Lancashire first innings. So 24 remain of the day's allocation. Grace has left us for a break. Eve is back alongside me. 2 batters out in the middle. We're going to see Will Rhodes coming into the attack as Grace predicted. So 8 to go till the new ball. They wouldn't mind getting another one before then. And they ideally wouldn't mind getting Stephen Croft before that new ball becomes available to them as well.
Yeah, that'd be great for Warwickshire, wouldn't it?
Croft will be thinking, I need to try and be here for when it's taken. Rhodes in to Croft, who's 4 in defence and there's no run. 73 to Croft. 19 to Balderson. 224 for 5.
He's had some good support, hasn't he, this afternoon, Croft? Everyone that seemed to come in has got starts and taken the pressure off him slightly, and yeah, just allowed the score to keep ticking, and yeah, he's settled in on 73 here.
It's Rhodes to Croft. That just goes back and flicks the ball away through the onside. Chucks through for 1, moves on to 74. 225 for 5. Well, the partnerships have been 50 between Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon, 69 between Stephen Croft and Dane Villas, and 56 between Stephen Croft and Rob Jones. Jones will be pretty gutted in the dressing room where he got out after tea. It's so similar to how it started after lunch, the wicket of Luke Wells. And Rob, kind of almost similar dismissals as well. It's Rhodes to Balderson this time. Ooh, that'll be a wide.
That's nearly off the strip, that one.
It was, wasn't it? It was. Just about creeped onto the cut strip, but not far off. Saw that in a T20 match, maybe last season. Nobody had a clue what was going on. The ball didn't even land on the pitch.
That's a no ball then.
It was. Umpires were checking with each other. Down the leg side by Rhodes. Taken by Burgess, and there's no run. 226 for 5. One more 50-plus partnership for Lancashire is going to get them effectively level with the Warwickshire first innings total, and if they can do that with 5 wickets in hand, if these two can match the sequence of successive 50 partnerships, then Lancashire will feel to be in a good position. Balderson waits for Rhodes, who's in. Oh, that's a good delivery. Has Balderson playing at that through to the keeper, no run. Again with the ball that's 72 overs old. A bit of bounce and carry through to the keeper.
The Warwickshire players have worked hard on the ball all afternoon, to be fair to them, so they are looking after it and trying to get the most out of it.
2 slips awaiting. Rhodes in. Full of ball but wide and left by Balderson through to Burgess, no run. Final ball of the over coming up. The Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes is coming in to bowl it. And again, left by Balderson and through to Burgess. So that completes the over. 226 for 5. 66 runs between the two teams at the minute, with 5 wickets remaining for Lancashire. And it's just the 7 overs to go until we get to the new ball. And with Briggs bowling from this end as well, we'll get through them pretty quickly, I think. The new ball will be here in no time.
Yeah, the over rate's level now, and that's largely down to Briggs having a bowl. You can swiftly get through quite a few overs, can't you, quite quickly, and then you look up at the scoreboard and they've soon ticked over the overs. So Briggs into bowl again here. Flighted delivery, ended up being a full toss and just nudged into Alex Davis at mid-wicket for no run. Croft on strike. Briggs again, round the wicket this time. And he lands that one this time, and it's just defended back to him for no run. There's Briggs, a bit wide of the crease that time, and just looked like he potentially an arm ball there. Just darted that one into the pads a little bit more, but Croft reads it well and keeps it out. Yeah, just using the crease a little bit more here, isn't he, Danny Briggs? And again, and it's flighted and just knocked into Sam Hain there at short extra cover. He's got the pads and the helmet on there. Here's Briggs again. A little bit wider that time, but left alone by Steve Croft. Tempting him there, Briggs, by giving a little bit of width, but left it alone. Daddy Briggs again, and nice and full, and just nudged back to him. He's really got through that over quickly, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's rapid.
Raced through that one.
He mixed it up quite a bit, didn't he? Just using the crease a little bit more, altered his pace as well.
Yeah, trying to keep the batsman guessing here, I think. Trying to create something. Be ideal if they could get one before the new ball comes, as he said. Just keep the batsmen on their toes and guessing what delivery is going to come out the hand.
He's doing a decent job in it for his team, and I don't think the pitch is turning much, is it, for him? So he's
having to try a few things out, I think.
There's Rhodes to Balderson. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. I guess just try a few things out. Try and just carry kind of a holding role, really. Briggs. He's not gone for many. 35 or 15 overs and picked up a wicket, so he's done a pretty good job here. 2 slips waiting. Balderson allows that one to go through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Seems like Warwickshire just trying to get through to that new ball at the moment. Get through these overs.
Yep.
And then look to attack with that new ball in. How many overs we've got? 5 and a bit overs?
We have, yeah. Rhodes into Balderson again, just outside off stump, and again left. That might well be the pattern here from Rhodes, bowling that type of channel. Just try and slow it down, stop the runs. The gap and the difference between the two teams is still 66. And if they can get to that new ball, then Lancashire's not done too much damage in these overs. It gives Hannon-Dalby and Norwell real license to go hard at these two with a new ball. Forward goes Balderson in defence, and picked up by Danny Briggs at extra cover. And there's no run.
Yeah, Rhodes just putting it on the spot here, not giving Balderson too much to attack from. Keep it nice and tidy from that one end as well.
Plenty of laughter in the ground, isn't there? Earth is, how dare people come to the cricket and enjoy themselves? Having a right old chuckle then. There's Rhodes to Balderson. Catch, driven straight to extra cover. Well, that is a real bonus for Warwickshire, as they try and get to this new ball becoming available, and Balderson's driven it straight to Briggs, short extra cover. Rhodes picks up the wicket, and Lancashire are now 6 down, 2-2-6 for 6, and still trail by 66, and that's a real bonus for the Bears as we edge towards the 80th over of the innings.
Yeah, Balderson will be disappointed with that delivery, with that wicket. Just looking to drive through the covers, and a little bit early on it, probably played it just a little bit out in front of him, and yeah, just hit it straight to extra cover. Nice easy catch, but important breakthrough for Warwickshire there. Just what they needed just before the new ball's here. So that's Danny Lamb coming out to bat now. I think that'll be the frustrating thing for Lancashire. They've had batsmen have starts and get themselves in and then get themselves out. I think if they were really critical of themselves, they'll look back at that and probably have a bit of frustration towards that they've had no one go on and get that big score. Obviously Croft's still there on 74, but they've had a few players get themselves in and then just get themselves out at bad times.
Yeah, I think that's reflected, isn't it, with the last 3 dismissals. The captain 37, 69 he put on with Croft. Jones 28 from 67, put on 56 with Croft, and then Balderson 9 from 35, and edging up towards 30-run partnership, and they're all in, aren't they? But not able to go on. It's not too dissimilar to how Warwickshire went about their innings neither. They had Sam Hain that kind of held it together with a couple of half-century partnerships, Hain and Rhodes and Hain and Burgess. That's why Croft is increasingly valuable here. Lamb's on strike, and he plays that little forward defensive for the final delivery of the 75th over. A wicket taking one for Will Rhodes, and Lancashire 2-2-6 for 6.
Yeah, good work from the skipper there, bringing himself back on the last couple of overs, just to probably tie up an end, and he's managed to get the breakthrough for his side. So Danny Briggs to continue from the pavilion end. Croft on strike on 74. He's going well. He's the key here for Lancashire, I think. Someone is getting rowdy. Mid-off just comes back 3/4 of the way here to long off. Briggs around the wicket, and Croft just smothers that one. I think it's Will Rhodes there, but slip just does the field in there. No run. Briggs in again here. Left alone outside off stump. Good length delivery there. Bit of a teasing delivery actually. Here's Briggs. Full of that time and just knocked into the leg side for 1 run. Alex Davis swiftly comes around from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Brings Lamb on strike to face Briggs for the first time.
Yeah, it might just change the field a little bit here with the new batter on strike.
Yeah, covers come into the, well, what I'd say would be the inner ring, and I think that's Sam Hain there gone into short leg on the leg side, and he's well flighted delivery, Yorker in the end, and he's just knocked that to extra cover for no run. Briggs in again. Just held that one back a little bit, and it's left alone by Danny Lamb, brother of Emma.
Yep.
Last ball of the over for Briggs. just outside the off stump, and good leave by Lamb to finish off that Briggs over there.
You'll have captained Emma for the England
Yeah,
18?
yeah, captained her at Lancashire when I played at Lancs a few years back, and also in the England A stuff.
Yeah.
We've been to Australia over the winter and an A tour against the Aussies, which was run alongside the Ashes. So yeah, she's a good friend of mine, Emma Lamb. Opened the batting together for quite a few occasions, and she's a very good player.
She's had a great couple of years, hasn't she?
She's been phenomenal. Yeah, I think it'll be a big summer for her. I'm excited to see how she goes.
Here's Rhodes into the attack, balls to Croft. Played out into the offside for a single. Croft to 76 to 28 for 6. It's a good cricketing family, isn't it? The Lambs, brother and sister.
Yeah, good genes there.
Yeah. I wonder how competitive they were as kids against each other.
Yeah, not sure. I think they have played a bit of club cricket together actually in recent years. Up in Cheshire.
It's Danny that's on strike as he plays forward and Rhodes beats him through to the keeper, no run. It's fantastic to see Emma have such a good winter in the call up to the World Cup squad. Reflecting a great season for her last year in particular, but consistency I think for a couple of seasons now.
Yeah, I think she's really worked hard on her game, and she's added that bowling and off spin into her game as well, which I think has been a big boost for her. And yeah, she's becoming a really good all-rounder for both Lancashire and of course England in the coming years. I think she'll be a key player.
Rhodes from the Birmingham end balls to Lamb. He's beaten. The ball carries through to the keeper and there's no run.
Even the umpire's got his hands on his hips.
Well, he's been all action, hasn't he? I'm pretty sure it's Neil Malander at that end. We are some distance away and they do look quite similar. But he's never still. He's always moving.
Maybe he's had a few coffees at tea. He's buzzing.
2:28 for 6. Rhodes in, balls to Lamb. Has to play at this delivery, straight to ball. Works it back down the pitch and there is no run. Oh, we're at 5 o'clock. Do I need to disappear? Eve, can you take over, please?
Two slips still in play here as Rhodes walks back to his mark. And he comes again, running into bowl. Oh, he just beats the outside edge once again there. Bowling that tricky length there, making it difficult for Lamb. Whether he plays or leaves, he's just beaten the outside edge a couple of balls.
Yeah, it's a decent little spell this from Will Rose. I just got to do the update on local radio in a moment. Slightly surprised I'm not hearing anything from them, but I've still got to do it at 3 minutes past exactly. Hopefully they'll be there.
Here comes Rhodes again. Defends into cover.
It's the end of the over then. Yeah, still well poised this game, isn't it?
Yeah, 2-2-8 for 6 here.
And Warwickshire still plugging away. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. We've got an intriguing match here. Lancashire 228 for 6. Various times of the day they've looked like they're getting away a bit from Warwickshire, but the bowlers have just managed to snatch a wicket at crucial times. George Balderson's the latest to go, driving a Will Rose delivery straight to Danny Briggs and giving him a straightforward catch. Balderson gone for 19. The big concern for Warwickshire, Stephen Croft, who's batted really well. He's on 76. And the deficit now for Lancashire is they are 64 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. New ball due soon, though, with Lancashire 228 for 6. Briggs is bowling. You might have Heard my brain whirling there as I was trying to work out the deficit. Briggs into bowl to Croft, who swishes that away and to the offside for a single. Just Lancashire batted pretty well, but they will feel they've given a few wickets away, won't they? A few loose shots.
Yeah, I think they've got themselves out, which I think they'll be disappointed with. They've had batsmen get themselves in and do all the hard work, and then, yeah, unfortunately for them, they've got themselves out and put the pressure back on that new batsman coming in.
Briggs round the wicket, and that's driven. That was driven in the air, but it bounces well short of Matt Lamb at mid-off. It got Warwickshire excited for a moment. He didn't quite time that, Lamb. Surely they've got to bring Matt Lamb on to bowl to Danny Lamb after Danny got Matt out in the first innings. That one is pushed out the offside. There's no run. I haven't seen much of Matt Lamb bowling this season. I'm not sure whether they've seen him at all. May have done, but not much. Man on the
deep square going out for the last ball.
And Briggs bowls it, and Danny Lamb defends it. 229 for 6 after 78 overs. 2 overs to the new ball.
The sun really has come out now. It's quite bright out there, isn't it?
It is.
I'm squinting.
Yeah, pleasant day. So this might be Will Rowe's last over of his current spell.
I can imagine so. In comes Rhodes again. To Croft. Oh, short ball. Oh, it's nearly hit the helmet as well. That's beating everybody. And that's going to go away for 4 byes. Burgess is stood up to the stumps. Not sure if he knew too much about that.
No.
Or whether Rhodes give him a signal that's going to stick one halfway down the wicket. I'm not sure, but that really wasn't far away from the helmet.
Croft had a swing and didn't completely miss it, didn't he?
Yeah, so 4 byes to start the 79th over. We have got a deep square and a deep fine leg here. Deep cover. Rhodes in. That's a bit full of that length, and Croft tries to slap that one through the covers, but hits it straight to, I think it's Danny Briggs there, but extra cover.
There is some sort of party going on at the sounds of things just down below us. Lots of raucous laughter and
in comes Rhodes again. It's a good length, nice and full and straight, and just prodded to mid-on for no run.
Ollie Hannon-Dalby and Liam Norwell both limbering up in anticipation of the new ball, which is available after the next over.
In comes Rhodes again, and that's defended to mid-on for no run. Yeah, Will Rhodes has done a good job here, hasn't he, for his side. Just picked up a wicket in the last few overs, and Danny Lamb's in now. We'll be facing the new ball in a couple of overs' time. Here's Rhodes. Good length, and there's a bit of a misfield there from, I think it's Danny Briggs, and Croft runs through for 1 run.
Will Rhodes not impressed with that.
Yeah, just seemed to hit it into the floor and just misjudged the bounce a little bit there, Danny Briggs. But there's cover out on the boundary to prevent a second run.
2 helmets for them to aim at now.
Yeah, Burgess is stood back for Danny Lamb. Comes Rhodes for the final ball of the over. That's a good length, and it's left straight through to Burgess for no run. Score is 234 for 6. 79 overs gone, so last over then before the new ball becomes available.
17 overs left in the day, so we're going to be a little bit late, but similar sort of finish time to yesterday. Danny Briggs will have one more chance, 1 for 37 off his 17, so not too bad. And he, for what's presumably his last over of the day. Warwickshire will hope it's his last over of the innings. And if he comes back, it would suggest that they're struggling to bowl the position out.
Yes, we've got a deep cover, deep long off, and a deep backward square on the boundary for Briggs, who's into bowl. Fly to delivery and just knocked down to long off for 1 run by Croft, who moves on to 79. And the fielders come in for Lamb.
Can Briggs get the bonus wicket before the new ball?
In comes Briggs. Bowled and defended to Rob Yates there at extra cover for no run. Briggs again. A bit wide of the crease that time and angled into the pads a bit more. Defended though by Danny Lamb for no run. Briggs again, a bit more flight on that one, and it's pushed out to cover for no run again. Just mixing up his pace a little bit here, Danny Briggs. Trying to create something here for Warwickshire.
A bad spell from him.
Briggs in again, and it's nicely watched by Danny Lamb for no run. Defended to, I think that's Rob Yates there, yep. Okay, last ball then for Danny Briggs is over. That's a good line and length outside off stump. Left alone though by Danny Lamb, no run. So that's 235 for 6, 80 overs gone, so the new ball is available.
It'll be Ollie Hannon-Dalby from the Birmingham end, and umpire tosses what I assume is the new ball. I was done with this nonsense of borrowing a couple of deliveries with the old ball first. That always annoys me. Be ready for the new ball. Yeah, new ball taken. And it'll be Hannon-Dalby then. Bowling to Croft. I could never hear the announcers properly here, but I assume that announcement was Ollie Hannon-Dalby's bowling, and they've taken the new ball. So, important phase of the game, you feel. Now these last 16 overs before the close, can Lancashire do what Warwickshire couldn't do and prolong their innings into the next day? If they do that, then they should be pretty much ahead by then. And then there'll be to bowl. And that's first one is slapped away into the offside by Croft. Oh, we only get one because he slipped. Hope he's okay. I think he is, but having run one, trying to turn, he fell over. Fortunately, Lamb spotted that and didn't attempt a second run. 236 for 6. Croft on to 80.
Yeah, 2 slips and a gully in play here, and a fine leg. The only man on the boundary to Lamb.
Hannon-Dalby bowls to him, and well, it's a shout to catch it, but it didn't hit the outside edge. It was a good delivery though from Hannon-Dalby, and Lamb prodding at that, misses it.
From where I'm sat, it looked like he got something on that, but I think it might have just potentially just gone away from him at the last minute.
Yeah, I think it was Ollie that shouted catch it, but he didn't appeal, so. Hannon-Dalby bowls, and that's driven out to the offside. Can't have up mid off, there's no run. Always amuses me a bit when bowlers the fielder shout catch it. The fielder's title say, what do you think I was going to do?
I feel it's just a natural instinct,
Yeah,
isn't it? That
yeah. So 2 slips in that gully then. You'll still have high hopes of having a decent first innings lead here, but they've still got work to do. 56 behind still. Hannon-Dalby into bowl, and that is edge along the ground to backward point for no run.
Yeah, it's a nagging length that, isn't it, from Hannon-Dalby. Looking to get that outside edge. Slips in play here. 2 slips in a gully. Ready and waiting.
So he got the very first wicket of the innings. Keaton Jennings out with the score on 1. And that'll be in again. That's driven back to. He feels it very well off his own bowling. Goodness, that was a decent stop. Low down.
Yeah, he struck that quite well, didn't he, Lamb? Looking to hit straight back past the bowler. Still yet to get off the mark here, Danny Lamb. Nice tight bowling here from Warwickshire.
Hannon-Dalby from the Birmingham end into bowl, and that's off an inside edge down to back of square leg. It will get him a single, but decent over that from Ollie Hannon-Dalby. The first over of the new ball, 236 for 7.
Yeah, Lamb back on strike now for the next over, so that's good for Warwickshire. Try and bowl as much as you can at Danny Lamb at this stage.
Liam Norwell will do that. Elsewhere, Surrey building a big lead against Somerset, 317 for 5, replying to Somerset's 180. Hampshire covered a bit, but still a long way behind Yorkshire, 138 for 4, replying to Yorkshire's 428. Kent 172 for 2 at Canterbury, replying to Gloucestershire's 438. Worcestershire replying to Durham's massive 642 for 7, 75 for 2. Derbyshire all out for 229 in the end. I was predicting they would get a first innings lead. They must have collapsed spectacularly there against Essex, who was 71 for 1 and lead by 93 at Chesterfield.
In comes Norwell then, from the pavilion end with the new ball. Oh, and he's bowled. Very good delivery, but sort of a half sort of defence from Danny Lamb, and it goes past the outside edge to Burgess for no run.
Glamorgan 230 for 1, replying to Sussex 376 at Cardiff. And Nottinghamshire 270 for 2, replying to Leicestershire's 440.
Mark Ronson out for his second lap of the day. On that far side. In comes Norwell. Good length, then just defended into the leg side by Lamb. Two slips in a gully, ready and waiting.
2 wickets to Liam Norwell so far. He's bowled well. Good to see him back from Warwickshire's point of view.
In he comes again. And just in the channel outside that off stump, left alone though by Lamb. Goes through to Burgess. Yeah, 16.3 overs, 2 for 54 at the moment, Liam Norwell. And he comes again to Lamb. Bit fuller that time, driven, and it's fielded at mid-on Thrown into the keeper. Oh, thrown into the floor. So they won't be happy about that. I'm going to try and look after that ball, and then Burgess throws it to Alex Davis on the one bounce as well. So not what they want with the brand new ball. I want to try and look after that, keep that up as much as possible.
I think Liam Norwell's got a choice word or two to say about that.
In comes Norwell. Oh, a little hint of swing then. Back into Lambert, left alone, and Burgess takes a tumbling roll and throws the ball back round the field to Norwell. Final ball of the over then. Norwell in. Slap that straight to point. A little bit more width on offer then, but can't beat the fielder. And that ends the over. 2-3-7 for 6. 82 overs been bowled today.
Yeah, shall we bring Grace back in for a bit, Eve? Thank you very much indeed. Eve Jones. Grace Barger will join us. We've got 14 overs left in the day. And Lancashire 237 for 6. Welcome back, Grace.
Thank you. Good evening now, isn't it? Good evening.
Yeah, that's the evening stage.
Score looking slightly more level now.
Yeah.
237 for 6, I think. Obviously the wicket of Croft would be massive here for Warwickshire.
He's on 80, about to face Ollie Hannon-Dalby, and he's run that down to third. There is a fielder down there, and that's a single. There's the aircraft somewhere is going overhead. 238 for 6. So Croft gets a single, brings Lamb back on strike.
3 slips in for Lamb here. Slightly more attacking field to the new batter, as you'd expect.
Hannon-Dalby. Balls Lamb. Plays it solidly enough. He sees the ball going behind him. For a moment he's concerned as whether it's going to go close to his stumps, but it bounces well wide of them. So again, made them play there, Hannon-Dalby.
Looks like the wind has just picked up a tiny bit. I've been watching that flag just opposite us throughout the day, trying to see how windy it's been and if that'll be assisting the bowlers at all, and that along with the new balls probably help him.
So Hannon-Dalby bowls, it's driven by Lamb. Nice shot, but again good ground fielding from Warwickshire. Danny Briggs making the good tumbling stop. They have been sharp in the field. Prevents any runs from being scored. And the match remains tightly balanced. George Balderson, the last man out for 19. So the Lancashire batters have at least got a start. Only really Croft has gone on. He's Hannon-Dalby, and that's driven by Lamb. He wants a single, but it's not to be had. Danny Briggs cuts it off once again at mid-off.
Talk about the start. It's just the story of the game, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
We saw a lot of batters in the Warwickshire innings as well, getting 20s, 30s, 40s, but not pushing on. Just Croft and Hayne for Warwickshire that have managed to get a decent score as of yet.
So far, Keaton Jennings, the only Lancashire batter out for single figures. He was out for 1. The next lowest score, Josh Bohannon's 18. That one's left by Lamb. So it goes chest height past him to the wicket keeper. Warwickshire won the toss at the start of this game and wanted to bat. A bit disappointed, I think, to have not gone beyond 300, all out for 292. Doing their best to defend that now. 54 is now the deficit for Lancashire, with 4 wickets left. Hannon-Dalby bowls to Lamb, who just drops the bat on that and gets a single. So he's rather hoggy the strike here, is Danny Lamb. He's on to 2. 239 for 6. Almost protecting Croft from the new ball. He's faced 34 balls now for his 2, Danny Lamb.
Taking a bit of a night watchman role.
Yeah.
Maybe, or trying to. But I'm sure he'll be fully capable. Croft is 81 not out as of now.
Well, he's batted very well, Croft.
It's Norwell into bowl. 3 slips in against Lamb, and good, very straight delivery just brings Lamb forward and defended into Alex Davis at extra cover. Two wickets for Norwell. I think he's the only one to take more than 1 wicket, is he not?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you say he's been the pick of the bowlers?
Yeah,
He's
I think so. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's been pretty accurate for the most part, nagging away, but Norwell's had that bit of extra zip, hasn't he?
Comes in again and again another good ball and snicked by Lamb, but bounces just short of second slip there, who doesn't manage to get it, is it?
Sam
Hayne
Hayne there,
in
yeah,
there,
it's
yeah.
a good piece of fielding actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, smart piece of fielding. I don't know if he's just hit his hand a bit funny or done something, but seems to be in a little bit of pain. Hopefully nothing too strenuous.
And just bounced in front of him, quite carrying.
Norwell in, bowls, and another good ball on stumps again, edged away, but this time just wide of third man, and will race away. Will be a couple, could be 4, and will be 4, despite Sam Hayne's best efforts to chase it out. And another edge, but would you say that's guided for 4?
Yeah, I think yes. I think you'd probably give the batter the benefit of that. It'll be frustrating for Liam Norwell.
He's bowling nicely, he's certainly asking the questions.
So the deficit down to less than 50 now.
Warwickshire will be desperate for a wicket or 2 before the close of play here, day 2 at Edgbaston. It's been worked hard all day, and Norwell comes in again with a response to the previous boundary, and full ball straight driven to Danny Briggs at mid-off, but straight to him and no thought of a run.
Well, he's doing a decent job, Danny Lamb. Runs not flowing off him, but he's looking pretty solid. Apart from that edge, perhaps just short of a second slip there. With Croft at the other end, he's looking to get the beginnings of a partnership going.
Norwell bowls again short down leg side, and he's gone for 6. He's just got hold of that Lamb. It didn't look like he'd fully picked it up, but he almost just escorted it short down leg side, over fine leg, and 6 runs. Is that the first 6 of today?
I think it's the second. I was just looking that up actually. There's a fielder out there, so it's a slightly risky shot. Stephen Croft hit a 6 earlier. That's the second 6. I think Warwickshire managed 1-6 during their innings. That short boundary.
That was early on as well. Alex Davis, wasn't it?
Right, and then he tried to repeat it and got out.
Don't think it could be too disheartened there, Norwell. It wasn't too far over his man out at fine leg as he comes in, final ball of his 18th over, and again short and again picked up by Lamb, and a bit more of a convincing 6 this time into the Eric Holly stand, and 12 off the last 2 balls of Norwell's over. A bit expensive, that one, in a 4-day game.
That suddenly moved things on a bit.
Lamb moves to 18 not out after being on, God, he was 2 or 3 not out before the over, wasn't he?
He was, yeah.
He's gone for 16 there, Norwell.
Yeah.
Not what you want, really.
Well, I suppose he was trying to buy the wicket a bit there, wasn't he? Tempted and saw him go for it first time. I thought, well, I'll give you another go and see how that goes. But Lamb said, okay, thank you very much, and he did very well. We should see whether Norwell tries it again. Next over.
I think if he does, he should maybe put a square leg out there as well.
Yeah. 250 and 505 balls. I just realised I never made those of the 200. Umpires having a chat, I think, about the ball already. We've had this ball for 4 overs, and there looks to be an issue with it already. Yeah, the umpires look like they're going to get it changed. So,
how's that happened already?
well, I suppose those 2 sixes might have knocked it out of shape a bit. Well,
Rob Yates springs
yeah,
out.
Rob Yates has come up with a little sort of, I've seen one of those before, a little sort of casket with the balls in. Well, I'm interested, do they go for an entirely new ball, or I mean, it's 4 overs old.
Maybe that was Norwell's clever plan. Does seem like they've got a... doubt they have a ball in there that's 4 overs old, guys. You'd think they'd just have to get a brand new one again.
I would think, and I suppose you do see some games, don't you, when a new ball, you think it's a bit of a waste, a new ball comes in with the team 8 or 9 wickets down, and then they lose the 2 wickets quickly. And the ball is done and dusted, but an alternative ball then is tossed to Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 255 for 6 is the Lancashire total. The 200 came in 394 balls, so have a look at that. So the first 100 took 225, the second 100 took 169. And that fifth 50 then took 111 balls. Hannon-Dalby into ball, it's left by Croft. And there's no run. The fastest scoring was when Dane Villas and Stephen Croft were together. The third 50 took just 59 balls.
They were going nicely together, those two, and I'd like to see Villas's dismissal again. He wasn't too pleased, was he? And
No.
don't think some of the Lancashire fans are too pleased on social media from what I've seen, the umpire's decision.
Well, there's Hannon-Dalby bowls. Let's push out the offside. There's no run. Yeah, the umpires had a long chat afterwards, so we're speculating a bit. We just wonder whether there might be some recriminations over the reaction of Dave Villas and possibly Croft, that was at the non-strikers end. They did have a long chat together, and then a brief chat with both Croft and with Will Rhodes, so we might hear something after the day's play. As it happens, you know, you get those decisions. In comes Hannon-Dalby. The ball, and that's a bouncer, which might be called no ball. It is no ball for being an overhead height. So 2 added to the total. That's Graham Gooch's argument in his autobiography, remember, that if batters aren't going to walk, which most of them don't now, then they have to accept, however annoying the decisions that go against them, there will be decisions that go in their favour, and if they're not going to walk, they just have to accept the decision, whether they know it's correct or not. Hannon-Dalby bowls to Croft, and that looks good. That looks a good shout, and they don't get it. Goodness me, that looked close. It was certainly low enough. Ollie Hannon-Dalby appealing. Let's go do an update. Yes, this match still finely poised. 2:57 for 6. Lancashire. Warwickshire just taking the new ball. Ollie Hannon-Dalby convinced he had Stephen Croft LBW a moment ago, but not given. And Croft is the problem for Warwickshire. He's there on 81. At the other end, wickets have fallen at fairly regular intervals. George Balderson, the latest to go, driving Will Road straight to Danny Briggs to go for 19. Warwickshire's lead is being whittled away. Lancashire just 45 runs behind now. They are 2:57 for 6. Next one is played out to square leg for a single. 2:58 for 6. So there you go. Things even themselves out. Warwickshire were convinced they had an LBW there. But the only person that matters is the umpire, and he said not out. Might have exaggerated Warwickshire's lead, didn't I? The lead is 34 now, just. And Dalby into bowl to Lamb, drops bat on that. And there is no run. So they're getting closer there. Those 2 sixes, of course, but Lancashire ever closer.
Thought they had 4 slips in for a second there, but it's just that Alex Davis has gone and had a little conversation with Captain Will Rhodes there, and he's heading back out to deep point position now.
So Hannon-Dalby bowling to Lamb, who just leaves his bat out of the way of that one. End of the over, 2:58 for 6. And Grace Ballinger now will be joined by Scott Reed. Who's there somewhere? Yes, there he is.
Looks like there could be a potential change of bowling here. Norwell yet to take his cap off to bowl. Looks like there's a bit of discussion going on between players. All the players stood around looking around at each other, and
what's going on here?
I have absolutely no idea.
I have no idea what's going on.
It's a bit of shouting. Is that coming from the legs dressing room? Honestly, I've absolutely no idea what's going on there, but
neither do I.
It will be Liam Norwell to continue from the pavilion end after all.
I said, not got a clue.
No idea. Everyone on the pitch was equally confused.
Yeah, they did. And umpire Malander was looking up towards, kind of in the direction of the Hollies stand. I'm not quite sure what that was about. We're going to see Norwell to continue, but I'm with you. I thought it would look like it was a little uncertain that would be the case. He may be thinking of a bowling change, but here he comes to Croft. And that's cracked away through the offside up towards Dom Sibley in the point boundary. Croft moves on to 83, 259 rather for 6. Brings Lamb back on strike. Got a chance now, haven't they, Lancashire, this partnership, this little counter-attack from Danny Lamb, because they're only 33 behind and they've got 4 wickets remaining. Chance of trying to get themselves a first innings lead.
That last over's almost shifted the momentum, I feel, the one from Norwell, and just quickly changed the game. Looked like it could have been in Warwickshire's favour at one point.
Here he comes in again, over number 19. In and balls to Lamb, who plays forward in defence. Davis at extra cover fields, and there's no run.
You wonder if Norwell will try the short ball attempt again. He's put one out there at square, out at the Eric Ollies, and he's got one out at fine, so the plan's set for it if he does decide to take it on again, which I'd guess he would after hitting the last 2 for 6.
Yeah, he caught him pretty well, didn't he?
Yeah.
As you said, that over just felt like it had pushed the momentum at Lancashire's way. They're still behind in the match, but there's an opportunity again for them. As Lamb edges actually to slip and goes for 18, and Norwell strikes back, and Lamb looks up towards the skies in frustration. Good catch, I think, by Yates at first slip, and Lamb departs for 18, and the second new ball finds the edge of Danny Lamb's bat. Lancashire lose 7th wicket, and yet again we've been in a conversation where we're thinking that one side's getting themselves perhaps on top, and the wicket tumbles, and you maybe have to rethink it. It's 7 down now, 2:59 for 7.
Turns into a very different game, doesn't it, here, especially if another quick wicket goes. And yeah, just as we were talking about how well Lamb had been playing those, proper dismissal from Norwell. That's what you love to see as a bowler, isn't it? Genuine snick off.
Yeah, caught at slip, caught nicely by Yates at slip. And Tom Bailey comes out to join Stephen Croft, that little huddle that Warwickshire are having. And a few drinks being brought out. And conversations again, well, I'm sure it'll be about, at the very least, trying to get Lancashire out for that 290. I mean, Lancashire would have been flirting, and probably still are, with the idea of a decent lead on first innings, but it's been that type of match so far where it's just ebbed and flowed. It's been intriguing cricket. So got 10 overs to go tonight as well.
Could be an interesting 10 overs, as you say, and that's 3 for Norwell now. Just discussing with Clive if he's been the pick of the bowlers, and I think that really does shift the vote in his favour. Liam Norwell, first game back from injury, and he's come in and made a difference.
Yeah, I think when you factor in that first game back following that horrible concussion injury he had, picked up 3 wickets. He's had a good day. He's running hard, hasn't he, for his captain. Got a third slip in place now. The new batter's Tom Bailey. Here comes Norwell to Bailey, and he goes back and squeezes the ball down towards backward point. Actually, it's more through gully, really. Sibley does catch it with it, and Bailey comes back for a couple. He's off the mark straight away. 261 for 7.
Interesting how Bailey and Croft play this now. Obviously Croft 83 not out, 7 down. A quick wicket or two could make it a very different situation for Croft here, but you'd expect Bailey just to let Croft take the lead here and keep himself off strike as much as possible.
Well, to Bailey, the foolish ball which he drives away into the offside for no run. Yeah, he's first class average of 18 for Tom Bailey, but highest score of 68. Does have 8 first class half centuries to his name. But yeah, I suspect Croft's going to have to, as he has done, to be fair, through the course of the inning, he's going to have to carry the responsibility of trying to get Lancashire up to and beyond that 292. Norwell bowls to Bailey. It's a good delivery which he follows. It's through to the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over. Good round of applause around Edgbaston too for that. He has running hard all day for Warwickshire's Liam Norwell, and he's found the wicket of Danny Lamb in that over. We've got 10 to go tonight. 261 for 7, so Lancashire trail by 31 runs.
That was a good over from Liam Norwell. Just asked a lot of questions. Obviously got that big wicket there, and that last ball just looked like it did a bit, so he'll be feeling encouraged, and maybe they can get 1 or 2 more before the close of play today. Two slips in still for Hannon-Dalby as he comes in to bowl at Croft. Croft 83 not out. Slightly quicker ball from Hannon-Dalby, short outside off and left alone by Croft, and just seemed to get that one through slightly quicker, Hannon-Dalby. Got the 4-man out on the boundary. Point, square, covering fine, and 2 slips, so plenty of gaps for Croft. Hannon-Dalby at the end of his mark comes in again. Bowls in short again, just outside off, and just pushed away by Croft, and he'll walk to the other end as it's cleaned up at that deep point boundary. Brings Bailey onto strike for the first time against Ollie Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah, I think that's Ollie Stone on that point boundary, so he's back on the field again for somebody.
Had a few rotations on and off today, haven't they, the Warwickshire boys?
Yeah.
I'd like trying to figure out who it is that's gone off. Is it? Oh, I'm not sure. Matt Lamb, maybe.
Ooh, that's a good shout, yeah.
Could be him at mid-off. As Hannon-Dalby comes in to Bailey and wraps him on the pad, I think, on the thigh guard, but obviously no appeal for LB, and just does him a bit there. I don't know if there was a bit of movement off the pitch, but didn't look too comfortable.
Didn't, no. Came back in a little bit, didn't it, to Bailey? Sharp delivery again from Hannon-Dalby.
I think this is the quickest I think I've seen him bowl all day, and it's in his 18th over, so... Good bowler, Ollie Hannon-Dalby, clever bowler as well. He comes in again, 3 sips in place for Bailey. On the stumps, full ball, just patted back to Danny Briggs at mid-off, and good bowling from Hannon-Dalby.
I think you're right. I think it's Matt Lamb that's off. That's Sibley at mid-wicket, isn't it? Brooks at mid-on, Briggs at mid-off, Davis extra cover, Ollie Stone at point, slips we can see, and then it's Norwell down here at fine leg. So. Yeah, Matt Lamb off the pitch.
Wonder what he's done. .262. Lancashire as on and Hannon-Dalby comes into bowl. Short ball left. Looks like it might have just gone over the stumps, just on 4th stump line, but slips and keeper. Bit of noise from them. I reckon they could be getting a bit chirpy out there now, the Warwickshire boys.
Well, he kind of left it, but not without having a think about playing it. And he left it pretty late, didn't he?
Wasn't the most convincing of leaves. Wasn't quite a Sam Hain leave, but...
That's the reason why there's a few noises from behind.
They enjoyed it.
They did.
It's been the same 3 in the slips all day, but they've had a good time. I reckon that's the best place to field if you're any good at it. Final ball of Hannon-Dalby's over then, and another good ball, and just a bit of a leading edge by Bailey. Will just get a single on the last ball of over to bring himself onto strike again, and that brings Lancashire up to 263 for 7. 87 overs gone and only 9 remaining in the day.
Trail by 29 now Lancashire, 3 wickets left. Will Williams, who is on his Lancashire debut, and I have never seen bat before, and Matt Parkinson, the 2 batters left. Just looking at Will Williams, his first-class career. He's played 41 first-class matches, all of them in New Zealand. Obviously, this is his Lancashire debut. Average of 22 for his team in New Zealand, Canterbury. Norwell from the pavilion end, Bailey on strike, but he defends away into the offside for no run. 263 for 7. 8.5 overs remaining in the day's allocation. Keep an eye on the test match as well, because England have got New Zealand 4 down, 176 for 4. It's a lead of 190. Wickets for Anderson, for Leach and for Potts. Bailey's off the back foot to defend away into the offside for no run. The other wicket, Will Young, was run out by Ollie Pope. So 190 in front, New Zealand, with 6 wickets remaining. Trent Bridge, day 4 of that test match. And that Anderson wicket was his 650th in test cricket.
It's a good ball, that, as well. Not the best of leaves, but it's a good ball by Anderson.
Bailey waits, 3 slips in possession. Norwell over the wicket. Bailey swings and misses. And taken by Burgess, and there's no run.
Don't mind seeing that as the Warwickshire outfit, I don't think. He looked to it that one hard, and anything on it would have gone straight through to the slip cordon.
Norwell on the hunt for his 4th wicket. 3 for 73.
I reckon he could be picking one more up here. Not being biased, but he's bowling well.
Back to his mark. Loops around and runs away from us in his short sleeves. He's over the wicket again to Bailey. It's a good ball that beats him, it brings him forward. And through to Burgess, and there's no run. Interesting spell of cricket. Warwickshire keep chipping away, they have done all day. It's not too dissimilar to what we had yesterday on the first day. Ball was very much in the game. Batters having to work hard for the runs, as Hayne did yesterday, as Croft has done today. 2 balls left for Norwell. Bailey on 3, waits for him, and he's bowled him! Off stumps out the ground. It's a 4th wicket for Norwell. 4 for 73 now. Bailey's been bowled for 3, and Lancashire lose their 8th wicket. 263 for 8. 29 behind, but just 2 wickets remaining. And you called it, Grace. She's fancied another one, and Norwell duly obliged.
I'm happy with that. I feel like I brought that one on a little bit. Just 2 balls after as well. I was thinking just in the day, but no, I'm happy with that. Makes it seem like you sound like you know what you're on about, doesn't it? When you make a prediction, it comes true. Normally goes the other way when I'm commentating.
Well, that felt good, wouldn't it, for Norwell?
Yeah. It's best way for a bowler, I think. Bowled. It's got to be.
Uprooting the off stump. It was pretty emphatic. So Will Williams is out there with the bat. Enjoyed speaking to Will last night. Caught up with him and asked him about the move to Lancashire and how it all came about. He's playing some club cricket in Somerset, and he heard about a week ago that Lancashire were looking to bring a seamer in as cover. And he trained with Lancashire players last week, so he wasn't new to the dressing room for this fixture, having spent a day or so with them last week. And he's from Christchurch, plays for Canterbury. His mum's born in Kent. As Norwell comes in and bowls to Williams, it's fallen off stump and played back down the pitch. And there's no run, it's the end of the over. 2, 6, 3 for 8. Good one for Liam Norwell. He's having a really good first game back for Warwickshire. 20 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 73 is a fine effort for Norwell.
Yeah, he's bowled well, and certainly all the more convincing when you consider he's just came in from injury first game back, as we say, and come in and made such a big impact on the team. Eight overs left in the day, and could be an interesting 8 overs here, with Lancashire now 8 down and trailing by just 29, so I think the next 8 overs could show which team will be going forward in the driving seat tomorrow for day 3 at Edgbaston.
Well, if there is a lead on first innings for either side, at the minute wouldn't predict it to be a significant lead.
No.
Either way.
Just the one slip in now for Ollie Hannon-Dalby against Croft as he comes into bowl, and good ball, just escorted to the 3rd man boundary. Will be one down to Henry Brooks down there. Brings Will Williams on to strike for the first time against Hannon-Dalby. I suppose they haven't been able to do much analysis on Will Williams. Warwickshire probably had limited information on him. It's always an advantage, isn't it? You come in for your first game.
Yeah, they were very watchful when he was bowling. He not seen too much of him before, and he bowled beautifully for Lancashire on debut. See what he's like with a bat.
3 sips in place then for Williams, as Ollie Hannon-Dalby runs in on his 19th, and first ball's left outside off stump, and good leave by Williams. Just down the 4th and 5th stump line. Just the one fielder down on the fine leg boundary, rest all in the ring. Point, cover, mid-off, a kind of wide-ish mid-on, and mid-wicket, 3 sips in play. Hannon-Dalby into Williams, and again left outside off, almost a copy of the last ball, and leaving them nicely, Williams, and good channels being bowled by Hannon-Dalby.
Yeah, nice where his off stump is there. 2 good leaves from Williams. He's had some success for his club side. It was 4 wins from their 6 matches playing for Bridgewater in Somerset. Great opportunity for him to play these couple of games for Lancashire and impress, perhaps with the view to coming back in sometime in the future.
Fuller ball by Hannon-Dalby, small appeal for LBW, but let's see if he's got a bit of bat on it. Certainly sounded like it. Seems so. It's just trickles down to fine leg and Williams gets himself off strike.
He gets his first run. He's the 700th player to play first-class cricket for Lancashire.
Just the one slip in then for Croft, and the 4 out on the boundary sill, and looks like there'll be a fielding change as mid-wicket comes out and into what looks like will be a second slip, and quite a few field changes there. Square brought in, and as is Point. Looking to attack here, Hannon-Dalby. As I said, those 4 fielders out on the boundary, there's now only 1. As Hannon-Dalby comes into Croft. Slapped away, but straight to Point. Matt Lamb back on the field and dot ball.
.85 to Croft off 177 deliveries. Been hard-fought runs for Lancashire man.
Final ball of the 19th of Hannon-Dalby's overs, and in. Good heavy length on the stumps and just defended away by Croft, and that'll be the end of the 89th over. Lancashire 265 for 8, trailing by 27.
7 overs left tonight. Croft looks pretty chilled down, doesn't he? Leaning on his bat with his hand on his hip.
Very laissez-faire.
Yeah.
He's batted well, hasn't he? He's batted well, and he's controlled the Lancashire innings and played a. Was it you that said earlier, a Sam Hain-like role?
They needed it, didn't they? They needed someone who could replicate what Sam did with the bat for Warwickshire. Here's Norwell to Williams, and he's spinning round and asking if that's an LBW, but by a little shake of the head, and not out was the outcome. 265 for 8. There's Norwell back into Williams. That's worked away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Grace Ballinger, his role is done for the day. Well done. nicely battered. Eve Jones is back alongside me at 265 for 8. There's not much in it, is there, really?
No, it's been a good fight back from Warwickshire, hasn't there? I think they've done well the last hour. I feel like they've kept Croft quite quiet as well, so really steadied his flow of runs.
Williams waits as Norwell's in, and forward in defence he goes and plays the ball out into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, they've taken some getting, haven't they? 85 runs for Stephen Croft. He has batted ever so well. But yeah, it's been hard going.
He's still there though, that's the main thing for Lancashire.
Yep. 265 for 8. 3 balls remaining of the over, and then 6 left tonight. Williams out towards the onside, just playing slightly across the line. The ball bounces up towards mid-on where Lamb fields and there's no run. Norwell looking for a fifer on his first game back since that concussion injury.
Yeah, it's not a bad return, is it? 4 for 73 off his 20.4 overs.
Yeah, you're taking that, aren't you? He's running hard, hasn't he, all day for his captain.
Yeah, I think he's earned his wickets as well. I think he's put the ball in the right area and kept asking questions.
Norwell to Williams, flicked away off the pads to mid-on. A good stop from Lamb. His teammates appreciated that. He went rolling away to his right. Hit pretty firmly by Williams.
I come across Will Williams in, I did a season out in,
Oh, right, okay.
a winter out in Christchurch, so I think we did a few holiday camps. So I've not really seen much of his batting, but
Okay.
just remember he pretty decent bowler, steady, kept picking up wickets. I think he can fly planes as well or something
Oh, my
along
word.
those lines. Unless I've dreamt that.
Here's Norwell to Williams, who's squared up. It edges in front of third slip and there's no run. I'm about to come off commentary and you've just landed that wonderful bit of information that perhaps he can fly planes.
I might need to double check that.
I am loving that. 265 for 8, end of the over. 6 remaining tonight.
Yeah, 6 overs remaining here for the day.
Tell you what, this would be a bit of a thrilling game if it was a 2-day, one innings game, wouldn't it? They'd need 28 to win with 6 overs to go and 2 wickets left.
Yeah, it'd be a good finish that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Ollie Hannon-Dalby to continue then. 4 men out on the boundary, got a fine leg, deep square, deep cover and a third man. 1 slip still in play. And he comes, double sweatbands on the wrists. Short ball and it's pulled. I think he's picked the gap between the two fielders there. He's got hold of that as Croft. That's 4 runs to his total.
Right, 2 men out for that shot, but he controlled it really well, didn't he?
Yeah, he moves on to 89 now, scores 269 for 8.
Overly attacking Crawford, just the 1 slip.
In comes Hannon-Dalby again. Full of that time, and Croft just defends that into Alex Davis at extra cover.
It's remarkable how similar these 2 innings have been, isn't it? Dominated by 1 player each time, with others making contributions, but getting out before they could go on to really big scores.
Yeah, I thought at one stage Lancashire looked like they were going to get away from Warwickshire a bit. But I feel like Warwickshire just stemmed the flow of runs here last hour or so. Here comes Hannon-Dalby again. Full ball and driven to mid-on for no run.
Doing an update in just over half a minute. We've still got 5 overs to go, so it's going to finish at similar time to yesterday as well.
I think that's Will Rhodes looking like he's doing a few stretches at mid-off, whether he's going to give himself a couple of overs.
So, just grab this portion of time.
Hannon-Dalby in. And that's just knocked into the point region for a single.
So 70 for 8. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston, where we've got an intriguing game on here with just over 5 overs to go of the second day. Lancashire 270 for 8. So they are 22 runs now behind Warwickshire's first innings total with 2 wickets left. Liam Norwell has struck twice with a new ball to keep Warwickshire's hopes of a reasonable parity in first innings alive. He had Danny Lamb caught at slip by Rob Yates for 18 and then bowled Tom Bailey for for 3. Stephen Croft continues, though, to fly the flag for Lancashire. He's on 90. Will Williams on his Lancashire debut is on 1. And it's 270 for 8 Lancashire in the 91st over.
That's another dot ball. Hannon-Dalby's just got Will Williams.
It's
Bit of a tongue
difficult
twister,
name,
that.
isn't it? Yeah.
Onto the back foot and defends. As the sweepers go back for the last ball. And comes Hannon-Dalby for his last ball of his 20th over of the day. And leaves the ball outside off stump, Will Williams. And goes through to the keeper for no run.
Yeah, ever reliable to do long shifts is Ollie Hannon-Dalby. 1 for 56 from his 20 overs. Liam Norwell, I think, is going to continue. See, Will Rose is there. I think Norwell wants at least one more. See if he can get his 5 for 4 for 73.
I think we've got to change.
Oh, we are changing this, aren't we? Oh, Henry Brooks is coming in. So Brooks has got just the 1 wicket so far. We'll wrap up this Lancashire innings. Croft on strike. He's 10 away from his 100 now.
Still trail by 22 here, Lancashire.
Brooks in then, 2 ball to Croft. 1 slip in place. And oh, it's edged, and is it caught? It is, and Croft is gone for 90. Caught low down by Rob Yates at slip. Henry Brooks strikes with the first ball of his spell. And Warwickshire's hopes of a first innings lead are now pretty high. 270 for 9. Lancashire still trailing by 22.
Yeah, it's a great grab in the slips by Rob Yates there. I think Will Rhodes will be pretty happy with himself with that bowling change as well. So, yeah, massive wicket for Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Bosch played well there for his 90.
He did. Very good innings from him. But he has to go. It's good applause. 270 for 8. For 9, rather. Now then, Warwickshire's similar to yesterday. Warwickshire's got to be a little bit careful. If they get the wicket now, they will face an awkward over or 2 before the close. So the openers are probably saying to bowlers, just hang on for a couple of overs, would you? And similar situation for Lancashire, and eventually they did get the last wicket. Too late for them to have to bat. But if it were to come now in this over, I reckon Warwickshire would have 2 overs to face, I think, before the close. Matt Parkinson comes out to the crease. Bonus points look like they might end up being, well, unless they can eke out 30 runs for this last wicket, the bonus points are going to be even between the 2 teams. 2 batting points so far for Lancashire. That's what Warwickshire got. 3 bowling points for both of them. So we'll have 5 bonus points each if the wicket falls inside the next 30 runs. Henry Brooks to try and finish it off to bowl to Parkinson, who plays that very solidly to mid-off.
3 slips in play here, ready and waiting. Deep third and a deep square as well. Oh no, someone just collecting a jumper. Back to fine leg.
Getting a bit cooler out there. In comes Brooks then to bowl to Parkinson, who just fends that away. I think he had a short leg there. They might have been in play. It's gone out to square leg, and he is off the mark, Parkinson. Well, you know, in the modern game, numbers 10 and 11 can add runs. It's one of the sad losses in the game is the genuine number 11, which is very entertaining to watch. Team's not bowled out these days until that 10th wicket goes. Brooks bowls, and that's whipped down the leg side. Williams is a swing at it, misses it. Very good take by Michael Burgess to prevent. I think it would have been biased. I'm not sure it even hit the thigh pad, but anyway, it would have been runs.
Yeah, it's a great tumble stop there by Burgess. 91.4 overs in, and he's still throwing himself around. It's great to see.
Kept wicket really well, Michael Burgess. Brooks comes to bowl to Williams. Oh, he's lofted that. There's another one that might have inches off. Well, it actually didn't come off the bat, this one. It's a leg by, so it wouldn't have mattered. It's been a short leg in, apart from the fact they would have probably fielded it.
Yeah, it just looks a bit uncomfortable there when it's on a hip, doesn't he, Will Williams?
Yeah, see, mate, that party's still going on, isn't it? Somebody just told a very good joke. Henry Brooks then. Now got 2 wickets. Bowls to Parkinson, and that's gone right through Parkinson. It's gone through Michael Burgess's gloves. It will be signalled a bye. A good hostile delivery for from Brooks, and it's 2 runs, 273 for 9.
We just jinxed Burgess then, didn't we? We were just saying how well he's kept today, and fortunately for him, one's just gone through the gloves.
Welcome to listeners on BBC Radio Lancashire for the denouement for the last 4 overs. And of the day's play, 273 for 9 is the Lancashire total. So we're almost on parity really on first innings. They're 19 runs behind now. Warwickshire have made good use of the new ball. Danny Lamb caught it slip by Rob Yates off Liam Norwell for 18. Tom Bailey was bowled by Norwell for 3. And then crucially, Stephen Croft just edging Henry Brooks. A good catch taken by Rob Yates at slip. Croft batted superbly for 90, but he's now gone as well.
And Norwell's back into the attack. Change of ends though. And just goes past Matt Parkinson's left hip for no run.
So it's been a similar tale to yesterday. A lot of batters getting starts, but with the exception of Croft not going on. It was the same yesterday, with the exception of Sam Hain for Warwickshire, who got 130. No one else got to 50. Similar story for Lancashire. Luke Wells 36, Dane Villas 37, Rob Jones 28. George Balson and Danny Lamb got 19 and 18 respectfully.
In comes Norwell again. And he's got him driving. Oh, that's a great shot down the ground. That's a proper cricket shot from Parkinson. I'm not sure it's going to reach the boundary. There's a big chase on, and it does. It just trickles over the boundary there. I think that's Ollie Hannon-Dalby giving chase to that one after a big spell today for him, so unfortunately he can't catch up with that one. But 4 runs for Parkinson. Lovely shot.
Well, neither of these players has got a first-class 50 to their name. Parkinson's averaging 9, Will Williams 13. So we'll have high hopes of breaking them up before too long, but they've just illustrated there they can play proper shots.
In comes Norwell again. A little bit shorter that time, and Parkinson gets right behind it and defends it.
So I've got 3 overs to go after this one. I think if the wicket were to fall now, I think Warwickshire would face 1 over before the close.
In comes Norwell. Oh, and he's just edged it, and it's just gone to the right of, I think that's Will Rhodes there at 3rd slip. Tidied up by Henry Brooks at 3rd man. It was in the air for quite some time, but I think it was just out of the reach of Will Rhodes there at 3rd slip. And that brings Will Williams back on strike.
It's notching up a few useful runs here at the death. 14 behind now.
In comes Norwell, looking for his 5th wicket of the day. And defended into the leg side. Quite comfortably in the end by Will Williams.
He's looked a decent cricketer in his Lancashire debut. Bowled well. A couple of wickets, fielded very well as well.
Yeah, and he's doing a job for his side here. Holding up an end. Well, Matt Parkinson's outscored him now. Matt Parkinson's 6 off 7. But just nagging away. Here comes Norwell. A bit shorter and just defended to finish the over. The score is 278 for 9. 3 overs remaining of the day.
Sigh of relief, no doubt, from Alex Davis and Dom Sibley. They will not have to bat today. Can Warwickshire wrap up the Lancashire innings today? Just as Lancashire did, yes, a perfect 4-day game, I suppose, if each innings lasts exactly a day. Weather's stayed fair today. It's been a bit cloudy at times, but no danger of any interruptions. Henry Brooks then to bowl to Parkinson, 3 slips in place. Bowls now, and that's left by Parkinson. Goes to Burgess. It remains 278 for 9.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire will be quite keen now to just get this last wicket. Get their feet up for the night.
Yeah, they won't want to mess around being in the field at the start tomorrow, will they?
No.
They want to start a new day with a new innings. Brooks comes into bowl. It's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. And well, unless these two put on a really big partnership, it looks like this game will effectively be decided on second innings. There's not going to be much between the two teams. On first.
Yeah, I think it's shaping up to be a good game here. Pretty even at the moment, you'd say.
Brooks to Parkinson. 3 slips poised. Parkinson drives that straight down the ground. Brooks gets a hand onto it, and there goes past him. He kills the pace of it. No chance of any run. It remains 278 for 8 here at Edgbaston. And the Commonwealth Games being staged, the cricket, the women's T20 tournament taking place here at Edgbaston during Birmingham's Commonwealth Games. Brooks to bowl. Bowls a bouncer, which Parkinson thought about playing. I guess it's about out of the way. 1 or 2 shouts from fielders. I think Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, half appealed, but he managed to keep everything away from the ball there, Parkinson. A little bit of controversy with one Lancashire dismissal, and Dane Villas clearly felt that he was wrongly given out, caught at leg slip, and did make his feelings fairly obvious, for which he may yet face some retribution afterwards.
Yeah, might be in the umpire's office later
Well
today.
Brooks bowls a bouncer, and it's played into the ground by Parkinson for no run. You ever been in trouble with the umpires? Sure you haven't.
I've only ever had to go in the umpire's office once after a game, but that was not my doing. Just as captain, you have to escort your player into the umpire's office.
Right.
Match referee. But no, all good in the end.
Good.
Just a little slap on the wrist for one of our players. I won't name names.
Brooks comes in the bowl. Parkinson plays that and goes for a quick run. They might even get 2 here. He's found a little gap, and they, after thinking about it, do go back for the second. And I think if the throw had gone to the wicket-keeper's end, it might have been interesting, but they have got through for 2 valuable runs, 280 for 9. And Williams will move on to, or the Parkinson rather, moves on to 8. So the deficit now is just 12, with 2 overs to go today.
Yeah, I thought Sibley was going to put a dive in then, but I think he realised he was on the matting of one of the wickets, so decided against it. Allowed him to scamper through for a second. 2 overs to go then for today. Norwell to finish up from the far end. The Birmingham end. In he comes. And it's defended into mid-on. Still asking the question there, Norwell. He's bowled really well today.
Could be an interesting final day in the Test match. Still playing on the fourth day. New Zealand are now 213 for 7, leading by 227. So could be game on there.
Mini collapse in Nottingham.
No danger of England collapsing, of course, because they don't do that.
No. In comes Norwell. Bit shorter, hits the pads, big shout. A little bit of interest behind the stumps, but not too much. And it's turned down. I think it's probably just going down the leg side.
Yeah, as you say, didn't get a huge amount of support. I've got the benefit of a replay here. Not sure we didn't get a bit of bat on that, you know. But anyway, not out's the call.
And comes Norwell again. A bit full of that time and drives straight back to the bowler. No run. Trailing by 12 now in Lancashire. I feel it's very evenly positioned at the end of day 2.
Yeah, it's just 9 balls away from taking the innings into the next day.
Here's Norwell again. A bit shorter that time, and Williams gets up onto his toes and defends.
Guess they'll want to be there at the close and look to see if they can eke out at least another 20 runs tomorrow to get them a third batting point. Something that Warwickshire were unable to do. They finished 8 short of the third batting point. It's 23rd over the day, Liam Norwell, so he's put a shift in.
Yeah, good first game back for him as well. And he comes in, and it's left alone outside off stump. A few shouts from his teammates. Maybe a bit of movement there for him. One more to come from Norwell. Then he can put his feet up for the night and hopefully a little bit of tomorrow as well if they can get this last wicket now. He's earned a rest.
So his last chance of wrapping it up today.
Final ball then for Norwell. Now it's a good one. It's defended though by Williams, and that will finish his spell for the day. It's a great effort by him.
It is Liam Norwell. Yeah, 4 wickets. Just check out his exact figures. From Norwell, who's playing his first game since being hit on the head. A game against Essex, 4 for 78 in 23 overs today for Liam Norwell. But these two just they've only added 10, so I wouldn't say they're quite at the frustration stage, but they've held Warwickshire up for 3 and a bit overs now. And we're going to see Danny Briggs bowl the last over of the day.
A few men around the bat here.
He's got a ball that's 15 overs old, rather. Tries his hand. He's got 1 for 38. Can he wrap it up? Last over of the day. Whatever happens, a slip. There's a short leg, forward short legs, short cover. Looks like Alex Davis is going in close as well. So another one's going in. So 4 round the bat.
Silly point.
Yeah.
Are you having 2 slips? I think we're having 2 slips.
Yeah, putting real pressure on Parkinson. Well, you'll know all about this, of course. Probably saying, well, I get fields like that. Briggs comes into to bowl, and he prods it forward. There's a strangled shout. It plays that safely down into the ground. So a good day's cricket in this match, very nicely poised, going into the 3rd day. Briggs to Parkinson, who drives that to the covers for no run. It'll be a moral victory for Lancashire if they can still be there at the end of the day. Got 4 more balls to survive. Briggs bowls, solidly defended by Parkinson, who is on 8. Will Williams on 1. Stephen Croft top scorer in the Lancashire innings with 90. Briggs bowls again, quicker ball, which Parkinson plays back to and plays it back to the bowler. 2 balls left today. And Briggs around the wicket, gets that a bit of air, and is he going to be out? Did he get bat on that? No, he didn't. I don't think Warwickshire really believe he did in the end, despite a few shouts. The ball skied up in the air, and Rob Yates took the catch at short cover. It was more of a polite request to the umpire rather than a real appeal. Last ball then of the day. Briggs bowls it, Parkinson defends successfully, and Lancashire have taken their innings into the 3rd day, but they're still 12 runs behind Warwickshire's total with just 1 wicket left. Parkinson 8 not out, Williams 1 not out. Lancashire 280 for 9, and Eve Jones, it's been a good day's cricket.
That was a bit of a good day's cricket. I think it swung both ways, and yeah, I'd say it's fairly even right now. I think obviously Warwickshire would have been looking to get that last wicket there, but not to be, so they'll have to come back in the morning and put the bowling boots on and go again, try and get that final Lancashire wicket.
So there we are. Thank you very much indeed for being with us as ever, and we'll do it all again on BBC Online tomorrow morning from just before 11. Thank you, Eve, and good luck as you prepare for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy and the 100, of course. I'm sure we'll talk to you before then. But from us here from Edgbaston, as the players leave the field in what's been an intriguing game and remains so, with Lancashire 280 for 9, trailing Warwickshire by